Chapter 676 Save Adela. Just as Marshall was expecting, the group finally came to the place where the mounts and carriages were stored without any danger. In this large open space, there are hundreds of large and small carriages parked. Seeing this, Marshall immediately began to issue orders quickly. Netali, you guys go and pull the carriage over. Pick something good, and let our people and these hostages land on the ground one by one. Okay, Marshall. Netali, who had been leading the charge, said nothing and immediately responded and quickly headed towards the carriages. Seeing Netali and others starting to take action, Michigan turned and looked behind, and spoke again to Edward and others not far away. Edward, you'd better not do anything stupid. Otherwise we won't suffer any loss if your heirs are buried with you. Marshall, you'd better keep your promise. Otherwise I said I would destroy your new temple. And I will definitely do it. Edward stood there and responded coldly. But for Adela's safety, he did not dare to get closer. Hearing Edward's words, Marshall showed a disdainful smile, and then stopped talking, instead looking around to prevent someone from sneaking up on him. At the same time, Gervais lowered his head and did not dare to look at Marshall. Instead, he set his sights on Netali not far away. At this time, there were many carriages in front of Netali. Most of the carriages use good war horses to pull the carriages. However, there are a few carriages that do not use ordinary war horses, but use magical beasts as the driving force to pull the carriages. For example, the most conspicuous ones were the two carriages when the orc team came. Both carriages were powered by two huge giant earth lizards, 5 or 6 meters long. Seeing this, Gervais had an idea in his mind. The situation at this time was already very urgent. If it was delayed any longer, as long as Marshall started to let people board the car, the death of all the new temple members in the crowd would be exposed. But Gervais has been unable to find a chance to save Adela. So this is his last chance. Gervais's idea is very simple. That is, to find a way to provoke those monsters to riot, and then attract everyone's attention. When the time comes, he will seize the opportunity and find a way to capture Adela. Thinking of this, Gervais' eyes immediately became firm. And then he lowered his head and opened his system panel. In the system panel, Gervais set his sights directly on a purple kiwi fruit in the mall. This was the kiwi fruit that had an extremely stinky smell, but could drive all the Warcraft crazy. The world of Warcraft riots in the beating scene. I believe that nothing in this world will be more effective than this purple kiwi fruit. Without any hesitation, Gervais immediately spent 10 energy points to redeem the purple kiwi fruit. Then, as Gervais thought, the purple kiwi fruit quietly appeared in his hand. Almost at the same time, the strong smell of purple kiwi began to spread among the crowd. What does it smell like? What's going on? Why does it smell so bad? When the smell of purple kiwi fruit spread, both the people in the new temple and the young people who were hostages immediately noticed something strange. However, the young people naturally did not dare to say anything, and the members of the new temple became nervous and looked around, thinking that something had happened. Marshall also clenched the long sword in his hand and kept scanning around, but found nothing. Edward and others behind him were also standing there honestly. Netali, hurry up! Marshall smelled it for a moment to make sure it was not the poisonous smell in his mind, and immediately urged Netali. Come on, Marshall! Because they were a little far away, Netali couldn't smell the strange smell of purple kiwi fruit yet. At this time, he was untying one of the carriages brought by the orcs. When he heard Marshall's urging, he immediately answered, Hey, what does it smell like? But at the next moment, Netali also smelled the stench that had just drifted in front of him. He smelled it hard twice, but he was still confused, so he couldn't help but look at the giant lizard in front of him. He thought that the strange smell was emanating from the giant lizard. And when Netali looked at the giant earth lizard, the originally peaceful and docile giant earth lizard started to move strangely. The giant ground lizard's 2 bowl-sized nostrils shrank a few times, as if it was smelling the air. Then his yellow-brown eyes appeared with a faint light. And finally, he opened his mouth wide and spit out his long tongue, waving in the air constantly, as if he wanted to determine the direction from which the smell was coming. After a while, the giant ground lizard finally determined where the alluring fragrance came from. So, it looked at the crowd where Gervais and the others were with its 2 lantern-sized eyes. Then, its half-grown body stood up completely, and the next moment, it was about to rush towards the crowd. How is this going? Netali immediately exclaimed when he saw this situation. At the same time, he quickly circulated his fighting spirit and pulled the reins tied to the giant earth lizard's head. Snapped. But this giant earth lizard seemed to be going crazy. Even though Netali held the reins tightly, he still couldn't stop him from charging towards the crowd. The reins in Netali's hands were only used to control the direction, and could not withstand the tearing force of a peak black flag knight and a giant earth lizard. Just a moment later, it broke into two pieces with a snap. Snapped, snapped, snapped. At the same time, in addition to the giant earth lizard in front of Netali acting crazy, so did the hundreds of animals and magical beasts around him. Both the war horses and the magical beasts began to go crazy, and they rushed towards the crowd in front of them desperately. With the snapping sound of the reins breaking, dozens of monsters pulled the reins and rushed towards the crowd over there like a tide of beasts, neighing continuously, as if there was some peerless treasure there to attract them. Netali looked at this in disbelief, wondering what was happening. What happened? When Marshall saw the menacing herd of beasts, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that those monsters would suddenly go crazy and charge here. And all this is obviously not the means of Edward and others. Because with the crazy appearance of those monsters, if they are really rushed into the crowd, these young people who are tied together by their wrists will definitely suffer disaster immediately. Even if the Golden Knight is faced with the impact and stampede of dozens of huge monsters, he will be seriously injured even if he does not die. And just as Marshall was stunned for a moment, Gervais's eyes shone because he finally got this opportunity. Gervais immediately stopped hesitating. His fighting spirit immediately reached its peak. And then the crimson mood appeared in his hand instantly. When Gervais moved his fighting spirit and approached Marshall, Marshall finally recovered from the shock and realized that there was a strong wind blowing behind him. He didn't even have time to think about it. The long sword in his hand pressed directly towards Adela's neck, intending to kill Adela first, and then slash at the people behind him. If what Marshall was holding was not Adela, but just an ordinary hostage, perhaps Gervais would choose to attack Marshall directly at this opportunity. But Marshall was holding Adela hostage, so Gervais didn't dare to take any chances. He just wanted to save Adela safely now, and killing Marshall was secondary. Therefore, just when the blade of Marshall's long sword was about to cut through Adela's fair skin, the sound of metal clashing suddenly came from the field. Marshall felt the huge force coming from his hand, and was immediately stunned. Who could actually block his blow? And judging from this, he was at least as powerful as a high-level Black Flag Knight. Gervais would not give Marshall a chance to think too much. The moment he blocked Marshall's sword, Gervais grabbed Adela's shoulders, and then protected Adela in his arms. Gervais completed this action without any hesitation. Marshall also discovered that the hostage in his hand was taken away, and immediately waved his sword and looked at Gervais. Because Gervais held Adela in his arms and protected her in front of him, he could not raise his sword to block Marshall's sword slash at close range. With a pop, Gervais was struck directly in the back by Marshall, and a large amount of blood instantly poured out. Gervais groaned and staggered. Run! Gervais didn't even have time to estimate the extent of his injuries. After being hit by Marshall, he roared loudly towards the surroundings, then directly used his fighting spirit to hug Adela and leapt up towards the outside of the crowd. Where to run? Go to H.L. When Marshall saw that Gervais could still be so flexible after being stabbed hard by his sword, the fierce light in his eyes suddenly erupted. He did not give Gervais a chance to escape. In an instant, his fighting spirit went to the extreme, and then he swung his sword towards him again. Gervais chased and slashed away. Fortunately, Gervais had now put some distance between himself and Marshall. When he heard the sound of the long sword piercing the air from behind, he immediately swung his sword with his backhand to block. With a clanging sound, Gervais blocked Marshall's sword with a narrow margin. However, because he was holding the sword with one hand, and Marshall's strength was considered to be one level higher than that of Gervais today, Gervais suddenly felt that his arm was numb from the shock, and he staggered again. However, Gervais was also very alert. When he staggered, he did not think about stabilizing his body. Instead, he used this force to hold Adela and roll directly on the ground, and even opened some distance between him and Marshall again. Then, as soon as Gervais got up from the ground, he saw Duke Edward flying through the air. So Gervais didn't think about it, and immediately turned around very quickly with his fighting spirit, and directly threw Adela in his arms towards Edward. Duke Edward, catch it! While Gervais threw Adela away, he shouted at Edward. Just after shouting this, Gervais heard the sound of the long sword piercing the air again behind him. Without Adela's restraint, Gervais's body was extremely light. He swung the long sword and turned around to slash directly behind. When Gervais' blood-red sword directly collided with Marshall's slashing sword. You had a great time chopping, didn't you? Gervais asked Marshall fiercely with anger in his eyes. He looked face to face with Marshall, both sides holding their long swords on their chests. Gervais was completely angry at this time. He had never been injured like this before. His back was now cold. And there must be a big wound. If it weren't for the damage immunity kiwi fruit that saved him from 60 to 70% of the damage, he might be lying on the ground now. Who are you to ruin the good things of our new temple? At this time, the young men and women who had been held hostage by them had dispersed in a hurry. When the young men and women left the place, the 9 new temple members, who had been secretly attacked and assassinated by Gervais, naturally lay on the ground with stiff bodies. When Marshall saw this, he was also furious. The plan that was about to succeed was suddenly disrupted by this powerful young man. He stared at Gervais with resentful eyes at this time, and asked him with gritted teeth, "You can call me the god of killing. Do you understand now? You can die for me." Facing Marshall's resentful eyes, Gervais was not afraid at all, and said his name with a sneer. Then a sudden flash of inspiration appeared all over his body, and the crimson moon in his hand exerted force again, preparing to launch an attack. "Killing god!" Marshall gritted his teeth and shouted. Then he also used his fighting spirit, retracted his sword and started to attack. In an instant, Gervais and Marshall started fighting in the field. Because they were fighting at close range, the two sides had no time to accumulate strength and use secret techniques. So they used the most primitive moves to fight. And it was also the fight that tested the most combat skills and experience. Kill. Adela! Are you okay? Edward was still frightened at this moment. He was holding Adela in his hands, and quickly checked and asked. The incident happened too suddenly, and Marshall was ruthless and decisive in his actions. He was actually ready to kill Adela in his hands at the first opportunity. Although Edward's eyes were splitting when he saw the scene. The distance was too far, and there was no way to stop it. But at this critical moment, the god of death actually blocked Marshall's sword, and then snatched Adela away, then protected her in front of him and blocked the sword with his back. Edward was moved and frightened when he saw it, and immediately flew towards the field. Previously, he ran directly towards Marshall, but he didn't expect that the young murderer would throw Adela over first. So Edward changed his target and took Adela. Fortunately, from the current situation, it seems that Adela is fine. Grandpa, I'm fine. Go and help Gwei kill the god. Although Adela was thrown out by Gervais and then caught by Edward, his eyes never left Gervais's back for a moment. Looking at Gervais's back that was soaked in blood, the crystal tears in his eyes were spinning. After hearing her grandfather's question, Adela reacted and answered anxiously with a slight cry. Okay, don't worry. Grandpa will go now. After making sure that his granddaughter was fine, Edward did not dare to neglect and swept aside. Puff. Edward came directly to Lord Johnson not far away, beheaded a new temple cultist with the strength of the black flag with one sword, and then said to Lord Johnson, Johnson, keep an eye on Adela. I'll deal with Marshall. Okay, Duke Edward. Don't worry. At this time, Johnson's son has been rescued, and the new temple cultists in the field have no hostages and are no match for the lords of the holy city. Therefore, even if he does not come to help, there will be no problem. After hearing Edward's words, naturally agreed immediately. After hearing Johnson's answer, Edward didn't hesitate at all. After placing Adela next to Johnson, he headed directly towards the field. At this time, the battle between Gervais and Marshall became more and more intense. Although Marshall was one level stronger than Gervais, Gervais's style of play was very rogue, trading lives for lives and injuries for injuries. Style of play. In the previous fight between the two sides, Marshall was about to hit Gervais's shoulder with his sword, but Gervais was about to hit Marshall's wrist. Marshall was also a ruthless man, and he did not hesitate to kill Gervais with one sword. Even if he used his wrist to exchange Gervais' life, it would not be a pity, because if he delayed it, not only would he not be able to kill Gervais, he would not even be able to kill him. Possible escape. So both sides struck hard on each other's bodies. But what Marshall never expected was that the sword he hit the opponent only penetrated half of it, as if it hit half of the cowhide. But the sword Gervais slashed on his wrist directly cut off his wrist. Later, Marshall, who failed to kill Gervais and instead lost one of his hands, was greatly reduced in strength. He did not even have the chance to take out the teleportation scroll from the space and escape. Critical strike and slash with one sword. Die! Gervais continuously slashed at Marshall, who could only block with one hand with his sword. The slash left Marshall unable to parry. But at this moment, Gervais roared loudly. His spiritual light burst out instantly, and he gathered the ultimate fighting spirit and slashed towards Marshall with a critical strike. Ding! Puff! With Gervais' full-force critical strike, the legendary level longsword in Marshall's hand suddenly broke. Then Gervais's blood-red longsword slashed directly into Marshall's chest without any pause. The Palace Master will avenge us! The new god will dominate this world! Marshall stared. Blood continued to flow from his mouth, and he looked at Gervais with his resentful and unwilling eyes, and slowly uttered a sentence. Then let them come! I will send them to accompany you! Gervais sneered, and then used strength in his hands again. Puff! Well, as Gervais' long sword slashed directly through Marshall's body, blood overflowed from Marshall's mouth again, and he died with a muffled groan. At this moment, Edward flew to Gervais's side and looked at Gervais, who was not even 20 years old, with complicated eyes. Chapter 677 Sneak Attack. Although this god of death has become famous in the Holy Alliance recently, this is the first time Edward has truly seen the true face of this god of death. To be honest, if you just look at the appearance, the killing god in front of you looks like a child of a big family at that time, with handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament. I am afraid that no one would regard him as the murderer who single-handedly hunted down thousands of orcs and massacred the entire Golden Shield family residence. But it turns out that this seemingly gentle young man is not only the ferocious god of death that people call him, but he also quietly killed 9 White Flag Knights of the new temple tonight in Marshall, who possesses the peak strength of the Black Flag. More importantly, he almost single-handedly solved the plan for the new temple tonight and rescued the heirs and Adela of each holy city. In addition, he was wounded and slashed with a sword in order to save Adela. Such an evil young man. Even Edward thought he could not compare with him when he was young. Just when Edward was staring with complicated eyes and inexplicable amazement in his heart, Gervais had also recovered from the previous murderous aura, then leaned over and took off a space ring from Marshall's finger and put it into his arms. Then he straightened up and looked at Edward with a slight smile. After looking at each other for a moment, Gervais didn't say much, just put the Crimson Moon into the scabbard and prepared to leave. Now that the matter has been resolved, he must be ready to leave. The time limit for the black kiwi fruit is running out. If he stays here any longer, he may be in danger. When Edward saw that the young murderer was preparing to leave without saying a word, he glanced at the sword wound on his back. At this time, because the fighting had stopped, the blood from the wound had stopped. With the young murderer's strength, physical constitution is not a fatal injury. So Edward didn't stop him after thinking for a moment. He just said after Gervais turned around, the Sky City, owe you a favor. If you need it in the future, you can come up with something that any Sky City can do. Require. After all, Edward had never been in contact with Gervais. He didn't know Gervais' true character. He only knew that the young man was decisive and courageous. So he didn't say any other words of thanks, and directly gave Gervais a promise. And such a promise is not a big one. Sky City is the #1 holy city in the Holy Alliance. It is really unimaginable to do what Sky City can do. When Gervais heard Edward's promise, he paused for a moment, but he did not respond whether he would accept Edward's promise or not. After a moment's pause, Gervais began to walk slowly toward the outside of the crowd. Most of the new temple members in the field have been killed. Only Netali is still resisting under the siege of the 2 holy city lords. However, it is obvious that he is just a grasshopper after the fall, and there is absolutely no way to escape tonight. As for the monsters that suddenly went crazy before, they calmed down after Gervais took the purple kiwi fruit back to the system mall. When Gervais walked out of the crowd, most of the people in the field were watching him, although everyone already knew that Gervais was the god of death. However, because of the action of rescuing all the young heirs, no one among the holy city lords said anything to stop him from leaving. Not to mention that this young murderer was already extremely powerful, and they had also heard Edward's promise. If anyone wanted to take action against this murderer at this time, they would have to face Duke Edward. Wait. Just when Gervais was about to walk out of the crowd, Adela, who had been standing next to Johnson and staring closely at Gervais, reacted and saw a rather terrifying wound on Gervais's back, and immediately ran away to Gervais. Adela, I should leave now. I'll come back to you when I'm free. Happy birthday to you. When Gervais heard Adela's slightly crying words, he couldn't help but stop for a moment, turned around and said to Adela with a smile, Don't walk. Go to my manor to take care of your injuries. With my grandfather here, they will definitely not dare to deal with you. Adela came closer and saw that his back was wet with blood. Naturally, she was worried that Gervais would leave like this. regardless of the gazes of hundreds of people? She asked Gervais intermittently. No need. Adela. My injury is not serious. I will write to you then. Seeing Adela's pear-shaped and pitiful appearance, Gervais smiled slightly and said something to Adela in a very subtle tone. I am very happy to be able to save this little girl Gervais tonight. Speaking of which, the reason why Adela suffered like this was because he asked her to help sell the potion. So when Edward made a promise previously, Gervais neither agreed nor refused. If nothing happens in the future, this promise will naturally not be used. But if something really difficult is encountered, Gervais will not be stubborn and ask for help when it is time to ask for help. Adela hesitated to speak, but finally stopped talking and watched Gervais turn around and continue to leave. Careful! Careful! Halton! How dare you! But just when everyone thought that the god of killing had left safely, and when Gervais was about to walk out of the crowd, suddenly a figure shining with strong light struck towards Gervais like a meteor. And this figure is Halton from the Golden Shield family. When Halton knew that the young man in front of him turned out to be the god of death, resentment immediately arose in his heart. If it hadn't happened tonight, maybe after knowing Gervais's identity, Halton would have found a way to kidnap Gervais and force him to find out the identity of the mysterious pharmacist. But Gervais saved many heirs of the Holy City Lord tonight, which was enough to offset the things he had done in the past. It is impossible for these Holy City Lords to take action against this murderous god like before. Therefore, Halton decided that he must let this murderer die here tonight to avenge his brother and son. Otherwise, it will be difficult to hunt down this murderer in the future. If this murderer is really allowed to grow, the Golden Shield family will never have a chance to take revenge. Die! Explosive fire slash! Faced with the crowd's exclamations and Edward's roar, Halton not only did not stop, but even accelerated his speed, hoping to kill the murderer with one blow. And Gervais also noticed this sudden change when everyone exclaimed. Facing Halton, whose strength was even higher than Marshall's, Gervais didn't even dare to pull out his sword. In an instant, he directly raised the crimson moon in his hand and blocked the direction of Halton's attack along with the scabbard. But Halton's attack had been planned for a long time, and the explosive fire slash was equivalent to his decisive blow. Gervais simply blocked with his long sword and could not stop its power. In the blink of an eye, Halton rushed in front of Gervais with terrifying power. Boom! There was a clang in the field first, as Gervais blocked Edward's tenacity. But then, there was another deafening roar. In an instant, the figures of Gervais and Halton were shrouded in smoke and dust. Gervais! Because Adela was closest to Gervais, she was also hit by the aftermath and was directly knocked away 2 or 3 meters. However, Adela did not pause after falling to the ground. She immediately stood up and wanted to move towards Gervais, rushed in the direction of Weiss. Adela! Danger! Johnson originally wanted to rush towards Gervais to stop Halton, but when he saw Adela rushing towards the field, he immediately changed his direction, grabbed Adela's wrist and dragged her to the aside. If another fight breaks out there later, Adela, a junior magician, will definitely not be able to bear it. Halton, you deserve to die! Edward also rushed over at this time, seeing that Halton's blow not only hit Gervais, but also injured his granddaughter. Edward roared and rushed directly into the smoke. Dang, dang, dang. Then, the sound of long swords clashing rapidly came from the smoke. Edward, although this god of death is kind to you, he has nothing to do with my Golden Shield family. Moreover, he killed my heir and my brother. What does it have to do with you if I kill him now to take revenge? As Edward and Halton continued to fight, Halton retreated while fighting, and then explained loudly to Edward. Although he did not see the corpse of the god of death, even the peak knight of Black Flag could not block his full blow. So Halton already regarded the god of death as a dead person. Now that the god of death has been killed, Halton naturally does not want to fight to the death with Edward. And he is not Edward's opponent. You deserve to die! How could Edward listen to Halton's explanation? His aura was so strong that his long sword kept attacking Halton with fierce sword light. Just a moment ago, he told the god of death that he could make any promise that the city in the sky could fulfill. In fact, it was a disguised expression of his intention to protect the god of death. But the next moment, Halton suddenly attacked the murderous young man in front of him, and even injured his granddaughter. This was completely disrespectful of Sky City. Duke Edward, do you want to start a war with our Golden Shield family? After all, Halton was 1 generation behind Edward in strength. Only the old Duke of the Golden Shield family was as strong as Edward. In just a moment, Halton was already somewhat unable to parry under Edward's fierce offensive. Seeing that Edward still didn't stop, Halton began to threaten. So what if we start a war? You are not worthy of talking to me about starting a war. If you want to start a war, call your father. Edward snorted disdainfully, and the sword in his hand became even sharper. Puff. Finally, Halton was tired of parrying and his figure slowed down by half a minute. The wrist holding the long sword was numbed by the shock. The palm holding the sword hilt was directly cut by Edward, and his 2 fingers fell off with the long sword. Fall to the ground. Ah! Edward! How dare you hurt me! 2 fingers were cut off, and Halton, who was in pain, immediately became angry and roared loudly at Edward. Not only do I want to hurt you, I also want to make you pay the due price for what you did before. Edward's words were cold and without any pause. He continued to strike at Halton with his sword. Wow! At this moment, the many onlookers of the Holy City Lord finally made waves. Duke Edward! Stop it! If Edward just wanted to teach Halton a lesson, the other city lords would definitely not say anything. But now that Duke Edward really wants to kill Halton, several allies of the Golden Shield family, and the city lords of several other top holy cities cannot sit still. Immediately, it rushed towards the side. If Halton was really killed by Edward, the Holy Alliance would really be in chaos. When Edward would not pay attention to the words of other holy city lords, and the long sword was already slashing towards Halton. But at this critical moment, a sharp shield suddenly appeared in Halton's hand. This pointed shield is as tall as half a man, and its entire body is golden yellow, with many simple and exquisite inscriptions engraved on it. When Edward struck with his sword, it was directly blocked by the golden shield. I saw a soft golden light flashing above the golden shield, and with the sound of metal collision, Edward's sharp sword disappeared without a trace. And Halton saved his life because of this sharp shield. Duke Edward, you cannot kill Halton! The city lords who came finally arrived at Edward and Halton's side, and several people quickly stood between Edward and Halton to offer words of advice. What? You have so quickly forgotten who rescued your heir? At this time, it was impossible for Edward to kill Halton again, not to mention the obstruction of these city lords. It was the golden shield that Halton took out. If Edward didn't use the strongest method, he couldn't hurt Halton. But if the most powerful method is really used, then the entire Langjade Manor will probably turn into ruins today. Duke Edward, that's not what we meant. It's just that if you really kill Halton, our holy alliance of humans will fall into civil strife. Several city lords were so squeezed by Edward that their faces turned pale. It was obvious that they knew that they were ungrateful for doing so. But if Halton is killed by Edward, they will definitely not agree to it. Gervais, are you okay? Gervais! As Edward and Halton were fighting, the smoke and dust had cleared where Gervais was. Adela saw Gervais lying in a pit, and immediately broke free from Johnson's grasp. Wrist. He flew in front of Gervais and held his upper body in his arms, while crystal tears kept falling. Snort! Hearing Adela's urgent cry with a cry, Edward glared at Halton and everyone fiercely, and without further delay, he quickly headed towards Gervais behind. Arriving next to Gervais, Edward first checked Gervais' aura and found that Gervais still had such a strong voice. He immediately felt relieved. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out a spiritual fruit from the storage space and put it into Gervais's mouth. This is a holy tree fruit, which contains incomparable spiritual power. It is very effective whether it is used to heal wounds or practice fighting spirit. It is considered an extremely rare and precious fruit. Bring him back to the manor quickly! Bring his long sword with you! After feeding Gervais the spiritual fruit, Edward shouted to the surrounding guards. Yes, Your Majesty the Duke! Several guards quickly stepped forward and carefully lifted Gervais up, heading towards the open space in front where the carriage was parked. Adela, don't worry. The young murderer has an extraordinary physique and should be fine. Now go back and let Bedford treat him. He will be fine in a few days. Edward supported Adela and walked behind several guards, comforting Adela in a low voice. Well, Grandpa! Adela had also seen before that Gervais was indeed still breathing. When she heard her grandfather's words, she immediately felt relieved and nodded in response. Chapter 678 How to Win Over. Seeing the shameless bastard god of death being sent away on the carriage in the Sky City, Lolita felt a little complicated. Although her Lolita strength was not weak, she had no chance of escaping against Marshall. Although the bastard kill god is very shameless, this seems to be the second time he has saved himself. It was a life-saving grace twice. If you don't have any gratitude, you can be said to be a cold-blooded person. And Lolita is not a cold-blooded person. Although Lolita doesn't want to marry this bastard, she was the only one who shouted the word, "Be careful," to remind Gervais when Halton took action. It stands to reason that if this shameless murderer had just been accidentally attacked by Halton and died, she should be happy. But when the smoke and dust didn't clear away, she still had a faint hope in her heart that this hateful bastard could survive. When the smoke cleared and Duke Edward said that the god of death was still alive, Lolita finally felt more at ease. This strange feeling made her very frightened and irritable. If I no longer have murderous intentions for that bastard, wouldn't I have to marry him? Otherwise, according to the priest's prediction, it will bring great disaster to the Sea tribe. But although I no longer have the intention to kill this shameless bastard, I don't like him either. Between her people and her own happiness, Lolita fell into deep trouble. When Lolita was in trouble, on the other side of the crowd not far away, when he learned that the god of death had not been killed by him, Halton's face immediately turned livid. He paid such a high price and lost face today in front of so many lords of the holy city. But the god of death was not dead. The most important thing is that 2 of his fingers were cut off by Edward, which will greatly affect his future strength. After all, you need to use your palm to hold a sword, so losing 2 fingers will definitely have an impact. God of death! Edward! Halton gritted his teeth in his heart and shouted out their names. Duke Halton, if you are injured, you should go find someone for treatment as soon as possible. Seeing the gnashing of teeth on Halton's face, the previous city lords were unwilling to say anything more to him. Only one city lord, who was an ally of the Golden Shield family, spoke up to remind him. Although there were no members of the Golden Shield family among the people saved by the god of killing today. After all, almost all the children of the city lord present were saved by the god of killing. And the god of killing was even injured in order to kill Marshall. Even if Halton really had any sworn hatred against the murderer, he shouldn't kill him today, especially in front of them. This not only brings shame to Halton himself, but also brings shame to city lords like them. If they had not been involved due to various interests, they would not have stopped Edward when he took action. And they would not have been willing to stand up and be this ungrateful person. But now, even though I have become this ungrateful person, I still feel ashamed of what Halton did tonight. Next, the lords of the holy city glanced at Halton a few times and stopped staying any longer. Something like this happened tonight, and the birthday party must have ended here. Everyone began to leave Lingfeitsoe Manor with their children. As for how to make the new temple pay the price for this incident, I believe Edward will also hold an alliance meeting tomorrow. And this time the new temple really touched the antagonism of these city lords, and they dared to plot against their heirs. Even if the alliance meeting was not held, each city lord would launch a severe search and retaliation against the new temple after returning to their territory. The city lords in Lingjade Manor began to disperse, and Gervais was taken directly back to the Sky City station and moved into the gorgeous building that only the direct bloodline of Sky City could live in. Although Gervais' aura was not weak at this time, he was still in a coma. Edward had already called the Bedford Wizard and Potion Master to examine his injuries. After some investigation, Bedford, who has now broken through and become a 5-star wizard, found that although Gervais was not in fatal danger, he was seriously injured and his internal organs were shocked. It was unclear when he would wake up. After receiving such news, in order to be more secure, Duke Edward once again sent someone to invite Master Winton from the Alliance College of Higher Education, because Master Winton is a wood magician. And although the attack power of wood magic is not strong, it has many powerful methods for healing. When Master Winton came to investigate Gervais's injuries, he also gave the result that his life was safe. But his injuries were a bit serious. Fortunately, Master Winton gave an estimate of when Gervais would wake up, saying that it would take a day or 2 to wake up. After hearing this, Adela finally felt at ease and sat on the edge of the bed, staring blankly at Gervais's slightly pale face. At this time, her mind was filled with the previous scene when Marshall swung his sword and slashed at her neck. At that time, Adela thought she was really going to die, facing such a terrifying scene. She, a rich young lady, naturally felt scared and even felt suffocated. But at the next moment, the pain and death she imagined did not come. Instead, she heard a sharp collision in her ears, and then her whole body began to spin around, and she was caught by a strong arm. In arms. When Adela opened her eyes, she saw the fierce knight Gervais, who had always been haunted by her dreams. He is really like a knight who appears in front of him when he is most in danger, protecting him from harm. But before Adela's sweet and happy feeling lasted long, she suddenly felt Gervais's body trembling, and she let out a muffled groan. Adela knew that Gervais must have been injured trying to save her, and that was all she and him were worried about. In the end, when Gervais threw her out, and then turned around to fight with the villains of the new temple without hesitation, Adela's heart almost melted. After thinking about it, Adela couldn't help but raise her white and slender palm, and slowly stretched it to the top of Gervaise's face. When the palm of her hand was still 2 or 3 centimeters away from Gervaise's cheek, Adela couldn't help but blush slightly, and she hesitated whether to put it down. In the end, Adela clenched her teeth, and finally slowly put down her palm, and gently touched Gervaise's cheek. The touch was slightly warm, and Adela was instantly moved, and the shyness on her face became even worse. Finally, her eyes blinked again, and she once again reached out her little hand to Gervaise's other cheek and stroked it. After a moment of this, Adela finally stopped, her heart beating wildly like a deer. This was the first time she had actively contacted the opposite sex at such a close distance. Not to mention, since she really got to know Gervais, Adela is no longer afraid of the fierce knight, but feels that the fierce knight is actually a gentle person and an incomparable gentleman. After thinking about it, Adela moved her eyes to Gervaise's clothes again. Because of the emergency situation, Gervaise's gown had not yet been changed. Instead, Bedford and Winton started treatment immediately while wearing the gown. The servant at this time had already gone to get new clothes, so there were only Adela and Gervais in the room. "Hey! These clothes look familiar!" Suddenly, Adela accidentally saw that the clothes on Gervais looked familiar, which made her feel a little confused. Previously, her attention was focused on Gervais's injury, but now that she observed carefully, Adela noticed the clues. After feeling this way, Adela couldn't help but start thinking carefully in her mind. After thinking for a moment, Adela suddenly opened her eyes wide and froze on the spot. She remembered why this dress looked familiar. The dress Harry wore when he gave her the gift seemed to be similar to the one Gervais wore. Could Gervais be Harry? Adela had this guess in her mind. No, Harry is a magician. The fierce knight is not a magician. The next moment, Adela immediately resolutely denied this possibility, because Gervais had always used fighting spirit. But Harry was capable of dual magic, and was also a junior magician. Do-Chi and magic cannot be practiced at the same time. This is something that any titled knight or magician in the Holy Continent knows. Boom, boom, boom. Come in! At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Adela immediately sat up straight and shouted outside, "Grandfather!" When the door opened, the person who came in was not the servant who went to get clothes, but Edward, who had just gone to see off Master Winton. "Adela, why don't you go to your room and rest for a while? Just leave it to the servants." Edward walked into the room, saw Adela guarding the murderous young man's bedside, and said something distressed to his granddaughter. "No, Grandpa, I'm not tired now, so you can go ahead and do your work. If I'm tired, I'll go and rest myself." Adela heard Edward's words and shook her head firmly at Edward. She didn't want to leave now. She just wanted to quietly look at the ferocious knight in front of her. She was afraid that Gervais would leave as before when he woke up in the blink of an eye. "Adela, look at how dirty your clothes are now. You'd better go wash up first and come back after you've washed up. If this young murderer wakes up by then, you will definitely not look like this. So beautiful." Although Adela insisted on staying, Edward also felt sorry for his granddaughter and immediately made an excuse after thinking for a moment. When Adela heard Edward's words, she immediately looked at the snow-white dress she was wearing. At this time, her snow-white dress was covered with a lot of dust because she was rolled around on the ground by Gervais, and then fell to the ground by the aftermath of Halton's attack. If it were Adela in the past, she would definitely wash up and change into new clothes as soon as she came back. But today, all she cared about was Gervais's safety, so naturally she had no time to worry about the condition of her clothes. Only now did Adela react after hearing her grandfather's reminder, and what his grandfather said was very reasonable. If he was so dirty, wouldn't it leave a bad impression on Gervais if he woke up? Thinking of this, Adela hesitated a little and wanted to wash up, but she wanted to stay with Gervais until he woke up. "Adela, go and wash up. Grandpa is here to watch over you first." Seeing that his granddaughter was being moved, Edward thought Adela was worried about Gervais's safety, so he immediately added, "Okay, Grandpa, I'll be back soon." When Adela heard this, she no longer hesitated. She immediately stood up and glanced at Gervais, then said something to Edward and quickly ran out of the room. After Adela ran out of the room, Edward shook his head helplessly, and then looked at Gervais with complicated eyes. With Adela's current behavior, if Edward still couldn't tell that his granddaughter was interested in the murderous young man, then his role as city lord would be in vain. Although because of the transcendent status of Sky City, Edward is not very concerned about Adela marrying into a big family in the future. But after all, the identity of the murderous god in front of him is unknown, and there are many mysteries. If his granddaughter really likes him, then Edward will still have a lot of worries. It's just that Adela's parents disappeared when she was very young, which made Edward dote on Adela very much on weekdays, for fear of making Adela sad, who lacked the affection of her parents. So even though he knew that Adela had some feelings for the murderous young man, he did not dare to remind or discipline her. Boom, 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 when Edward stood by the bed, wondering how to deal with the relationship between his granddaughter and this murderous young man. The door of the room was knocked again. "Come in, Your Majesty the Duke." The person who came in was none other than Waddington. Because of the presence of Gervais, the people in the new temple were destroyed before they even had a chance to leave the cold Emerald Manor. Therefore, the previous arrangements were naturally useless, and Edward also sent someone to notify Waddington and others to return. "Well, the new temple is actually targeting Adela this time. From now on, you can secretly arrange more people to protect her." Edward's voice was calm, and no anger could be heard, although Waddington made a big mistake by being sent away today. In fact, Edward and others themselves also fell into the same trap and were sent away. This is entirely because no one could have imagined that the new temple would have such courage and big moves, dispatching 500 to 600 people to cooperate with 2 hall masters to kidnap Adela at Ling Jade Manor. Fortunately, Adela and others were not injured tonight, and Edward's anger towards Waddington was naturally eliminated. Waddington is one of Edward's most trusted subordinates. Otherwise, he would not have been allowed to follow him to the City of Hope, and he would have been responsible for Adela's safety. "Yes, Your Majesty the Duke." When Waddington heard the explanation, he naturally bowed and agreed immediately. Then Waddington looked at Gervais, who was lying on the bed with a slightly pale face, and said to Edward, "Your Excellency, is this the God of Death? Why is he so young?" Although everyone knows that the God of Death is a young man, people who have never seen him with their own eyes think that the God of Death is at least 27 or 80 years old. But now it looks like he is no more than 20 years old at most. He was less than 20 years old and could kill the peak knight of the Black Flag. If it hadn't really happened before their eyes, no one would believe it. "Yes." Edward knew what Waddington was thinking and affirmed. Then he thought of something again, paused and continued. "The God of Death seems to have given Adela 2 more medicines with unknown effects at the banquet today. He must have some dealings with the mysterious pharmacist. Do you think we should take them? Take this opportunity to win over." "Of course you can, Your Majesty Duke. Not to mention other potions. Even if you can only get spiritual potions in large quantities, that means you can recruit many high-level magicians." Waddington didn't think much and just told the truth. "I have the same idea. But the only thing that makes it hard for me to think about is how to win over this young murderer. Judging from the information Edward has received so far, he has nothing to use in terms of strength to win over this murderous god. After all, the God of Death has already reached this level of strength at such a young age. The methods of cultivation and secret skills are just gifts at most. It is impossible to win over the God of Death to have a sense of belonging to the Sky City. As for the wealth of gold coins, the God of Death received more than 200,000 gold coins from selling a potion through Adela. Although he will probably have to share the profits with the mysterious pharmacist. Having this potion channel means that there is no shortage at all. Money, Your Majesty the Duke. If possible, I think the only thing I can try is the status aspect." "Oh, tell me what you think." Edward has also considered this, but he is not sure whether the God of Death will accept it. "Your Majesty the Duke, from the moment this murderous god appeared, he became a wanted criminal in the Holy Continent, and this has been the case until tonight. Moreover, even if the God of Killing rescues the heirs of various holy cities tonight, there is no guarantee that some holy cities will continue to secretly attack him due to profit issues in the future. So if you can give him an identity, maybe you can really let him join our Sky City." Chapter 679 Guardian Knight. After listening to Waddington's words, Edward did not interrupt, but listened and thought. Naturally, he also thought about whether he could bestow a title on this young God of Killing and let him join the Sky City. After all, the young God of Killing not only has great potential, but also has a friendly attitude towards the city in the sky. It would be best to win over such an outstanding young man. Not to mention that he might be able to get more potions. Just what kind of identity should be given to this God of Death? Judging from the situation of the God of Killing, he is not afraid of the major holy city forces at all. If Edward gives him a small name, he may not be able to really win over him. While Edward continued to think, Waddington's words continued to come. "My Lord Duke, I think you can actually give him the status of a guardian knight. This young murderer can be so desperate to save the young lady this time. It must be appropriate to give him the title of a guardian knight. And a knight's fiefdom only needs one. The village is enough. I believe that with the fiefdom of a village, this young murderer will gradually integrate into our city in the sky. Waddington's idea is very simple. That is, first of all, make this young god of murder willing to accept the title bestowed by the Sky City. If ordinary people had the opportunity to join Sky City, they would definitely dream of it. But evil young men like the god of death are often aloof and don't like to be restrained. So it is often not so easy for big forces to recruit such talents. But the situation of this young god of killing is a little different. Judging from his attitude towards Miss Adela, he must accept the title of Guardian Knight. After he accepts it, he will be assigned a village as a fiefdom. Over time, this fiefdom will naturally become his bondage, and he will voluntarily integrate into the Sky City. Is it the identity of the Guardian Knight? After listening to Waddington's suggestion, Edward nodded thoughtfully. Waddington's method is indeed good. It is a good way to tie the god of death to the Sky City, because if you just use a normal reward method to win over him, then there is a high chance that he will not accept it if you put an evil young man under others. But it's different if you become Adela's Guardian Knight, because this Guardian Knight doesn't actually need to take orders from Edward, or even Adela. Therefore, it is not considered as restraint or subjugation to the young murderer. He only needs to be responsible for Adela's safety. Moreover, in the Holy Continent, the Guardian Knight's rewards are various, including gold and silver coins, diluted treasures and peerless weapons. And fiefdoms can also be used as rewards, and these are considered as guarantees for the Guardian Knight's training and equipment. And if Sky City really uses fiefs as rewards, having fiefs will mean that the young Yusha god has a strong connection, and can maintain a lifelong connection at one time. This can be regarded as joining Sky City in disguise. The only thing Edward had some doubts about this method was whether his granddaughter would get too close to the young murderer, and the relationship between the two might deepen in the future. But then I thought about it, and judging from the situation of my granddaughter, even if the murderous young man did not have the identity of the Guardian Knight, Adela would definitely continue to have contact with him, unless he intervened directly. But if he was really willing to intervene, Edward would have intervened in many ways. Then try this method of yours. Edward finally made a decision, regardless of whether the murderous young man accepted it or not. This was considered a good intention to release himself to him. Your Majesty the Duke, please leave now. Go. Afterwards, Waddington left the room, while Edward continued to wait in the room, as agreed with his granddaughter. More than half an hour later, Adela came to the room dressed up and wearing a flawless white dress. Grandfather! After Adela entered the room, she first looked at the bed. When she saw Gervais still lying quietly on the bed, she felt relieved and looked at her grandfather and shouted obediently. Well, why are you here so soon? Grandpa doesn't have much to do tonight, so he can stay here and watch for a while. When Edward saw his granddaughter walking in, his expression was slightly helpless. Although it was not late at night, it was almost time. If my granddaughter is here now, why should she stay here at night? Grandpa, I'm not sleepy. Why don't you sit down? Come and sit here. Adela knew that her grandfather felt sorry for her, but she was unwilling to leave. She immediately put on a spirited look and replied to Edward. Then she coquettishly took Edward's arm and sat down on the sofa nearby. Okay, it's all up to you. For Adela to look like this, even if Edward wanted to blame it, he couldn't say it, so he could only shake his head helplessly. After sitting down, Edward remembered his previous conversation with Waddington and immediately spoke softly to Adela. Adela, what is the name of this young murderer? Grandpa, I promised you not to say anything. If I ask him what he is telling you after he wakes up, he will definitely agree. Adela was a little embarrassed, and finally whispered to Edward. Is that so? My grandfather originally wanted to find out the identity of this young murderer and give him a reward as a guardian knight. In fact, when Edward was at Lingjade Manor, he heard Adela shout out the name of this murderous god. Now he just wanted to tease his granddaughter. When he heard that Adela really refused to tell him, he said to Adela with a slightly disappointed expression, Ah, Guardian Knight. Is it true? Grandpa, you are so kind. Adela's beautiful eyes widened, and she exclaimed. She quickly moved her body closer to Edward, then grabbed his arm and began to shake it and thank her. Of course this is true, but my grandfather doesn't even know his name, so that's definitely not possible. How about I wait until my grandfather thinks about it again in the future? Edward replied with a smile. No, Grandpa, I'll tell you now. You're the best. I'll tell you now. Grandpa, his name is Gervais Gale. Adela's face turned red instantly. She knew her grandfather was angry because she didn't tell him Gervaise's name. Immediately, Adela shook Edward's arm harder and started acting coquettishly. Moreover, in the face of the temptation of the guardian knight, Adela still broke her own principles and secretly leaked Gervaise's name. Because the guardian knight is really too tempting. This guardian knight was handed down from the time when the Holy Continent was full of kingdoms hundreds of years ago. Guardian knight, as the name suggests, is a title that specifically protects a certain person. Back then, the Holy Continent had a population of tens of billions and hundreds of principalities. It was also an era when powerful people emerged in large numbers. At that time, many principalities, large and small, would give them the title of guardian knight in order to win over some strong people. For example, protecting a certain prince or protecting a certain princess. Such a title of guardian knight will not put any restrictions on this strong man, but it can ensure that both parties maintain a good relationship, because the title of guardian is completed on the equal status of both parties. Once a guardian knight becomes someone's guardian, when the protected person is in danger, he must fulfill his promise to protect and complete the protection. What is even more exaggerated is that hundreds of years ago, some super strong people were not just protective of one person, but could protect many people. According to rumors, hundreds of years ago, a strong man received invitations from dozens of kingdoms, large and small, to become the guardian knight of the children of their kingdom. The strong man received countless feasts and other rewards. So why can one person protect so many people and be a little exhausted? In fact, those kings are not stupid. This is entirely because the strong man has a reputation as a strong man who is famous in the Holy Continent. Many times, when people know that this person is protected by a strong person, and they want to harm him, they have to consider their abilities, and whether they will face the devastating revenge of the strong guardian afterwards. Although the human race has now changed from a large and small kingdom to a holy city-state, guardian knights are still used occasionally, and Adela is very willing to be protected by Gervaise. In this way, her relationship with Gervaise will be further improved, and she may be able to find him legitimately. Gervaise? Edward finally heard the name of the god of death completely. All right, Adela. If you shake it again, you will knock Grandpa out. Now that you know the name, Grandpa won't think about it too much. When the young man named Gervaise wakes up, you can ask him first if he agrees. If he agrees, Grandpa will organize it for you. A ceremony to protect and canonize. Seeing Adela reveal the name of this murderous young man, Edward stopped teasing his granddaughter and immediately relented, and he thought it would be more appropriate for Adela to ask about this matter herself. Thank you, Grandpa. When Adela heard that her grandfather had agreed, she was immediately satisfied and stopped shaking Edward's arm. Okay, Grandpa will leave first. You can go and rest early later. Okay, Grandpa. Adela was still in excitement and nodded obediently. After saying that, Edward stood up and walked out of the room. However, after walking out of the room, Edward was a little worried. So he sent several servants inside and outside the room to wait for service. He was most worried that his granddaughter would stay at night, so he had to send a few more servants to guard her. Chapter 680 The Resentment of the Old Earl. Dark clouds covered the moon, and the night was thick. In a forest clearing more than 300 miles away from the City of Hope, a team of more than 500 people was stationed in the wilderness. In the center of the camp, Alice is wearing a purple dress and an exquisite crown, with her smooth and shiny golden hair flowing down, fully embodying the appearance of a noble elf queen. At this time, she was sitting by the campfire with a round telescope forged by mithril in her hand. This was the best thing to remember when she missed Gervaise. Father, do you think we have any hope of winning the passage to the land of God's fall this time? Rubbing the cold-touch monocular, Alice raised her head and looked at her father, who was sitting not far away and was cleaning his sword. As an envoy of the elves, all the human forces, large and small, were friendly to them and did not make things difficult for them. But at night, there will be people with evil intentions every now and then who want to take advantage of the darkness to kidnap one or two elves. Fortunately, the perimeter is now patrolled and guarded by the Rose Knights, so the elves on duty will not be kidnapped quietly. Alder has killed no fewer than 5 white flag knights during this period, so whenever he has free time, he will maintain the long sword in his hand, making sure to keep this epic quality long sword in its peak condition, so as to harvest the lives of those invading enemies. After hearing Alice's words, Alder stopped what he was doing and put the long sword into its scabbard. Then he walked to sit down opposite Alice and said in a loving tone, Alice, you don't have to worry about these things now. Regardless of whether you can get a passage spot or not, This move of yours can help the tribe regain their courage. Moreover, it can also let them know that there are benefits to living in harmony with the humans brought by Eurasia. At least with them here, the clansmen can reduce a lot of risks. Alder looked at his daughter, who now had to take care of the affairs of the two clans, feeling indescribably distressed. At the same time, he gritted his teeth at that bastard named Gervais, who actually took advantage of his absence to seduce his daughter away. Now his whole heart is for him. This time, my daughter came to compete for the spot precisely for the ministers and people of Ned Weiss. After hearing her father's consolation, Alice's red lips pursed slightly before continuing to her father. Father, even though I say this, I really hope to win this spot. So during these last few days, can you please teach those tribesmen who are participating in the competition? Alice, my father has been working hard to teach them every day lately, but really wanting to become stronger doesn't happen overnight. Even if my father gives them some secret skills of the royal family, they won't have time to learn them. Alder was quite helpless. These days, his daughter was urging him to teach the young elves how to practice. She simply didn't give him any free time and completely ignored his father's feelings. As soon as he finished speaking, Alder saw that Alice was about to speak again, so he quickly continued. Also, Alice, have you ever thought about it? In fact, the passage quota is only part of it, and having the holy tree may be more important than having the passage. Father, of course I know this. But according to the elders of the clan, in addition to the seeds of the holy tree also needs the godhead of the god. Only when the two are fused can the holy tree be planted. In fact, we can entrust the holy trading company to purchase the seeds of the holy tree at a high price. But the divinity of the gods is rare. Adela's thoughts were indeed led astray by Alder, with a slightly sad look on her face and helplessness in her words. So, you don't have to worry so much about this competition. It's best if you win. It doesn't matter if you lose. Anyway, our elves only have one tree of life. The range that can be protected is limited, and the number of people who can enter is also limited. Alder actually doesn't have much hope in competing for a spot this time, although the elves have very strong racial talents. However, after so many years of decline, the young elves themselves have little fighting experience. If these young people face the young people of the human race and the orc race, their chances of winning are not great. It's just that Alice has great hopes for this competition, so Alder can't say it directly. Father, what do you think about me, as the Queen of the Elves, personally negotiating with the human city lords this time, and asking them to recognize the identities of Gervais's ministers at a certain price? Is it possible? Last time, Alice asked the Holy Trading Company to help convey the request of Gervais's ministers to join the Holy Alliance to the Alliance Council. However, it didn't take long for them to receive a rejection letter. They wanted them to recognize the identities of Gervais's ministers, and the only way was to let them join the various forces of the Holy Trading Company as ordinary civilians. Alice is naturally unwilling to do such a thing, but joining the Holy Alliance is a very important thing. If the people of Gervais can be recognized by the Holy Alliance, they will be able to freely enter and exit the Holy Alliance's chassis for trade or other activities. This also just solved the problem that his father just said. The elves only have one tree of life, which is not enough to accommodate the lives of many elves and Gervais's subjects at the same time. You can try this again when the time comes, but with the greed of the city lords of the Holy Alliance, it may be difficult. Even if they agree, they will definitely open their mouths. Alice, actually you don't need to be so anxious. The construction of Stormwind City you planned has just begun, and those who have just come to the Holy Continent are not very strong. So it is best to wait a few years until their strength has truly improved. Then think about these slowly, and find a way to cultivate a true holy tree. Alder is good at teaching and hopes that his daughter will not put too much pressure on him, and will eventually develop step by step. Father, I'm worried that Gervais will be in danger over time. As long as his ministers can walk freely in the Holy Alliance, it will be more convenient to find his whereabouts in the future. Alice was a little unwilling. The reason why she hoped that Gervais's ministers could quickly become stronger or be recognized by the Holy Alliance was actually the main reason why she wanted them to enter the Holy Alliance to explore the news about Gervais. Only Gervais's own courtiers can do such a thing. If Alice sends the elves to go there, the meat bun will definitely never come back and will be secretly kidnapped by the humans. After all, it's because of that bastard named Gervais. Alder felt very uncomfortable when the cabbage he had raised for more than 20 years was stolen like this. But who calls Alice his own daughter? Smash it. Smash it. Alder stood up directly and said to Alice, "While it's not yet midnight, Father will go over to urge those young tribesmen to practice. Thank you. Father! The corners of Alice's lips immediately raised, and she spoke to Alder in a coquettish tone. Alder, on the other hand, waved his hand helplessly. Adela was almost like this these days. She would appear next to him whenever she saw that he was free. There was no words for the whole night. And in the blink of an eye it was the third day later. In the past 3 days, the entire city of Hope has been in a commotion again. And this time, the topic is still the god of death. It's just that the impression of the god of death in people's minds has changed slightly. Because although this god of death is still brutal and murderous, he actually kills the cultists in the new temple. And his deeds of killing 9 white flag knights and 1 black flag peak knight by himself also made him famous. In addition, there is another thing that everyone is talking about privately. That is, Lord Halton of the Golden Shield family unexpectedly launched a surprise attack on the killing god after he was injured in a fight with the new temple cultists. This made many civilians secretly scold Halton for being shameless. Because the purpose of the new temple is to destroy the entire human race and let the undead rule the continent. So even ordinary civilians are shouting and beating up the new temple. But Halton actually took advantage of the killing god to fight with the new temple cultists and then made a sneak attack. Isn't this killing a hero? Fortunately, I finally heard that Halton was severely punished by Duke Edward of the Sky City. And the god of death was worthy of being the god of killing. He didn't die in the end. But I don't know the extent of his injuries now. The commotion outside the manor has nothing to do with Gervais. He has been in a coma for 2 days. And during these 2 days, Adela stayed by Gervais's side all the time. Even sleeping was like this. Just making do on the sofa nearby. Even if Duke Edward said it twice. He could not change Adela, who seemed soft and dignified, but actually had a persistent heart. In the end, Edward had no choice but to send a few more maids to wait in this room day and night, so that he could let Adela do as she pleased. Gervais, when will you wake up? Adela sat beside Gervais's bed and placed her eyes on Gervais's handsome cheeks. Because Bedford had given Gervais a lot of healing potions and spiritual fruits in the past 2 days. Although Gervais did not wake up, his complexion was much better and no longer pale. On the contrary, Adela looked a little more haggard now. After all, sleeping on the sofa was always not as comfortable as the bed. Moreover, Adela would get up from time to time in the past 2 nights to investigate. This was a routine that Adela, a rich young lady, had never had before. Gervais closed his eyes tightly, but he vaguely seemed to hear a female voice whispering in his ears. He didn't realize what was happening to him for a moment. After a while, Gervais slowly regained his consciousness and vaguely remembered some things. After successfully rescuing Adela, he prepared to leave. But he didn't expect to encounter a surprise attack from Halton when he was about to leave. Although he tried his best to defend and block, Halton was already stronger than himself. And he had been charging for a long time to launch the most powerful secret technique towards him. I just felt like my whole body was being bombarded by meteors. And then I didn't know anything at all. Halton! Gervais knew that he was probably not dead. So he immediately thought of the bastard who sneaked up on him. Anger welled up in Gervais's heart, and consciousness finally fully returned to his body. He slowly began to open his eyes. After Gervais opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the richly decorated ceiling, which was not only decorated with exquisite carved wooden boards, but also had a beautiful crystal lamp in the center. And this crystal lamp had 5 stars. The large deep-sea pearl is used as lighting, and it also emits a soft light at this time. Gervais! You wake up! Just when Gervais was thinking about where he was, an exclamation came from his ears. It turns out to be this chick Adela. After hearing this familiar exclamation, Gervais immediately knew that he should be in Adela's manor. As Gervais slowly turned his head to look at the bedside, he saw Adela, who was wearing a long white dress, and her hair was simply braided and tied behind her ears. At this time, Adela's fair and tender face was full of joy, and her eyes were bright and clear. Well, I'm awake! Thank you, Adela! Gervais sincerely thanked Adela. He could imagine that if Adela was not there after he fell into a coma, he might be in a dungeon when he woke up or simply not wake up. With that said, Gervais raised his hands to support the sheets and stood up slowly. Gervais, please lie down for a while. I'll ask Grandpa Bedford to check it out for you first. Seeing Gervais's actions, Adela immediately stood up and carefully supported Gervais's arm, while urging Gervais to lie down for a while. No, Adela, I feel pretty good. Gervais took advantage of his body to sit up and lean on the cushions at the head of the bed. He knew his body very well. After inspection, There were no serious injuries. However, he lost a lot of blood that day. Finally, due to the huge shock, his internal organs and head were hit. So he was unconscious for 2 days. Now that he woke up, he just felt a little sore all over his body. But otherwise he was fine.
Oh, then drink some water.
Adela heard Gervais's firm tone. She knew that Gervais was an extremely independent person. So she didn't try to persuade him again. He quickly poured a glass of water from the table nearby and handed it to Gervais.
Thank you, Adela.
Seeing Adela's attentive look, Gervais felt warm in his heart.
By the way, Adela, how long have I been unconscious?
After taking a sip of tea, Gervais continued.
It's already noon on the 3rd day after you fell into coma that night. I was actually in a coma for almost 2 days.
When Gervais heard this, he didn't expect to be in a coma for 2 days, and he didn't know whether his identity as Harry would be exposed. Although judging from the current situation, Adela's grandfather should not do anything to her. However, in order to avoid trouble, Gervais still wanted to appear in the City of Hope as Harry first. After all, after leaving this manor, who knows if other forces are paying attention to him? Thinking of this, Gervais was about to get up and see if he could walk freely. If so, he would go back as soon as possible. But at this moment, Adela spoke again.
Gervais, thank you very much for saving me this time.
There was a hint of something different in Adela's eyes.
You're welcome. You are my girlfriend. I should save you.
Gervais couldn't help but make a little joke when he saw Adela looking like this. Adela didn't know anything about her girlfriend, so she nodded solemnly and did not refute. After a pause, Adela continued.
Gervais, can you be my guardian knight from now on? Guardian knight? What do you mean?
Gervais was stunned as he spoke behind the sudden plea. Although some guardian knights still exist in the Holy Alliance today, the general public has long forgotten about them. So Gervais naturally doesn't know about them.
That is, when I encounter danger in the future, you can protect me,
Adela simply answered, with a little shyness on her rosy face. However, although her face was a little blushing, Adela's eyes were fixed on Gervais, her eyes full of expectation.
Adela, what else does this guardian knight need to do? After I become your guardian knight, do I have to take orders from your grandfather?
In this world, anyone with the word knight must have a very formal title. Gervais knew the implications were not simple, and he couldn't stay in the City of Hope all day long to stay by Adela's side. So he really wanted to refuse, just looking at Adela's pitiful eyes full of expectation. This made Gervais feel that if he refused directly, he would be a heinous being. I was immediately prepared to ask what the guardian knight represented before making a decision. In addition, since he is the king's man, he cannot become someone else's subordinate. This is also very important.
The guardian knight does not need to take orders from anyone. But when I am in danger, you have to protect me. Just like the princess was kidnapped by the dragon. The knight needs to find the dragon and rescue the princess.
As she spoke, Adela felt a little embarrassed and lowered her head.
Captured by the evil dragon.
Gervais thought for a while in his mind. Adela was kidnapped by the evil dragon, and he wrote a nightmare to rescue her. Then, when the evil dragon took a breath of dragon breath, he threw himself on the street. However, Gervais has already agreed that he does not have to listen to anyone's orders. Adela is his girlfriend, his crush. If someone really hurt her, if she was strong enough, she would definitely help, even if she didn't have the title of guardian knight. After thinking for a while, Gervais continued to ask,
Adela, I may leave the City of Hope for a while in the future, such as going to the sacred forest. Well, the guardian knight doesn't have to guard me all day long. You can travel freely. All you have to say is that if I'm in danger, you'll come to save me when you find out. Or when I'm in danger, I can tell people that you are my guardian knight. Then maybe the bad guys will not dare to hurt me because they are afraid of you.
When she heard that Gervais might leave for a while, the disappointment in Adela's eyes was undisguised. But the more this happens, the more she needs Gervais to be her guardian knight, so that she can have a real connection in the future and give her something to rely on in her heart.
Okay, I promise to be your guardian knight.
From Adela's words, Gervais finally understood what this guardian knight meant. To put it bluntly, it is just the backer of the person being protected. You don't have to do anything when you have nothing to do. And there are no restrictions. The only time he needs help is when something goes wrong. Even if she is strong enough in the future, Adela can scare away bad guys just by using her name. Regarding such a matter, Gervais couldn't bear to refuse anymore. After all, he had already seen the disappointment in Adela's eyes. If I refuse this request again, I will really hurt this simple girl's heart.
Ah, thank you, Gervais.
Adela was stunned for a moment, then excitedly thanked her. The previous disappointment, because of hearing that Gervais was leaving for a while, was immediately diluted by this news.
Gervais, I will tell my grandfather the news later. Let my grandfather hold a coronation ceremony for you as a guardian knight. Is there still a coronation ceremony?
Gervais did not expect that becoming a guardian knight would require certification. And this coronation does not mean to be crowned a king, but represents Edward's recognition of Gervais and his trust and authority in becoming Adela's guardian knight. From this literal meaning, Gervais could also see that after becoming a guardian knight, the status of both parties was equal, and it even meant to elevate his own status. So he did not object immediately. Chapter 681, Chapter 683, The Choice of Location. Next, Gervais wanted to see if he could get out of bed and walk on his own, so that he could leave early and return to the academy. However, after trying it, he found that due to the dual factors of injury and the side effects of black kiwi fruit, his legs became sore and weak, making it difficult to walk. So he definitely didn't want to leave today. So Gervais simply continued to lie on the bed and chat with Adela. While chatting, Adela suddenly remembered the 3 potions that Gervais gave her. Remembering that she had not thanked Gervais for the birthday gift, she immediately said to Gervais,
Gervais, thank you for the birthday gift. I like it very much.
This birthday gift not only alleviated the embarrassment of all the young people that night, but also saved Adela's face in disguise. Although she has no intention of comparison, the Orc princess who hosted the banquet with her received expensive gifts, but she did not. No matter what, she could not live up to her reputation. Gervais's gift is really a timely help.
As long as you like it.
Gervais smiled slightly when he heard Adela's thanks for the birthday gift. However, after talking about the 3 potions he sent, Gervais suddenly remembered that this silly girl would probably not take the potions after receiving them, but would keep them as souvenirs. But if such a medicine is not taken, it will be useless. Now that I am right in front of her, I should let this little girl win. Thinking of this, Gervais immediately spoke to Adela.
By the way, Adela, take out the potion now and take it all. Ah? Do you need to take them all?
Adela obviously had no intention of taking these potions, and was stunned when she heard Gervais's words.
Well, if you don't take it, it's just a potion. Only after you take it will the potion have real value.
Gervais looked into Adela's eyes and said seriously.
Oh well.
Adela was obviously a little reluctant to give up, but it was Gervais who was talking to her at this time, so she could only lower her head and respond, and then took out the potion from the space bracelet. Adela now has a total of 4 potions sent by Gervais. One was given to Gervais as an apology after he broke into her small building at night to avoid being hunted. The other 3 were given at the birthday party the day before yesterday. At this time, all 4 potions were taken out and placed on the small table beside the bed, and Gervais could clearly see that Adela was a little reluctant to leave. He immediately smiled slightly, picked up the separate potion to increase mental power, opened it, and said to Adela,
I give you these potions just so that you can take them to increase your strength. Although such potions are expensive, I have a way to get them, so you don't have to worry. I will continue to send you if there are more in the future.
Wave. After saying that, with a popping sound, the cork of the potion was opened, and a faint fragrance floated out. Today, Gervais needed a little effort to even open the mental potion. After uncorking the bottle, Gervais directly delivered the potion in front of Adela and said softly,
Come on, drink it.
When Adela heard Gervais saying that he would send potions to her in the future, the reluctance in her heart immediately disappeared, and she took the potion handed over by Gervais with a pretty face. At the same time, Gervais took the initiative to help her uncork the medicine bottle and gave it to her to drink, which also made Adela feel a little bit of indescribable joy in her heart. After seeing Adela obediently take the potion, Gervais opened the gift box next to him and took out a potion directly from the gift box.
This blue potion can increase your affinity for magic. I heard that the materials are very rare and extremely difficult to prepare, so I only have 1 potion like this at the moment.
What Gervais held in his hand was the magic recovery potion mixed with orange kiwi fruit, and he explained to Adela seriously,
Ah, a potion that increases your affinity for magic.
After hearing this, Adela was immediately stunned, her beautiful eyes full of disbelief. She was really shocked. If the mental power is not high, most of the time it will only affect the magician's subsequent achievements. But if you don't have an affinity for magic, you can't even become a trainee magician. And most people who can't practice magic are because of this reason. Now Gervais actually told her that this potion turned out to be a potion that increased magic affinity. No wonder Alice was so surprised.
Don't be stunned. Drink it quickly. I am willing to give it to you because you are my girlfriend.
From Adela's stunned expression, Gervais gained a small sense of accomplishment, and immediately urged with a serious look.
Yeah. You're my boyfriend too.
Adela nodded obediently, her eyes full of gratitude, and she obviously believed what Gervais said. Afterwards, Adela took the potion from Gervais' hand and drank it happily. Gervais, on the other hand, kept talking, thinking that he was a scumbag. He not only lied and deceived other people's rich ladies, but also took advantage of others in private. Fortunately, Gervais was thick-skinned and was not embarrassed. Instead, he continued to pick up another golden potion with a smile.
This golden potion can strengthen the body. I heard it is very effective for titled knights. However, magicians also have to face battles, and it is good to increase their physical fitness. So you should take it too.
Gervais opened the golden potion and handed it to Adela. Adela has seen so many miracles. When she heard the efficacy of this golden potion, although her eyes were filled with disbelief, she did not scream again. She first carefully put the empty potion bottle in her hand into the gift box, then reached out to take the potion in Gervais' hand, put it to her mouth and drank it. Seeing Adela take another potion, Gervais was naturally ready to let Adela drink all 4 potions in one go. So he took the last potion that increased mental power in his hand. While Adela and Gervais were fighting each other in the room, there was a man standing outside the door with a horrified expression. And this man is Adela's grandfather, Duke Edward. Edward had just heard that Gervais was awake, and was going to come over to check it out, just to express his goodwill. But when he came to the door of this room, he happened to hear the words of Gervais and his granddaughter coming from inside the room. Then Edward had a thought in his mind, and stopped slightly to listen attentively. But it was okay not to listen. But when he heard it, he heard words that made him unbelievable. A potion that increases magic affinity. Potion to strengthen the body. Does such a potion really exist? Edward couldn't believe his ears. However, with the lessons learned from the potion that increases mental power, Edward finally believed what Gervais said. Just in this way, after these 3 potions, wouldn't it be possible that no matter whether they are useless or idiots, as long as they drink enough potions, they can become genius-like beings? Although Gervais said that the potion that increases the affinity is very rare, not counting the potion that increases the affinity, the potion that strengthens the body is enough to once again cause the entire holy continent to tremble. Edward even felt that this shock was definitely bigger than the ripples caused by increasing the mental power potion. As a titled knight, he naturally knew what the golden potion meant. After continuing to pause at the door for a while, and making sure that Adela had drunk all the potion, Edward raised his hand and knocked on the door, then opened the door.
Grandfather! Duke Edward!
When Edward entered the room, Adela and Gervais immediately turned their attention to Edward, and then greeted him one after another.
Well, young man, you finally woke up. That's good.
Edward glanced at his granddaughter first, and then set his sights on Gervais, speaking very kindly. At this time, he was even more interested in wooing Gervais. Not for anything else, but for the 2 additional new potions.
Thank you, Edward, for your help.
Gervais felt very good about Adela as his grandfather, and immediately thanked him gratefully.
This is what it should be. You also saved my granddaughter.
Edward shook his head slightly, acting very kindly.
Grandfather, Gervais promised to be my guardian knight. When will you hold the coronation ceremony for Gervais as a guardian knight?
At this time, Adela also spoke. Since Gervais agreed to the guardian knight matter, Adela couldn't wait to complete the coronation ceremony of the guardian knight as soon as possible, so that she could truly feel at ease.
Oh, how about Grandpa holding the coronation ceremony of the guardian knight at noon tomorrow?
Edward was also stunned when he heard his granddaughter's words. He didn't expect to agree so quickly. But this is just right. Now that the killing god named Gervais has obtained 2 new potions, he must focus on wooing them. And to avoid long nights and dreams, Edward was also prepared to complete this ritual as soon as possible. The decision was made immediately.
Well, Grandpa, you are the best.
When Adela heard that it was tomorrow, she was naturally very satisfied and immediately thanked Edward with a happy face.
Seeing
his granddaughter's happy look, Edward nodded lovingly, and then continued.
Then Grandpa will go and make arrangements for tomorrow. You young people can continue chatting.
With that, Edward left the room to make arrangements for tomorrow's coronation.
It turns out to be an elf clan. Ah, this is my first time seeing elves. They are so beautiful. Exactly like the ones in the legend. Of course, an elf can be sold for 100,000 gold coins on the black market. So expensive. The elves have a lifespan of thousands of years. And they are beautiful themselves. So the price is naturally high. Keep your voice down. If the elves hear you, they will think you are from the slave-catching team and shoot you with bows and arrows.
Outside the gate of the City of Hope, a team of more than 500 people arrived at the city gate. The pedestrians who were passing by the city gate all stopped and stared at the team, pointing and talking. The elves have not appeared in the outside world for decades. Of course, many humans who only have a lifespan of 100 years have only heard of the elves in rumors, but have never actually seen them. Now when I see that all the elves are handsome and beautiful, and they are as indistinguishable as they say, they are naturally very surprised. For Alice and others, it was naturally uncomfortable to be pointed at and commented upon by so many people. But this was not the first time this happened, so they could tolerate it. Moreover, there were the Knights of the Rose blocking the way outside, and the crowd of onlookers was separated, allowing the team to avoid being crowded by the crowd of onlookers. While the entire team was being watched by everyone, 3 war horses ran out of the City of Hope at a constant speed and quickly came to the side of the elf team. And this person is none other than Nadine, the commander-in-chief of the Knights of the Rose. Nadine rode her war horse directly to Alice's luxury carriage. She immediately got off her horse and half knelt on the ground to report to Alice in a low voice.
Your Highness the Queen, we have entered the city to find out more about it. This City of Hope is divided into an outer city and an inner city. There are also some courtyards for rent in the outer city. The rent for each courtyard requires 500 gold coins per month and can accommodate up to 50 people. As for the manors in the inner city, the monthly rent for the smallest manor costs about 2,000 gold coins and can accommodate hundreds of people. A large manor that can accommodate more than 500 people will cost tens of thousands of gold coins.
Today, Nadine is already a golden intermediate knight. Although the golden knight is nothing in the Holy Continent, compared to Nadine, who was only at the peak of silver half a year ago, this kind of progress is already considered rapid. If it weren't for the magic plants in the sacred forest and the stream beside the elves' spring of life, he might not have broken through and become a golden knight.
So expensive!
After listening to Nadine's words, Alice in the carriage frowned slightly and whispered, although they are envoys from the elves, no one in the City of Hope will receive them or arrange accommodation for them, because the City of Hope does not belong to the Holy Alliance at all. It is the private property of the Alliance College of Higher Education. This competition was initiated by the Holy Alliance, not the Alliance College. So the Alliance College would naturally not spend gold coins to meddle in other people's affairs. In this case, Alice and her group will need to find a place to settle on their own. The reason why their team stopped here before was so that Nadine and others could go to the city to inquire about a place to stay. After all, if a team of hundreds of people doesn't find a place to settle down in advance, it will definitely be crowded when they enter the city, which would be bad if something unexpected happens. But now that she heard the price of renting a house in the City of Hope, Alice became a little worried. In order to avoid trouble along the way, they rarely entered the human city. Therefore, they don't know much about the prices of goods in the Holy Continent, let alone the elves who are traveling with them. They have not been out of the sacred forest for countless years, so they also know nothing about the prices of goods in the human race. Now that she came to the City of Hope, it would cost at least several thousand gold coins just to place her team, which made Alice a little reluctant to give up. If it were in the past, with the wealth of the Jones family, these thousands of gold coins would naturally be spent. But now most of the Jones family's wealth is used to improve the infrastructure of the elves. The gold coins have bottomed out, and there is not much money left. Otherwise, she, the queen, would not have come in person this time, and she would not have brought more than 500 people. But at least 2,000 people would not be an exaggeration.
Then let's go to the courtyards in the outer city. Are there enough courtyards for all of us to live in?
Alice thought for a moment and made a decision. A courtyard outside the city only costs 500 gold coins a month to accommodate 50 people. In other words, you only need to spend 5,000 gold coins to accommodate everyone in your team. Although they need to live separately, it should be safe if dozens of people are together and still in the city. As for living in those large manors in the inner city, Alice really couldn't bear to live there. If she really lived there, it would really empty out the Jones family's wealth.
Yes, Your Majesty the Queen.
After listening to Alice's instructions, Nadine only hesitated for a moment, but still responded respectfully and stood up. ready to rent those courtyards immediately,
etc.
But at this moment, the old Earl, Prince Alder, Adela's father, stopped Nadine.
Your Majesty, Prince Alder.
Nadine is not an elf, and Alice has told her so. So she calls Alice Queen, and Alder must not be called Earl now. So they simply called him separately, and everyone changed their name to the old Earl and called him Prince Alder.
Alder
rode the colorful deer and nodded to Nadine, then got close to the carriage and whispered to Alice inside.
Alice, you are the queen after all. If you live in the courtyard, you will definitely be looked down upon by humans and beasts. So I think it's better to rent a manor to live in. But father, we don't have enough gold coins. If we want to rent a large manor, we need at least tens of thousands of gold coins. That will use up all our gold coins.
Of course, Alice knew that living in the outer city courtyard would cause the humans and beasts to gossip. But this was much better than living in the wilderness outside the city. So Alice just made this decision.
Alice, otherwise, there are more than 500 of us in total. You take more than 100 people to live in the small manor in the inner city, and the rest live in the courtyard outside the city.
Now Alder's approach is the best of both worlds. It will not make the elves look down upon too much, but it will also save most of the gold coins. After all, if the queen lived in a small courtyard outside the city, she would really be laughed at. And if Alice, the queen, lives in the manor of the City of Hope, then at least people just think that the elves are a little poor, and they are not so poor that they are down and out.
Then do as your father said.
After hearing what her father said, Alice thought for a moment and agreed. Although she didn't care whether her residence was good or bad, she still had to take care of the face of the elves. This was her responsibility as a queen.
Yes, Your Majesty the Queen. I will do it now.
After Nadine heard this, she immediately got on her horse and led her subordinates back towards the City of Hope. Chapter 682. It's time to stock up. Gervais, who was lying leisurely in the luxurious manor of Sky City, didn't know that his cheap wife was very close to him, with servants surrounding him and a rich lady chatting with him. He didn't know that his cheap wife was worrying about thousands of gold coins. At this time, Gervais was rarely alone in bed, and Adela had already gone to wash up. Previously, Adela had taken a strengthening potion mixed with golden kiwi fruit, and the effect of the medicine began to take effect. The most obvious way to strengthen the body is to discharge various poisons accumulated in the body out of the skin. So Adela naturally felt something strange. He immediately blushed and ran out of the room to wash up. And Gervais knew this very well. After Adela left, Gervais called several servants out of the room and opened the system panel himself. The life-saving black kiwi fruit saved in the last lottery was used up, and only one energy fruit was left. Gervais knew that he should start stocking up. Fortunately, he earned enough energy points in the Magician Tower at once. Otherwise, Gervais would have encountered countless dangers during this period. Opening his system panel, Gervais first paid attention to his remaining energy points.
455 energy points. He spent nearly 200 energy points during this period.
Fortunately, there are a lot of orcs in this world, so Gervais is not too worried, and he still has to spend what he needs. So, Gervais directly set his sights on the big cheating carousel.
Start it! My big cheating turntable. 5 draws in a row.
Gervais is now accustomed to spending energy points lavishly, and he no longer feels as distressed as before when he draws an energy fruit he doesn't like. As Gervais' thoughts continued to press the start button of the lucky wheel, the big wheel began to rotate continuously.
If my own strength can be improved quickly, I won't need to spend energy points all day long to exchange for these black kiwi fruits.
Watching the black kiwi fruits being pulled out one after another, Gervais smashed them in his mouth, feeling melancholy and anticipation in his heart. Soon, Gervais's 455 energy points turned into 405 points, and 5 black kiwi fruits were already lying quietly in the item box above. So Gervais immediately turned his attention to it and began to explore what kind of useful kiwi fruit he had drawn this time.
Oh! Strengthen 50 times. Oh! Strengthen 50 times. Hey! It's still 50 times stronger. Huh! There's a different one. A damage immune kiwi. Well, this one barely meets the standard. Infinite mental power kiwi. It seems that I am lucky this time. Could it be that my character exploded? Or the system had some intention? It was so generous and gave me 3 strength-enhancing fruits. This is not like its deceptive style.
When Gervais examined the black kiwi fruits he had obtained 5 times in a row today, he looked happy at first, and then a little surprised. In this lottery, there was not even a single rechargeable infinite fighting spirit magic fruit. which made Gervais feel a little weak.
Damn! I've been tricked by the cheating system. I'm suffering from masochistic syndrome. Right. I'm still suspicious of such a joyful thing. Bah!
On second thought, Gervais felt that his thinking was wrong. He should be happy that he had drawn so many good cards. How could he be so suspicious? Gervais immediately sighed, and closed his system panel, and stopped paying attention. Time flew by tonight. And although Gervais could not move around throughout the afternoon today, he was quite comfortable. After Adela finished washing, she came to Gervais's room very excitedly, and started chattering non-stop. No wonder Adela, the originally dignified and elegant young lady, suddenly changed her temperament. Because while washing, she felt the benefits of the 4 potions. This was something she had never felt before. For example, after she tried meditation for a while, she immediately discovered that her affinity for undead magic and light magic was at least 1 level higher than before. But don't underestimate this mere level. You must know that a magician's meditation is like practicing fighting spirit, which will last a lifetime. Over the years, after taking this affinity potion, 10 years of practice will be worth the previous 11 years. If it were 100 years, it would be 10 years. This is a very terrifying effect. As for the potion to strengthen the body, although Adela is not a titled knight, she cannot get exact data. But she also tried lifting the bucket in the bathroom, which was filled with warm water for bathing. In the past, it must have been extremely difficult for Adela to carry such a bucket of water. After all, Miss Tianjin had never done any menial work, so she naturally had less strength. But she just tried it. She even carried the bucket of water around in the bathroom for more than 10 times without any difficulty. And she did it with one hand. Moreover, there is nothing strange about the surface of her body. Her arms have not become thicker, and her body muscles have not grown. This brought a whole new experience to Adela. While Adela continued to talk excitedly, Gervais occasionally teased the rich lady, and it was time for dinner. Gervais still had dinner in the room. He was helped by 2 servants to the newly added small round table in the room. Gervais and Adela had dinner together. The delicacies in the evening are not lacking. The meat alone is all from mid-level monsters, including a bowl of sweet fish soup. I heard that this fish is called flying fish. The fins on its abdomen are very long, and can glide out of the water for short periods of time. This flying fish is an intermediate level monster, and one of them is said to cost thousands of gold coins. Other than that, the monsters running on the ground were ordinary. And there was also a bird monster that Gervais could not recognize. I heard from Adela that Waddington rode a griffin to capture this bird monster dozens of kilometers away from the City of Hope in the afternoon, specifically to make soup for Gervais. After having a delicious meal with Adela, Gervais felt that his body was warm, and he had regained some strength. Naturally, all the delicacies on the round table were wiped out, most of which were destroyed by Gervais. As for Adela, this little girl just drank a bowl of fish soup with her eyebrows bent, and then watched Gervais eat. Even if Gervais urged Adela to eat more, she would not eat more. Gervais thought that if the rich lady was really hungry, she would not be hungry in the manner. So he immediately lived up to Adela's kindness. After eating, Gervais sat on the soft sofa for a while, chatting with Adela. But at this moment a servant came to report that Lolita, the eldest lady of the Holy Trading Company, was visiting.
Did Miss Lolita say anything to me?
Adela naturally cherished the time she spent with Gervais, and was unwilling to leave. However, Lolita had a pretty good relationship with her, and when she came to see her at night, she would definitely not come here to have fun. So Adela stood up and asked the servant,
Miss Lolita said it's about the auction.
The servant replied respectfully,
Is it an auction?
When Adela heard this, she immediately turned her attention to Gervais. If you think about it, it has been almost a month since the last auction, and the next Sacred Trading Company auction will be within these few days. It's just that this potion was provided by Gervais. Gervais didn't mention it, so Adela naturally didn't contact the Holy Trading Company.
I have 12 potions here. Adela, take them all.
The auction potion Gervais had already been prepared, but he was busy during this period, so he didn't have time to notify Adela. Since Lolita came to the door now, it was just right to leave it to her. There are actually 27 different types of potions in the Gervais space ring. However, things were rare and expensive, and Gervais, the affinity increasing potion, was not going to be auctioned. So he only took out 12 potions. There are 6 golden potions that strengthen the body, and 6 green potions that increase mental power. And taking out these 12 at once is actually quite a lot. The reason why Gervais took out so much was entirely to thank Edward for helping him after he fell into a coma. According to the last agreement with Adela, Sky City can buy half of the potion privately, which is 6 pills. Therefore, the number that can actually appear at the auction is only 6. In total, the number of potions that appear on the market is not much.
Gervais, I'll go first.
Adela took the 12 potions that Gervais put in the jade box and said happily to Gervais.
Well, go ahead.
Gervais smiled and nodded. Afterwards, Adela walked out of the room directly. Not long after Adela walked out of the room, she was walking down the corridor when she saw her grandfather walking towards her in a hurry.
Grandfather!
Adela shouted to Edward.
Ha ha! Pearl of the Sky City! Where are you going?
Edward had long heard the servant's announcement that Lolita had come to the manor. So he came to the corridor to wait for his granddaughter to see that Gervais had prepared the medicine and handed it to his granddaughter this time.
I'm going to see Miss Lolita.
Adela arched her willow eyebrows and looked at her smiling grandfather. Of course she knew what he was thinking. Without delay, she immediately took out the jade box that Gervais had given him from the space bracelet.
Grandfather, Gervais asked me to send these potions to Lolita and take them to the Holy Trading Company for auction.
With that said, Adela opened the jade box. Lying quietly inside were 12 potions in 2 colors, gold and green. When Edward saw that there were actually 6 golden potions among them, his eyes almost widened. Fortunately, he still remembered that his granddaughter was present and could not lose his elder's demeanor. So he pretended to be nonchalant.
Oh, there are actually potions of different colors. Adela, what does this potion do? Grandpa, this is a potion that can strengthen the body. It is very effective for tidal nights. I have taken it. Now I can carry a large bucket of water with one hand without feeling any strain.
Adela didn't know that Edward had quietly heard the conversation between him and Gervais, and immediately explained it to her grandfather.
What?
After hearing this, Edward finally couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. This is no show. Edward naturally knew how strong his granddaughter was. Originally, being able to lift a bucket of water and walk 2 steps would be considered powerful. But now I can carry such a large bucket of water without feeling strenuous. The effect of this potion must be too good. You have to know that this is only a few hours. It can be strengthened to such an extent in a short period of time. It can be said to be another kind of miracle medicine. You must know that even if a child grows in body and strength, it still needs to increase year by year.
Adela, you promised Grandpa this potion. Hey, Grandpa, 3 of each kind. Don't take more. We don't know the price of the golden potion yet. We'll figure it out after the auction.
Adela didn't wait for her grandfather to finish. She interrupted him directly and simply took out 6 potions and gave them to her grandfather.
Ha ha! My precious granddaughter is the most well-behaved.
After getting 2 potions with different functions, Edward immediately nodded with satisfaction. As for the price, he naturally has no objection. Being able to use gold coins to achieve the goal is the simplest thing for top holy cities like them.
Grandpa, then I'll go find Miss Lolita first. Okay, let's go!
Chapter 683 Looking for Gervais. In the inner city of Sky City, in a small and exquisite manner, Alice is sitting in a small garden. There was a little maid standing respectfully beside her. It was Gervais's personal maid Anna. This time, Lena couldn't come because she had become the steward of her palace and needed to manage the affairs of the entire palace. Finally, Alice thought about it and brought the little maid Anna over. In addition to serving herself, bringing Anna here is because Anna is familiar with Gervais. So let her follow Nadine around to see if there is any trace of Gervais. Naturally, because of her status as queen, she couldn't wander around on the streets. Although just arranging for 1 or 2 people to search is like finding a needle in a haystack. This is also the first step for Alice to actively search for Gervais.
Anna, go out today and look for any clues.
Although she knew very well that Anna would find nothing when she went out to search, Alice still couldn't help but ask.
Your Majesty the Queen, Commander Nadine and I went to the tavern in the outer city this afternoon to look for him. We also asked the attendants, but there was no news about His Majesty the King.
Anna stood obediently beside Alice and whispered to Alice the results of the afternoon search. The reason why they went to the outer city tavern to look for him was because Gervais was new to the ramp, and there was a high chance that he would live in the outer city. They had seen the inner city when they came here. There were small manor buildings everywhere, and the people who could live here should be the nobles and celebrities of the Holy Continent. Although his king is powerful, he is an outsider after all. He has no identity and cannot live in the inner city without enough money. And Gervais is a titled knight, and his strength is not weak. If someone knows him, they might go to the tavern. Unfortunately, they asked no less than a dozen taverns in outer cities, but no one knew their Gervais, or even heard of him by the same name.
Well, it's okay. Let's continue looking tomorrow. We should be able to stay in this city of hope for many days. The elf buds of Gervais are still fine, which means that he must be somewhere in the Holy Continent.
Anna's answer was as expected by Alice. But she still couldn't help but look disappointed after hearing the result. She said it's okay only for Anna to hear, but actually she also said it for herself.
Yes, Your Majesty the Queen.
Anna responded obediently, and then seemed to have something to say to Alice. But if I have any concerns, I hesitate to say anything. Anna, the little maid, was so innocent that she couldn't hide the thoughts on her heart and the expression on her face. Alice was noticed immediately, and Alice immediately spoke to Anna.
Anna, if you have something to say, just say it. Yes, Your Highness the Queen.
Anna no longer concealed it, and said immediately,
Your Majesty the Queen. When we went to those taverns to look for His Majesty the King in the afternoon, we overheard the guests in those taverns talking about the people in the new temple. They said that people from the new temple appeared in the City of Hope a few days ago and wanted to kidnap a young lady from a big family. There are actually people from the new temple.
Alice was really surprised after hearing this. It's not that they are afraid of the people of the new temple. After all, the emaciated camels of the elves are bigger than horses, and the street rats of the new temple are naturally incomparable. What she was really worried about was Gervais's safety. In fact, the easiest way for them to find Gervais was to draw a portrait of Gervais, and then go to those holy cities to post missing person notices. However, it was precisely because they were worried that the people in the new temple would also know the news that they did not do so for the time being. Because the elves and their power in Eurasia are still very weak at present, they can only stay near the sacred forest. If Gervais is really in danger, they will not be able to rescue him. Therefore, this method needs to be postponed to the future. And this is the reason why Alice is eager to make Gervais's minister stronger. Seeing Alice's worried look, Anna immediately continued,
However, please don't worry. Your Majesty the Queen. I also heard them say that all the people from the new temple were killed, and members of the new temple are also being hunted in the City of Hope. Our search for His Majesty the King should not be carried out by the new temple. No.
After hearing Anna's last words, Alice felt relieved and listened to it. After a moment of silence, she said to Anna,
Well, then you can continue searching tomorrow.
In fact, neither of them knew that if they had directly chosen to use the portrait to find Gervais, they would have known that their king had already become famous in this sacred continent. He was a god of death, who was rumored to be extremely cruel and murderous. Even if they didn't dare to stop in those holy cities, because they were worried about encountering danger along the way, they would still be able to see the eye-catching wanted murderer portraits of Gervais at the city gates. In the past 2 days, the City of Hope was actually full of wanted posters with portraits of the god of death. But because Gervais killed many people in the new temple the night before, he saved almost all the heirs of the holy city. This makes all the holy cities feel embarrassed to want to kill the god again. So they have already summoned them to ask the holy city to remove the wanted order, since the City of Hope is closest to the incident. Of course, such a thing will be completed early the next morning. If the wanted order had been withdrawn 3 or 2 days later, Alice would have known that Gervais was enjoying the happiness in the inner city manor at this time, because the news that the god of death was taken to the resident manor by the Sky City to recuperate was known to everyone. Known.
Yes, Her Royal Highness the Queen.
Anna responded obediently.
Let's go back and rest.
From then on, Alice had no intention of sitting around in the garden, and immediately took Anna towards the small building not far away. News of their arrival has reached the Holy Alliance headquarters this afternoon. The Holy Alliance Council also sent someone to inform them that they will go to the Holy Alliance headquarters tomorrow morning to discuss the specific date for the competition.
Gervais, I heard from Miss Lolita that a delegation from the elves came to the city today.
In the room where Gervais was recovering from his injuries, Adela had returned to the room and was telling Gervais about the news she had received from Lolita.
Huh? Are the elves coming?
Gervais couldn't help but feel shocked when he heard this. This is good news. After he recovers from his injury, he can find a way to ask about Caroline. Seeing Gervais's interest, Adela immediately continued happily.
Well, we just arrived at noon. I heard that their queen is also here this time. I heard that the elves are all very beautiful, so the queen must be even more beautiful. I have never seen elves and their queen. I really want to see what they look like. Even the queen is here.
Gervais was also slightly surprised. The queen of the refining elf tribe had traveled thousands of miles to come to the City of Hope. But it was big news. Then seeing Adela's longing look, she immediately smiled and said,
there will definitely be a chance to see her.
After chatting with Adela about the elves, Gervais thought of that girl Lolita and said,
Is Lolita today just about the auction? Yes. Miss Lolita is here specifically for the auction. The auction will be held the day after tomorrow. After I gave her the potion, I chatted with her for a while, and then she said goodbye and left.
Adela nodded and answered affirmatively, then remembered something and said,
Lolita just asked about your situation. I said you were fine, and then I asked her if she wanted to come see you. She refused to come. Maybe she is still afraid of you.
Adela felt in her heart that Gervais was not actually cruel, but a very kind person. So naturally he tried his best to change other people's minds about Gervais. Miss Lolita seemed to have a grudge against Gervais at the beginning, so she specially asked Adela to come to this room to find a way to resolve the conflict between the two. But Lolita refused. How did Adela know that the conflict between Gervais and Lolita was something she could not resolve at any cost? Either Gervais dies or Lolita marries Gervais. There is no solution at all.
Ha. Nothing,
Gervais replied nonchalantly. But he secretly said in his heart,
Fortunately, she didn't come. She is willing to come to see me. I don't want to see her yet. If this girl wants to kill me while I have no fighting ability, I will be in trouble.
Next, Gervais and Adela continued to chat for a while, and then went to bed early. But now that Gervais had woken up, Adela was naturally embarrassed to stay in Gervais's room any longer, and returned to her room reluctantly. The next day, Gervais finally regained some strength, and was barely able to walk slowly on the ground. It was almost noon, and Adela brought 2 servants to Gervais's room, preparing to change Gervais into new clothes, because today's noon was the coronation ceremony of Gervais's guardian knight. After a while, Gervais was dressed neatly by the servants, and then walked out of the room, accompanied by Adela. At this time, many servants in the manor were busy. Although the coronation ceremony was not very grand, it was necessary to invite several prestigious people to witness it. And I heard from Adela that his grandfather had already made arrangements to invite Master Kerwin from the Alliance High School, as well as the 2 city lords Johnson and Bruno, with these people here to witness it. Although it is not as grand as the state banquet held hundreds of years ago, it is enough. After all, time is too short, and this is also the City of Hope, so it cannot be held grandly.
Gervais, what do you think? The coronation ceremony will be held in this square later. Now my grandfather is going to the Holy Alliance headquarters to discuss the competition with the orcs and elves, and it will be held as soon as he comes back.
Adela brought Gervais to the square in front of the door, pointed happily and asked Gervais. At this time, a high platform has been erected on the square, and a red carpet has been laid out. Although it is not large in scale, it is very formal with the colorful flags flying.
Yes, not bad.
Gervais looked at it for a moment and nodded, naturally having no objection.
Well, let's go over and sit for a while. Grandpa should be here soon.
Adela happily led Gervais into the hall, and then sat inside with Gervais to wait. Chapter 684 The Guardian Knight is crowned. After just waiting for about half an hour, Edward came back as expected. Also coming with him were the 2 lords of the Holy City, Johnson and Bruno.
Grandfather!
Adela was naturally extremely happy to see Edward back, and she quickly ran forward and blocked Edward's shoulder.
Duke Johnson! Duke Bruno! Hello!
After holding her grandfather's arm, Adela greeted the 2 city lords again.
Pearl of the Sky City! Hello!
Johnson and Bruno answered with smiles. After they finished greeting, Edward saw Adela's surprised look and knew that his granddaughter must be anxious. He patted her hand on his arm and comforted her softly.
Ha. Can't you wait for the Pearl of the Sky City? Don't worry. Grandpa will introduce Gervais to Duke Johnson and Duke Bruno first.
After saying that, Edward looked at Gervais, who was now able to walk slowly on his own.
Duke Edward.
Polite greetings from Gervais.
Well, Gervais, let me introduce to you that these 2 are Duke Johnson and Duke Bruno respectively. I specially invited these 2 city lords to come as witnesses this time. Johnson. Bruno. This is the young murderer. His real name is Gervais Gale. Hello, Duke Johnson. Duke Bruno. Nice to meet you. Ha. You don't have to be so polite. In fact, we should thank you. It was your intervention that night that allowed our heir to escape safely.
The holy city where Johnson and Bruno were located was ranked in the middle and upper reaches of the Holy Alliance. Even if they were friends with Gervais as the god of killing, the knights were still not qualified. But now that Gervais is going to become Adela's guardian knight, the situation is different. With this halo around, Gervais's identity is recognized by Edward. So the tide will rise. Before Gervais has truly reached the top of the powerful, he has gained more benefits by becoming Adela's guardian knight. At least the title of guardian of Miss Adela of the Sky City can seduce most small and medium-sized families. After Gervais and Johnson also greeted each other, Edward looked at Adela and asked,
"By the way, Adela, is Master Winton here?"
Johnson and Bruno attended a meeting with Edward at the Holy Alliance headquarters in the morning, so they came back together. But Winton was in the college. Edward had just arranged for someone to invite him, but he didn't know whether he came or not.
"Grandpa, Master Winton has been here a long time ago, but because you haven't come back yet, he went to find Grandpa Bedford,"
Adela answered immediately.
"Well, then let's ask someone to invite Master Winton to come, and let's officially start."
Now that everyone is here, Edward will naturally not delay any longer. After all, Johnson and Bruno are also city lords and have a lot of things to do.
"Okay, Grandpa, I'll ask someone to invite you now."
When Adela heard this, she immediately let go of Edward's hand, and then quickly stopped a passing servant and told him to invite Winton.
"Father, the humans and beasts are deliberately squeezing out our elves. It's so annoying."
In the small manor in the inner city of the City of Hope, Alice had a rare look of anger on her pretty face. This was a rare expression on her, because Alice usually had a cold and unsmiling expression.
"Alice, dragons rarely appear on the mainland nowadays, and humans and beasts are stronger than us, so the rules are naturally made by them. So you don't have to be so angry. Look at the goblins. This quota was taken away from them. For them, this kind of thing is even more infuriating."
Alder sat across from Adela. Seeing his daughter rarely showing an angry look, he was still very calm because he had known for a long time that things would not be that simple, and there was not much hope of competing for a spot. Alice went to the Holy Alliance headquarters this morning to discuss the rules and time of the competition with the humans and orcs. But after the meeting started, Adela discovered that the orcs and humans had already decided on the rules for the competition. The competition method is to use a challenge system. Each race can allow 10 people to participate, and the winner will be determined in the end. Whichever side wins will get the quota. Originally, Alice wouldn't be angry with such a rule, although they had already agreed. It was still fair. But the problem does lie in the regulations for the participants. According to the rules agreed upon by the human race and the orc race, the participants in this competition for quotas cannot be over 30 years old at most. This is what roused Alice's anger. The elves have a lifespan of up to 1,000 years, which is a racial advantage. However, the growth period of the elves is also slightly longer than that of the humans and beasts. In the first 50 years of life, the elves will practice half a beat slower than the humans and orcs. For example, outstanding young people from the human race and the beast race can reach the Golden Knight level at the age of 20. The elves, on the other hand, can only reach the Silver Knight. Although this gap will gradually slow down and shorten over time, elves can basically only grow at the same rate as humans and orcs when they are 50 years old. In the various competitions in the past, as long as the competition was dominated by young people and the elves participated, the age limit would be relaxed specifically for the elves. For example, the maximum age limit for humans and orcs cannot exceed 30 years old, so the age limit for elves can be relaxed to 40 years alone. But this time when Alice asked if there were such long conditions, she got an answer of no. Therefore, Alice knew that the rules that the humans and the beasts had negotiated this time were specifically designed to restrain the elves. And among the young men under 30 years old who followed the elves this time, the ones with the highest strength could only reach the primary level of gold. If this were to take place, there would definitely be no way to compare with the humans and orcs, and they would almost certainly lose. In order to compete for a spot this time, Alice put so much thought into her heart, spent so much effort, and spent so many gold coins in the City of Hope. In the end, she got into a situation where she was bound to lose. So she was naturally not willing to accept it. Alice said nothing while listening to her father's consolation. Naturally, she could not be relieved of the matter with just one word of consolation. Seeing that his daughter was still sulking, Alder was worried that she would be too uncomfortable. So he thought about it and said to Alice,
"Alice, although we may not be able to compete for this spot, since you are here in the City of Hope, you can go lobby and try to see if you can get the city lords of the Holy Alliance to relent and let that kid Gervais." "Father, Gervais is my husband."
When Alice heard her father calling Gervais, she immediately retorted,
Okay. Let's see if we can get your husband's ministers recognized by the Holy Alliance. As long as this matter is done, it will not be a wasted trip." even if there is only one passage. At least they will have somewhere else to go after entering the passage.
When Alder heard Alice's rebuttal, he immediately changed his words before continuing.
That's all we can do now.
After listening to her father's words, Alice pondered for a moment and nodded. She also understood that the plan for now could only be what her father said. She couldn't come all the way to the Holy Alliance this time and then return empty-handed.
Well, Alice, do you have a target for your lobbying?
Seeing that his daughter had finally come out of her previous state, Alder felt relieved and asked immediately.
Although the Holy Alliance has 108 holy cities, only those 12 can really decide the matter. Among them, the one in the Sky City is the strongest. I think I should give Duke Edward of the Sky City a try first,
Alice said slowly while thinking. She had such a plan before coming here. She originally wanted to wait until the competition for quotas was over to see if she could persuade the lords of the Holy City to relent and admit the existence of Stormwind City. Let Stormwind City join the Holy Alliance with Gervais as the city leader. And it doesn't matter even if it's the last one. But now, the fight for the quota has not even started yet, and the result has already been guessed. So the focus is naturally on the latter matter. The earlier you start, the more likely you are to succeed.
Well, let's go! I saw it in the conference hall today. Duke Edward is probably the most sensible. But the Golden Shield family and the other two families are a little difficult to deal with. But as long as you can make Sky City relent, I'm afraid it will be easier for other holy cities to win over you.
Alder agreed with Alice's choice.
Father, let's go to the Sky City station to meet Duke Edward now.
Alice couldn't sit still anymore, and immediately stood up and said to Alder.
Alder
nodded. Afterwards, Alice returned to the small building of the manor, asked her men to get a lot of gifts, and headed towards the Sky City station with dozens of guards. The sun was shining. Colorful flags were flying, and hundreds of people were sitting or standing in the square outside the luxurious and exquisite building, on the high platform that had been set up in advance. Duke Edward sat in the centermost seat. Adela sat on the left side of Edward, and Gervais was next to Adela. As for City Lord Johnson, City Lord Bruno and Welton, they sat on both sides. There are more than 300 elite soldiers wearing armor standing neatly below the high platform. Each of these soldiers has a terrifying momentum and looks full of bravery. Among these people, the most eye-catching ones were the 30 Griffin Knights at the front, because beside them sat a griffin more than 2 meters high. The hair of these griffins is shiny and soft. Their eyes are sharp and lively, and their claws with long spikes like short blades are even more gleaming with cold light, which makes them look breathtaking.
Thank you very much for coming to attend the coronation ceremony of the Guardian Knight today.
Seeing that everything was ready, Edward immediately sat on the main seat and first complimented Johnson and others on both sides. Johnson and the others just smiled and nodded without speaking. After speaking, Edward faced forward and continued with a rich voice.
Then, let the Guardian Knight coronation ceremony begin now. Adela is the pearl of my Sky City, and just 4 days ago at the birthday party, the cultists of the new temple actually tried to kidnap my pearl, and they almost succeeded. Fortunately, a young warrior appeared at the banquet. Although this warrior is young, his reputation is very loud. It can be said that everyone knows it. He is Gervais Gale. You may not be familiar with this name, but you definitely know his name. That is the god of death. He became famous for single-handedly chasing down thousands of orcs in the Magician's Tower. And at Adela's birthday party a few days ago, he single-handedly killed 9 White Flag Knights and 1,
the Peak Knight of Black Flag.
Since it was the coronation ceremony of the Guardian Knight, Edward naturally had to use nice words to make Gervais become Adela's Guardian Knight. Although most of the people present have probably heard of these things, repeating them so solemnly is a disguised form of complimenting Gervais, so that no one will question the strength of Adela, the Guardian Knight. This kind of business bragging was not Edward's initiative or originality, but the process of the Guardian Knight's coronation ceremony that had been passed down hundreds of years ago. What's more, these are all true things for Edward.
But he deliberately ignored the negative news that Gervais killed those large and small families and massacred the Golden Shield family manor.
Such a brave warrior not only killed the cultists, but also rescued hundreds of descendants of various families, including my pearl. Therefore, today I officially invite Sir Gervais Gale to become Adela's Guardian Knight. Guardian Knight! Guardian Knight! Guardian Knight!
As Edward finished speaking powerful words, hundreds of soldiers below shouted in unison. All of them were at least in the realm of White Flag Knights. This momentum was comparable to thousands of troops. Amidst the overwhelming shouts, Edward set his sights on Gervais and Adela. Although Adela's pretty face was slightly red, She was very fast. She glanced at Gervais, and then quickly walked to her grandfather's side. Gervais also already knew the process from Waddington, and immediately stood up, and came to Edward's side together. Then, Adela spoke. Adela came face to Gervais. Then, while her legs were slightly bent at the knees, her fair and slender hands slightly lifted the sides of her white dress, and she bowed her head to Gervais, and performed the standard etiquette of a noble lady. After the salute, Adela shyly said to Gervais,
Dear Sir Gervais, are you willing to become the guardian knight of Adela Bells? I do. I, Gervais Gale, hereby swear an oath of knightly honor. I am willing to be the guardian knight of Miss Adela Bales. When she is in danger, I will save her from fire and water, even if it costs me my life. No matter what. The gods bear witness, and the oath will last forever. Thank you, my knight.
Although it was just a short sentence, it was actually very formulaic. However, under Gervais's sonorous and powerful tone, Adela's eyes became red, and there was a lot of strange look in her eyes. Then Adela was seen bending her knees again, holding the hem of her handheld skirt, and bowing low on both sides to Gervais with a "okay" salute.
This is what I should do.
Gervais saw Adela's expression and immediately responded softly. By this time, today's Guardian Knight's coronation ceremony was mostly completed, and it was Edward's turn to speak. Edward took out a letter of agreement from his space ring.
Gervais, this is a village on the territory of Sky City. Now it will become your territory. It has hereditary rights. This is your reward for protecting Adela from now on. Please accept it. Thank you, Duke Edward. I will keep my promise.
Gervais was slightly surprised. He originally thought that Edward would give some gold coins or some precious items, but he didn't expect that it would be a village's territory as a reward. Although he definitely doesn't like a village now, he can still see Edward's feelings, because land is the most precious thing in any world. Gervais did not refuse, and immediately put the contract away, because Waddington had said beforehand that it was customary to accept payment in public, and refusing would destroy the ceremony.
Then Adela will be looking after you from now on. Knight!
When Edward saw the contract under Gervais, he immediately nodded to Gervais with satisfaction. Then he turned around and looked at the people present.
Today's Guardian Knight coronation ceremony is officially over. Now everyone can eat by themselves.
As Edward finished speaking, servants began to appear one after another, walking to the long table filled with delicacies that had been placed aside, ready to start serving. Although these soldiers are all from Sky City, the banquet after the coronation ceremony is also customary, so the manor was naturally decorated today. When the guards heard Edward's words, they immediately walked towards the long tables filled with delicious food in an orderly manner.
Duke Johnson, Duke Bruno, Master Welton, Gervais, and Adela. Let's go dine too.
As the soldiers below moved, Edward also began to greet several people on the stage.
Okay, Duke Edward.
Afterwards, a group of people also walked off the high platform and walked towards the long table that was placed alone with chairs. After everyone sat down, they were not polite and began to enjoy the delicious meal, just as Edward and others were sitting down to enjoy lunch. Alice's motorcade also arrived at the gate of Sky City.
Who are you?
When their motorcade stopped at the gate of the manor, the guards guarding the gate of the manor immediately came forward and asked,
Your Excellency, we are an envoy from the elves, and our queen wants to see Duke Edward. Please let us know. Thank you.
Because she had something to ask for, Alice also told Nadine to be as polite as possible, and Nadine also spoke politely to the guard.
The queen of the elf tribe.
The guard of the Sky City also saw several elves in the convoy, but he did not expect that the queen of the elves was in the carriage, and the guard was also surprised. Chapter 685. The rumors are true. If this convoy had other identities, the guard would naturally not hesitate, and he would be informed according to the Duke's instructions. It's just that this is the visit of the queen of a once glorious race, so he has such an attitude. He doesn't dare to refuse people directly, which would be bad if it causes a dispute. Although the elves have fallen into decline in the hearts of some city lords, they still have a mysterious existence in the eyes of these guards, or ordinary people. Their 1,000-year lifespan alone makes them dare not despise them. After the guard finished speaking, it was naturally impossible for Nadine to prevent the queen from even entering the gate of the manor. So she immediately took out a black bag and stuffed it into the hands of the guard without leaving any trace. When the money bag fell into his hand, the guard could immediately feel the weight of at least hundreds of gold coins. After hesitating for a moment, the guard put the money bag away and said to Nadine,
Then I'll go and report it now, but I can't guarantee whether the Duke is free or not. Then I'll trouble you. Your Excellency.
Nadine was all smiles. Alder in the back nodded with satisfaction when he saw Nadine's actions. Edward knew that the Queen of the Elves was visiting, and he would definitely not be disrespectful. The most fearful thing is that these guards won't help report, and you really can't do anything to him. After all, if your identity conflicts with the guards here, it will be embarrassing. And in the end, the relationship between the two parties will become stalemate.
The human race is really wealthy. Such a luxurious manor is comparable to the backyard of the palace of our elves today. But here it is just the residence of the Sky City.
Alder, who was riding a colorful deer, was beside the carriage, looking at the manor in the Sky City, and sighed with an extremely small voice. He had experienced that catastrophe back then, so he knew how glorious the elves were once. The more depressed they were now, the greater the gap in their hearts would naturally be.
Father, as long as we find Gervais, I believe he will help us rebuild our glory.
Alice, who was sitting in the carriage, also opened the curtain slightly and took a look at the manor. The area of this manor alone is more than 10 times larger than the small manor he currently rents, and the several tall and magnificent buildings in the manor are incomparable to his current small manor. Alice was not envious of this, but she was a little sad when she saw her father. She didn't know where the confidence came from, and she lifted Gervais out to comfort her father.
He!
The more Alice praised that bastard boy, the more Alder felt sad. Once upon a time, he was the backbone of this good daughter, but now his daughter talks about that bastard boy. The most irritating thing was that he had never even seen what that bastard boy looked like, and he just took his daughter away. So Alder was now full of resentment towards Gervais.
Father! I mean it!
In Alice's mind, Gervais is indeed an omnipotent being. First making wine, making ice, roasting oysters, and making cakes. Then came telescopes, practicing magic, inventing small steel cannons, and other incredible things. She really believed that as long as she found Gervais would help the elves regain their glory.
Okay, Alice. Father didn't say he couldn't do it, but he can only do it after finding him.
When Alder saw that his daughter was getting serious, he immediately had no choice but to admit it. His resentment towards that bastard boy could not be tolerated by his daughter. In the manor, Gervais and others were enjoying delicious food. Everyone at the long table occasionally chatted with each other, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. At this moment, a servant ran over cautiously.
Your Majesty the Duke, the guard at the gate came to report that a motorcade has arrived at the gate of the manor. It is the Elf Queen who is here to visit you.
Huh?
Queen of the Elves.
When Edward came back, he told him that he would not receive visitors at noon, but he didn't expect that there was actually a visitor, and she was also the Queen of the Elves.
You welcome guests to the building in the front yard first. I'll be right over. Yes, Your Majesty the Duke.
When the servant heard Edward's order, he immediately responded respectfully and left quickly. Since she is the Queen of the Elves, it is natural that Edward cannot let others reject her. After all, she is the Queen of the Elves. Speaking of which, Edward is quite sad about the decline of the elves. When he was young, the relationship between the elves and the humans was not what it is today. He also traveled to the sacred forest, and that was when the afterglow of the elves was still there. But he has never been there since. And as more and more slave-catching teams pretend to venture into the sacred forest to rob the elves began to become hostile to the humans, and would attack all humans who came close to the sacred forest.
Duke Edward, the Queen of the Elves is here to visit you. Probably for a competition.
After the servant left, Edward put down the knife and fork in his hand, took the square towel handed by the servant, and began to wipe his hands. Johnson on the other side asked out of curiosity.
It shouldn't be for this matter.
Edward wiped his hands slowly, shook his head slowly and replied.
The contest between us humans and the beast race has been decided. Even if I support her, the elves, it's useless. Because this is related to the competition for channel quotas and the interests of everyone. They must be very aware of it.
After saying that, Duke Edward stood up and then said to everyone,
Everyone, excuse me for a moment. I'm so sorry.
After confessing his guilt, Edward led a few guards and walked towards the building in the front yard of the manor, which was specially used for offices or reception of guests. The building where Gervais has lived these 2 days belongs to the owner. So under normal circumstances, unfamiliar guests will not be brought here. After Edward left, Gervais also stopped eating, and his thoughts began to move in his heart. He had been thinking about finding an opportunity to get close to the elves and then inquire about Caroline. Now he didn't know if he would have the opportunity to get close to her. So Gervais looked at Adela and said,
Adela, I want to go to the front yard for a while now. Ah, I want to go too.
Adela actually had the urge to go to the front yard to see the elves. Just because Gervais was here at the dinner table at this time. She was embarrassed to do such a rude thing. After all, after Edward left, she was the master on the table. But now that Gervais takes the initiative to speak, it is naturally different.
Then let's go take a look.
Gervais nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Johnson and the others.
Duke Johnson, Duke Bruno, Master Welton. I haven't seen what the elves look like.
So,
go. Ha ha. We understand.
Johnson and the others all had bold personalities, and Gervais and Adela were both juniors in age. So they laughed and told them to go quickly. Next, Gervais stood up slowly and walked towards the front yard. Although he is feeling much better today, he still walked slowly and laboriously. The front yard was quite far away from the square where the coronation ceremony was held. Halfway there, sweat gradually appeared on Gervais's forehead. Seeing this, Adela quickly moved closer, then blushed and said to Gervais,
Gervais, let me help you.
After saying that, although her face was red with embarrassment, Adela's hand was already on Gervais's arm.
Thank you, Adela.
Gervais felt the warmth coming from his arms, and said gratefully to Adela.
Adela
didn't dare to look at Gervais. She just lowered her head and gave a simple hum. Adela still looks as weak as ever despite taking the strengthening potion. But his strength is much greater, and he doesn't feel tired at all holding Gervais on his arm. In this way, the two of them slowly continued walking towards the front yard. In the front yard, Alice's motorcade has been let in. When Alice got off the carriage, his guards were led by the servants to the resting place of the guards. Only Alice, Anna, and Alder were invited into the building in the front yard. A moment later, Edward also arrived.
Duke Edward, Her Majesty the Elf Queen.
Both parties nodded politely and greeted each other.
I'm sorry. I just held a coronation ceremony for my granddaughter's guardian knight. I didn't know that the Elf Queen is coming to visit, so she has to wait longer.
Edward did not look down upon Alice because of the sunset among the elves. Instead, he was very polite and first expressed his humility towards Alice.
You're welcome, Duke Edward. It was my fault. I didn't send a gift card for my visit in advance. Ha ha. Then Her Majesty the Queen. Let's go sit and talk in the hall.
Because both parties were still in the corridor at this time. After greetings, Edward made an invitation gesture and led Alice to the reception hall of the building. After both parties entered the hall, the servants served refreshments, and Edward dismissed the servants directly.
You all get out. Yes, Your Majesty the Duke.
Edward knew that Alice must have something to do when she came, so naturally he couldn't leave the servant in the room. At this time, there were only Alice, Anna, and Edward in the room, and Alder had not walked in just now, but was standing guard in the corridor outside the hall. Although he is Alice's father, as a prince who doesn't care about anything, he no longer needs to worry about these things. This time he came to the City of Hope with the sole purpose of protecting Alice's safety.
Your Majesty the Queen, do you have any purpose for your visit this time?
Because there were guests like Johnson and others. Edward stopped being polite and immediately asked.
Actually, I do have something to ask of Duke Edward when I come to visit this time. I hope Duke Edward can be accommodating because of the kindness that our elves and humans have faced together in the past catastrophes.
Seeing that Edward was so direct, Alice told the truth and immediately explained her purpose.
There are a large number of humans in our sacred forest. They all fled overseas to escape the catastrophe. Now after returning to the sacred continent, they want to build a city outside the sacred forest and then join the Sacred Alliance.
After listening to Alice's words, Edward immediately understood why the Elf Queen came to him. He answered immediately,
Your Majesty, this matter was decided at the Alliance meeting after we received the letter. Later, because many holy cities opposed it, it was not passed.
Edward would naturally not agree to it if they were not relatives. The result of this matter was originally determined by voting, and even if he personally agreed, there was nothing he could do.
Duke Edward, I know that my last request was rejected, so I came here specifically to implore all the city lords to agree. After all, this will not cause any loss to the city lords. Although those people in the sacred forest come from overseas, they are all human beings. What do you think, Duke Edward, Your Majesty the Queen? I'm very curious. Aren't you elves always hostile to humans? Why did you allow humans to enter the sacred forest this time and speak out for them?
Edward did not answer Alice's words, but changed the subject and took the initiative to ask Alice questions. In fact, when it came to allowing those overseas refugees to join the Holy Alliance. Sky City did not express its position at the beginning, neither agreeing nor objecting. After all, this matter is really irrelevant, and will not affect the interests of Sky City at all, not to mention anything else. The refugees alone are now in the sacred forest, separated by an orc tribe, out of reach of the Holy Alliance. Moreover, they had just entered the mainland, so there must be no sacred tree. Without the holy tree, it means that we will never be able to fight against these holy cities, and naturally, we will not be able to take away the benefits. The reason why other holy city lords objected was that they hoped to annex this group of refugees and let them join various forces as civilians. Of course, it doesn't matter even if they don't join. Anyway, there is no loss for each holy city, so just fend for themselves. As for the human race, there are now billions of humans in the holy continent, and these holy city forces really don't care about tens of thousands of their own race. And another reason is that you haven't given us any benefits. So why should we approve your joining? Although you are a weak group of overseas refugees now, if you develop in the future, and you are lucky enough to get the holy tree, wouldn't you be competing with us for our interests? Therefore, in the absence of any benefits, there is an extremely small threat in agreeing. Although this threat is insignificant, this trivial threat can be eliminated in one sentence, and no one will be unwilling to do so. While Alice was discussing with Edward, Alder came to the window in the corridor and looked toward the back of the manor, just in time to see the colorful flags flying and the crowd surging behind.
Now, there are even guardian knights being crowned.
Alder often traveled to the human kingdom when he was young, and also witnessed the grand coronation ceremony of the guardian knight. At that time, the coronation ceremony was celebrated by the whole country. Although the coronation ceremony in this manner was not even a quarter of the grand occasion in the past, Alder was quite emotional to see such a scene again. At this moment, his eyes suddenly revealed a pair of divine men and women not far away. A pair of luxuriously dressed men and women were walking in front of him. The man is handsome, and the woman is beautiful and cute. The two of them are no different from the elves in appearance. Coupled with his unique temperament, he even compared himself to the young men of the elves.
These two people are really well matched together. They are talented and beautiful. It seems that one of them must be a direct bloodline of Sky City,
Alder murmured, thinking that Gervais was a direct blood descendant of Sky City, and Adela was his beloved wife. Why not think of the two as brother and sister? Because Edward, an elf who had lived for more than 200 years, could naturally see the meaning in Adela's eyes, and Adela also held Gervais's arm with her hand, which seemed a little affectionate. While looking around like this, Alder suddenly discovered that the man and woman were walking straight towards him. Gervais and Adela slowly arrived at the front yard building, and saw a middle-aged man standing in the corridor from a distance. So the two walked over without leaving a trace. When they walked up to him, Gervais and Adela immediately noticed something strange about his ears. The two of them instantly realized that they had seen an elf.
Two young men. What's the matter?
Seeing Gervais and Adela looking at him in surprise, Alder asked politely.
Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. Sorry.
Adela was thin-skinned and knew that it was rude to stare into people's ears like this, so she immediately withdrew her gaze after reacting. However, there was no embarrassment on Gervais's face, and he asked in a polite tone,
Hello. Is the queen of the elf race here?
In fact, Gervais asked this just to get into the topic, and then wanted to praise the elf queen to the sky in front of the middle-aged elf resident. Such is how beautiful she is, how much she admires her, whether she will have a chance to pay her respects later, etc. to gain his favor. It's just that Gervais made the wrong calculation this time. After hearing what Gervais said, Alder immediately narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Gervais. He thought to himself,
These dandy boys are so weak at such a young age. They must spend a lot of time living and drinking. Now that I'm here to ask questions about my daughter, I'm afraid I have bad intentions. I think I'm the same type of person as that guy named Gervais.
Alder immediately felt a hint of hostility toward Gervais.
I'm so sorry. No comment.
Originally, Alder had resentment in his heart because his daughter was hacked by the Gervais boy. Now that this dandy from the Edward family had a beautiful wife by his side, he still wanted to be interested in his daughter. Edward naturally didn't look good on him, and immediately refused in a cold voice. This time it was Gervais's turn, and he was confused. This way of opening was wrong. He hadn't had time to say any words of praise.
Hello. I heard that the elves are an excellent race. Both men and women are beautiful beings, and the elf queen is the most beautiful being in the world. I don't know. Sorry, young man. I have no comment.
When Alder heard this, He realized that he was really here for the beauty. And he spoke coldly again. If he hadn't estimated the identity of this playboy, Alder would have knocked him out and then thrown him far away. In short, this boy must not be allowed to see his daughter. Such a playboy is often unreasonable. It is not impossible to do harm to the elf envoys because of their beauty. Gervais was speechless.
It seems that the rumors that the elves are hostile to the humans are true.
Gervais sighed in his heart.
Miss.
And just when Gervais didn't know how to speak, a servant walked out of the corridor.
Well, what's wrong?
Adela asked in confusion.
Your classmate, Master Lucky from the holy city of Hika, is here to visit you and is already at the gate of the manor. Oh, then let him in. We'll wait for him in the lobby.
When Adela heard that it was Lucky who was visiting, she immediately confessed. After saying that, Adela looked at Gervais again.
Let's go!
Gervais was a little helpless. Now that he knew that the rumors that the elves were hostile to the humans were true, he naturally would not stay any longer. The worst thing to do is wait until the injury is healed before trying to find a way to contact other elves. Afterwards, Gervais and Adela went to the reception hall at the other end of the corridor.
Huh? Did I guess wrong?
Alder saw the servant calling Adela, Miss, but did not speak to the young man, and wondered whether he had guessed the wrong identity. But it didn't matter if he guessed wrong. The young man asked about Alice as soon as he opened his mouth, which made Alder equally unwelcome. Chapter 686 Education Method. Alice did not know that Gervais, whom she was obsessed with, was driven away by her father as a playboy outside the hall door. Instead, he briefly introduced the origins of those human races, saying that they were islanders living on overseas islands. He also grew up on that island, so he brought them with him when he returned to the elves this time. Edward naturally would not doubt. And there was no need to doubt that since those humans could get along well with the elves, they must have a lot to do with the new queen of the elves. Moreover, the queen of the elves in front of her did not appear until this year, which is in line with her statement. After speaking, Alice said to Anna,
Anna, take out the gifts you prepared for Duke Edward. Yes, Her Majesty the Queen.
Anna heard Alice's words and did not hesitate. After responding, she immediately took out a large wooden box from the space ring in her hand. Of course, the space ring on Anna's hand is not her own, but Alice's own space ring that Alice specially gave her to wear before setting off. The purpose was to allow Anna to present the gift in the name of the human race, and to draw a line from the too close relationship with the elves. Otherwise, making these humans and elves appear too close may be counterproductive and cause some city owners who are unwilling to see the elves to restore their glory to reject this matter. After the wooden box was safely placed on the floor of the hall, Anna immediately stepped forward to open the wooden box, only to see 4 silver pots and an exquisite crystal wine bottle inside. The crystal wine bottle was made from the notes Gervais left behind. In fact, after Gervais learned that he owned the magic grape, he had been thinking about how to sell the magic wine at a sky-high price. And this crystal wine bottle is a masterpiece from that time. The shape of the bottle is ordinary, just like those foreign wine bottles in the previous life, which are flat and round. However, such a flat and round bottle is made of crystal, and the purple-red wine liquid inside can be seen at a glance. This combination was a huge shock to people like Edward, who saw such a bottle for the first time. Wine liquid in a fully transparent crystal bottle is no longer just a drink, but more like a work of art, because the crystal bottle and the wine are really very ornamental.
Duke Edward, this is the specialty wine we brought from overseas. This is for you. I hope you will allow us to join the Holy Alliance for the sake of us being human beings.
Anna immediately followed Alice's instructions in advance, picked up the bottle of crystal wine, and handed it to Duke Edward, begging,
This is wine! I didn't expect that crystal stones can be used to make wine bottles. What a wonderful design!
Edward also drank wine. His granddaughter bought a bottle from Ling Jade Manor as a gift to him. Needless to say, the taste was extremely delicious. But later, due to the small quantity of wine, he never drank it again. He could only wait for Ling Jade Manor to receive the wine. Unexpectedly, this time the Elf Queen actually brought this as a gift. Only then did Edward remember that the steward of Ling Jade Manor said that this wine was obtained by the Holy Trading Company from the elves. If Alice and the others had given them gold coins, Edward would definitely not have accepted them. But Edward was prepared to accept the wine. He was also a principled person. He accepted the gift and immediately smiled at Alice and Anna.
I have accepted your gift. The Sky City, can agree with this matter, but other holy cities still need you to solve it yourself. If you think when can you start to make new decisions again, I will help you host a new meeting.
This is no wonder Edward is a Philistine, After all, no one has the obligation to help anyone for no reason. Moreover, Edward had neither agreed nor objected originally, so it was normal for him to change his stance after accepting this gift.
Thank you very much, Duke Edward.
Although Alice remained solemn on the outside, she was overjoyed in her heart. This was a good start for her. Afterwards, Alice and Edward continued chatting for a while before choosing to leave. When Alice left the manor in Sky City, Gervais was sitting in the hall not far away listening to Lucky and Adela chatting. Lucky was still a little cautious when he saw Gervais at first. After all, Gervais is a famous murderer. But when Gervais smiled at him occasionally, Lucky finally felt relieved.
Adela, Harry is missing.
After a few polite words with Adela, Lucky revealed the real reason for coming to find Adela.
Huh? Why are you missing?
Adela didn't react for a moment. She hadn't been to the academy these days, so she didn't know what was going on in the academy.
I haven't seen Harry since I attended your birthday party that day. He went to your birthday party with me, but I didn't see him when I returned. I thought he might have gone back on his own because of the chaos. But then, I went to look for him twice and never saw him. How so?
Adela unconsciously glanced at Gervais. One was that Gervais used to pass notes to her through the books she lent to Harry. Would Gervais know about this matter? The second is that Adela suddenly remembered that she noticed that Gervais's clothes and Harry's clothes were similar in style and color that day. But later, because Gervais knew fighting spirit and Harry knew magic, I thought it was impossible. But now that I think about it, I feel a little uncertain. When Gervais saw Adela looking at him, he also remembered that his clothes that day were actually a big flaw. But fortunately Adela was just suspicious. Gervais immediately looked into Adela's eyes. Adela immediately turned her head in embarrassment, then thought for a moment and said to Lucky,
Large, let me ask my grandfather to help me search later. Although the scene was chaotic that night, everyone in the new temple was killed, so Harry should be fine.
In any case, Harry disappeared from the banquet, so Adela naturally wanted to look for him. Of course, she actually doubted whether Gervais was Harry, but if Gervais was unwilling to say it, Adela wouldn't ask.
That's good. I hope Harry is okay,
Lucky replied immediately. And then a few people sat in the hall and started chatting. Time flies, and 2 days later, there is still 1 day left before the start of the competition for quotas. At noon, Alice returned to the manor a little tired. In the past 2 days, in addition to visiting the Sky City's residence, she later visited 11 other Holy City residences. It is the other 11 top holy cities except Sky City. It is a pity that the city lords behind are not as easy to talk to as Duke Edward of the Sky City. In 2 days, Alice only convinced 2 city lords of the Holy City, together with Duke Edward. That meant that only 3 city lords were willing to recognize Stormwind cities joining the Holy Alliance. The other 9 companies are all lions who want countless benefits, especially when they saw the wine gift that Anna brought out. Several city lords actually wanted to use the wine as a bargaining chip. For example, Halton of the Golden Shield family was the most greedy and actually asked for the formula and wine seeds of this wine. The final result can be imagined, and naturally they broke up unhappy. Although this wine has not yet caused a stir in the entire Holy Continent, that is because few people know about it. From the fact that all these city lords accepted the wine, we know that wine has a very large market in the Holy Continent. This is the biggest reliance for the development of the elves and Gervais's courtiers. Naturally, Alice cannot hand it over.
Alice, are you tired? Why don't you rest for a few days? Tomorrow is the time to officially start the competition.
When Alder saw his daughter with a tired face, he stood opposite Alice and tried to persuade her. This sacred continent is not Eurasia. In Eurasia, the Jones family's background can completely control the situation. But in this holy continent, the elves are now also a declining race. Although there is no crisis of genocide, they can only live alone. If you want to talk about anything with the human race, you are completely at a disadvantage.
Father, I'm not tired.
Although she was indeed very tired. Thinking of Gervais, Alice still turned her head and refused to give up easily.
You have now visited all the 12 top holy cities of the Holy Alliance,
Alder reminded.
I want to try other holy cities again.
Alice did not give up and had already set her sights on holy cities other than the 12 top holy cities.
It's okay, but let's wait until the competition is over.
Alder actually wanted to remind his daughter that although those holy cities were relatively independent, the top holy cities could actually exert a considerable influence on them. If the city lords who rejected Alice spread the word, it would be useless for her to go to other holy cities. But after thinking about it, Alder didn't say it in the end. The reason why Alder left everything to Alice to negotiate this time and deliberately downplayed his own presence was actually because he wanted to temper Alice. And this is exactly the way in which heirs are educated in Eurasia. As for whether it is possible for ALD himself to come forward to solve this matter, of course it is possible. Although the elves have declined, they still have a lot of wealth left behind. For example, some lost pharmaceutical formulas from the human race, such as the lost magic books from the human race, etc. Alder had collected and seen everything when he traveled to the mainland. So these things alone were enough to make deals with those holy cities. Chapter 687 Strengthening Potion.
By the way, Alice, haven't you been worried about your grandfather's health? I heard some news today.
Alder knew that his daughter was a tough person, and suddenly thought of something that could divert his precious daughter's mind and allow her to relax for a long time. He immediately spoke seriously to Alice.
Father! What news?
When Alice heard that it was about her grandfather's body, her thoughts were drawn to her.
I heard that there will be an auction at the Holy Trading Company this afternoon. A magic potion will be sold at the auction. This potion can strengthen the human body. Your grandfather's training is now stuck at the Golden Peak, and there is no way for the knight to make a breakthrough. If you take such a potion, you should be able to break through, and your lifespan will be increased by then.
Alder tells the story he heard while waiting for Alice in the morning. This news was heard by Alder when the direct blood descendants of the city lord were talking. At that time, he was also surprised that the human race had such a magical potion. So he wrote it down.
Really? Father!
When Alice heard this, she became really excited. Her grandfather, Gus, is already quite old. Because of his old age, his body is almost exhausted. Even after coming to the Holy Continent, he has been unable to break through to the Golden Peak. If he doesn't make a breakthrough, he will only be able to live for another year or two at most. And he will die of old age by then. So Alice was naturally very anxious, especially after knowing that once Gus broke through and became the White Flag Knight, it would add several decades to his life.
Of course it's true. I heard that this potion was prepared by a very mysterious pharmacist. Even the first potion master of the Holy Alliance and a magician want to worship him as his mentor. The auction will start soon. Let's have lunch first, and then go to the auction after lunch. Okay, Father!
Even though Alice didn't know who the magician's potion master was, she still knew the importance of the #1 pharmacist in the Holy Alliance. Therefore, this potion must be real. Alice immediately focused her mind on this matter. Superior. After a quick lunch, Alice headed to the Holy Trading Company under the escort of dozens of Rose Knights. When she arrived at the Holy Trading Manor, Alice learned that the auction was based on an invitation system, and only those who received the invitation could enter. However, this is not a problem for Alice and others. After all, the Holy Trading Company also trades with the elves. Once the name of the Elf Queen is revealed, the Holy Trading Company also needs to give face. When Manager Ped knew that the Queen of the Elves was coming in person, he immediately arranged for Alice and others to have an admission spot, and the seats were placed in the booths on the second floor. When Alice and Alder entered the auction site, they found that it was really crowded and lively. Not only was this auction no less deserted than the last time, it was actually more lively. Almost all the lords of the Holy City had arrived. Because this time I heard from the promotion of the Holy Trading Company that a new body-strengthening potion has been released, which can make the title knights who practice fighting spirit go to a higher level. This naturally aroused the interest of the lords of the Holy City. Duke Edward also arrived at the scene today. Edward also wanted to buy another potion through the auction. However, Adela did not come, because Gervais was recuperating in the manor, and she was naturally reluctant to leave Gervais. When all the guests attending the auction have arrived, today's auction will officially begin. With the experience of the last auction, the Holy Trading Company collected more precious auction items this time, with the help of the many high-profile people brought by the potion. These items that could basically be regarded as the finale were sold one by one, and they were all sold at high prices. As the auction continued, about half an hour later, the final potion was finally brought up by two beautiful attendants with great anticipation. The first thing to be put up for auction was naturally the same mental potion as last time. As the host finished the introduction and announced the base price of 20,000 gold coins, many guests present began to make bids.
The starting price is actually 20,000 gold coins.
It was Alice's first time to participate in the auction of this potion. She was initially a little surprised to hear that the potion was so magical. But when she learned that the auction bottom price of this potion was 20,000 gold coins, she couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, "This is really scary. You must know that even in Eurasia, When the Jones family was at its peak, their total wealth was only 300,000 to 400,000 gold coins. But now such a potion can start with 20,000 gold coins. How can this not be surprising?
Alice, this is just the starting price. I heard that the highest auction price last time was 47,000 gold coins each.
Edward knew that Alice was still judging the nobles of the Holy Alliance based on Eurasian thinking. So he added to her with a slight smile. Alice was immediately speechless. But this is normal. There are only tens of millions of people in Eurasia. It is really just a larger island. And this holy continent is truly vast and rich in resources. The human race alone has reached billions. And it is not surprising that these large and small families are rich. Just thinking of this, Alice showed a little worry. If the potion to increase mental power costs 30,000 to 40,000 gold coins, what about the potion to strengthen the body? They don't have so many gold coins now. Originally, Alice planned to temporarily borrow some from the Holy Trading Company if she didn't have enough gold coins, and then use the gold coins from trade to repay the loan. But now she has less than 10,000 gold coins on her body. If the body strengthening potion also fetched 30,000 or 40,000 gold coins, wouldn't it mean that she would have to borrow at least 20,000 gold coins from the Holy Trading Company? How can you pay it back then? Even though the production of wine has greatly increased, it is impossible for her to use all the gold coins to repay her loan. Thinking of this, Alice frowned. Except for Alder, Alice's troubles would be of concern to others. But others would naturally not pay attention to them, with many city owners bidding. This first spiritual potion was finally bought by Duke Edward for 37,000 gold coins. Then came the second and third potions. These two potions were taken away by other forces for 37,500 gold coins, and 38,000 gold coins respectively.
Distinguished gentlemen and ladies, you have all seen the spiritual power-increasing potion prepared by the mysterious potion master. This is an existence that can be called a miracle. It benefits all magicians. So our mysterious potion master is called the father of spiritual power by the noble magicians. And this master pharmacist has a broad mind and a philanthropic heart. So he doesn't favor one over another. Now, I solemnly introduce to all guests the new magic potion prepared by the mysterious potion master, the permanent body strengthening potion. This permanently strengthening body potion can help you break through your cultivation bottlenecks and speed up your cultivation. It's simply the gospel of the title knight. Here, I will secretly tell you a little tidbit. I heard that the Pearl of the Sky City, the noble Miss Adela, originally had a very difficult time lifting a bucket of water. But after she took this potion, she didn't feel any difficulty even if she carried 2 buckets filled with water at the same time. You must know that Miss Adela is a noble junior magician.
Wow! Although everyone at the auction venue had heard in advance that the new potion could strengthen the body and was very useful for titled knights. However, the specific effect of the Holy Trading Company was not disclosed. But when they heard the host's introduction, they were all extremely surprised. Especially what the host said about Adela's changes after taking this bottle of potion. Miss Jianjin has never practiced the power of fighting spirit. They naturally know that these city lords also have children, and they can bring in the power of their own daughters for comparison.
Is this true? Taking this potion can help break through the bottleneck? Yes. What level is this potion effective for? Is it effective for the Golden Peak Knight to break through the White Flag Knight? Is Miss Adela's enhancement real?
As questions were raised one after another, the host's smile remained unchanged. When he felt that the atmosphere was almost brewing, he smiled and said to those present,
Dear distinguished guests, on behalf of the Holy Trading Company, I hereby assure you that this body-strengthening potion is absolutely effective not only for the Golden Peak Knight to break through the White Flag Knight, but also for dealing with the bottleneck of the White Flag Knight. As for the Black Flag Knight,
I can't guarantee it 100%, but it will have a lot of effects. And what happened to Miss Adela is true. My Miss Lolita saw it with her own eyes. If all this is false, our holy company is willing to compensate 3 times.
Not only did Adela personally experience the efficacy of this potion, but the Holy Trading Company also asked Master Winton to test it the day before yesterday. So the host had already received Lolita's explanation and promised it with confidence. And when the host finished speaking, the city lords below naturally had their eyes wide open and were eager to give it a try. There are many high-level magicians who happen to be stuck in front of the magicians due to mental limitations. But not many. Many families need to recruit outsiders to get such people. The loyalty of the magicians recruited is naturally a problem. So there are many risks and troubles involved. But the title knight is different. The main force of each holy city is supported by the title knight. There are many title knights under his command, including loyal subordinates stuck in the Golden Knight and the White Flag Knight. If you have this potion, you will definitely get a loyal Black Flag Knight. And the host also said that it will also have a lot of effect on the bottleneck after the Black Flag Knight. Taking one will definitely be a treasure. After receiving such news, Alice was as excited as the city lords. With the host's guarantee, as long as she had such a potion, wouldn't her grandfather be 100% able to break through and become a White Flag Knight? Amid everyone's excitement, the host of the auction finally announced the start of the auction. The starting price for this first potion that permanently strengthens the body is 20,000 gold coins. Each bid must not be less than 100 gold coins. The auction begins now. I offer 21,000 gold coins. I offer 21,500 gold coins. I offer 22,000 gold coins. As everyone continued to bid, the price of this body-strengthening potion was also rising. And it was actually no worse than the potion that did not increase mental power. But when Alice looked at the rising prices, she bit her lips and clenched her white palms tightly. We'll start bidding later. If you don't have enough money, go to the Holy Trading Company to borrow it first. Father will help you find a way when you get back. Alder knew what Alice was struggling with, and immediately turned around and patted Alice on the shoulder. Gust is also the father of his wife, so Alder will naturally not let go of such a potion. With her father's encouragement, Alice gave a hard yes, and regained some confidence. And in just a short time, this body-strengthening potion was sold for a high price of 35,000 gold coins. Alice saw that fewer and fewer people were bidding, so she immediately gritted her teeth and said in a clear voice, I will offer 35,500 gold coins. As Alice's voice came out, many city lords also looked over, only to find that the Queen of the Elves was sitting among them. Since Her Majesty the Queen wants to take the photo away, I will let it go to you. I believe everyone has the same idea as me. It was Duke Edward who paid 35,000 gold coins earlier. When Duke Edward saw that it was Alice who increased the price, he immediately said cheerfully, Alice had been running into trouble in the past 2 days, so he naturally received the news. According to the current situation, Alice's gifts were basically in vain, so Edward didn't take her gift in vain. If he said something here, everyone would basically understand the meaning, and it would give him face. And this is also true. After Edward said these words, the other city lords did not open their mouths to continue bidding. In the end, Alice bought the first body-strengthening potion for 35,500 gold coins. Thank you, Duke Edward. Even though Alice was excited and a little worried about being able to take a picture of this potion, she did not forget to thank Edward. When Edward heard Alice's thanks, he nodded slightly in return. Alice then left the booth. She needed to go to the Holy Trading Company to talk about borrowing money. Everyone's attention was focused on the other 2 potions, so Alice's departure did not attract any attention. When the second potion began to be auctioned, everyone started bidding enthusiastically. In the end, the last 2 potions were auctioned off for 35,500 gold coins and 36,000 gold coins respectively. Edward gave up the first potion because of the exit, but did not bid for the next 2 potions. This can be regarded as a tacit understanding between him and the city owners present. After an auction, the City of Hope temporarily returned to calm. But this calm heralded an even greater hustle and bustle tomorrow. The next morning, the entire City of Hope was in a commotion, and the streets and alleys were filled with people talking about today's competition. Although these ordinary people do not have the opportunity to go to the scene to watch it in person, it does not prevent them from participating spiritually. For example, many secret dealers on the streets have opened bets on who can win the final victory of this competition. Among them, the winning odds of the human race and the orc race are quite different. Only the elves' winning odds are ridiculously high, with an odds of 3 to 1. Naturally, these ordinary citizens do not know the specific strength of the elves. And the reason why these secret dealers offer such odds is simply to follow the trend. Several Holy City forces have also started gambling in the inner city, such as the Golden Shield family. These families all know that this competition has age restrictions, so they know that the elves are basically bound to lose. In order to attract some gamblers, who didn't know much about things but were taking chances, the elves were offered 3 times the odds. After all, this is a sure profit deal. The real risk is the competition between the human race and the orc race. No matter how noisy the city is, it will naturally not affect Alice and others, because they are small in number and don't pay much attention to this news. When Alice's convoy of more than 100 people drove out of the manor, they went directly along the wide street to the arena in the inner city. Chapter 688 My King. This arena has been built for hundreds of years, and its function is actually similar to that of a gladiatorial arena. Many times,
Humans, orcs, and warcraft are arranged to compete inside for the spectators in the City of Hope to watch. This venue is only used as an arena when major competitions are held. The appearance of this arena is naturally similar to that of the Colosseum in Lindong City, except that there are many more inscriptions on the walls and magic arrays are arranged. Soon, Alice and her team of 100 people arrived at the entrance of the arena. When dozens of elves appeared at the entrance of the arena, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. The reputation of handsome and beautiful elven men and women spread widely. And when everyone saw them, they were not disappointed. Especially today. Most of the people who came to this arena to watch the battle were men. When they saw the dozens of elf girls, their eyes were filled with naked heat. The nearly perfect appearance of the elves themselves, coupled with their worth of more than 100,000 gold coins on the black market, instinctively arouses the possessive desire of some people. What's more important is that there is also a legend circulated in the Holy Alliance. It is said that the elves have a lifespan of 1,000 years, and as long as the humans are intimate with them, they will continue to gain the mystery of longevity from them. Although no one has proven whether such a thing is true or false, such rumors have been imprinted on everyone's minds due to public opinion. This is also the reason why an elf clan can sell more than 100,000 gold coins. Facing the crowd of people watching, these young men and women from the elves were obviously a little uncomfortable. In their previous understanding, human beings were synonymous with cunning, cruelty, and evil, and would secretly abduct them. Therefore, now that they are trapped among so many humans, these young elves who are not familiar with the world are naturally a little scared. Fortunately, there were more than 50 Rose Knights guarding them, which made them feel a lot of security. It was at this moment that Alice finally got off the stopped carriage.
Wow! It's so beautiful! Is this the Elf Queen? Oh my god! How could there be such a beautiful woman?
As Alice appeared, everyone present turned their eyes to her, and all of them exclaimed,
"Let's go!"
Naturally, Alice ignored these crowds, and spoke to the team with a cold expression, and then entered the entrance of the arena with Nadine and others escorting her from front to back.
Your Majesty the Elf Queen! What a coincidence!
When Alice arrived at the third floor of the arena, many city lords had already arrived. After seeing Alice, these city lords also looked at her sideways. After all, Alice was not only a queen, but also had a beauty that they had rarely seen in their lives. Just when Alice was about to walk through the area where the humans were and prepare to go to the seat assigned to the elves, Halton stood up and came to Alice's side, greeting her with a familiar look.
Hello, Duke Halton.
Although she and Halton broke up on bad terms that day, because she wanted the Holy Alliance to recognize the identity of Stormwind City, Alice still reluctantly answered Halton's words. However, Halton took the initiative to greet Alice, not to apologize, but because he was still thinking about the wine. He immediately heard Halton say,
Your Majesty the Elf Queen, I wonder how you have considered this matter. If you are willing to agree to my request, I, Halton, can guarantee you that the humans in the sacred forest will definitely gain recognized by the Alliance. Sorry, Duke Halton, we cannot agree to your conditions. If you can really help Stormwind City gain recognition from the Holy Alliance, we can agree to provide 100 pots of potion wine and 500 pots of potion wine to the Golden Shield family every month. Ordinary wine. For 1 year.
Alice didn't expect that Halton was still thinking about this idea. But since they could still talk, Alice temporarily suppressed the anger in her heart and paid the price she could pay.
Your Majesty the Queen, I'm afraid you haven't understood clearly yet. You are not qualified to negotiate terms with me. You can only choose to accept or not accept.
After hearing Alice's conditions, Halton immediately sneered and said mockingly,
Then please ask Duke Halton to come back.
After saying that, Alice's face turned cold and she continued to walk forward without even saying no, ignoring Halton. When Halton saw Alice turning around and leaving, without giving himself any face in front of everyone, his expression immediately changed, and then he said to Alice in a sinister manner,
Her Majesty the Queen, let me tell you now, if you reject my condition today, then you can no longer expect the Holy Alliance Council to pass this matter. Anyone who agrees with this is going against our Golden Shield family.
Halton said this last sentence very loudly, and his move was not without its poison. In the second year of junior high school, the remaining 11 holy cities at the top of the Alliance were eliminated, and no one among the remaining ones would want to offend the Golden Shield family. If Alice didn't have the support of other top holy cities, there would really be no need to talk about this matter.
You?
Unable to suppress her anger, Alice turned around and looked at Halton. This was already a naked threat.
Duke Halton, if you are disrespectful to our Elf Queen again, Don't blame me for being ruthless with the sword in my hand. And you are just waiting to start a war with us elves.
At this time, Alder finally stood in front of Alice. Although he had asked Alice to go to those holy city stations to discuss things on her own a few days ago, it was to let Alice grow. But under the spotlight, if Alice, the queen, is eliminated, it will be a loss of face for the elves.
Ha ha! It's a joke to start a war. You elves only have millions of people. But my Golden Shield family can be destroyed by me. If you hadn't been hiding in the sacred forest, you would have perished long ago.
Although he felt the awe-inspiring aura of Alder, Halton was sure that he was no match. But he had a golden shield, and was not afraid of Alder. This is the City of Hope. And Alder is not Edward. There are more than 10 allies of the Golden Shield family. If Alder dares to take action, then the allies of the Golden Shield family will take action. What Alder will face is the siege of more than a dozen strong human beings.
Let's start a war. Who wants to start a war? Ha ha! Are we?
The orcs?
Too late.
Just when Halton was arrogant, a group of people came to the entrance of the third-floor platform again. It was the Orc Envoy. Prince Dosalon from the Orc Envoy had not yet arrived. But his voice reached here first. When Alder saw the orcs coming, he immediately frowned. Although the human race is hateful, the friction with the elves is only because the dark-hearted adventurers of the human race often secretly kidnap the elves. However, the orcs, who are neighbors, often conflict with the elves because of chassis issues. The sacred forest has been the back garden of the elves since ancient times, and the elves believe in the goddess of life. Therefore, not only was the sacred forest not destroyed because of the existence of the elves, but because of the existence of the elves, the sacred forest became more lush and became a paradise for all kinds of animals and plants. This situation naturally led to the covetousness of the orcs with a large population. The two sides have had countless frictions over the past 200 years. However, due to the constraints of the human race, the orcs did not dare to attack the sacred forest with all their strength. And although the elves were in decline, their combat power in the jungle was not something they could kill at will. Therefore, the two sides have had a long-standing grudge. The elves' grudge against the orcs is deeper than that of the humans.
It turns out to be the elves. I heard that you have found the queen. No wonder you came to the City of Hope to participate in the competition. You are also preparing to go to war with the humans.
Dosalampi smiled but walked close to both parties and looked at Aldo. Because Aldo was the strongest among the elves in the field. As for the elf queen, her strength is at best equivalent to that of the white flag-beaked knight. And she cannot catch his eye. With that said, Dosalan changed the subject and continued.
I heard that the gold coins brought by the elves this time do not seem to be enough. There are more than 400 people in a team of more than 500 people living in the courtyard of the outer city. Although the elf queen lives in the inner city, it seems to be just a small manor. Only the small families of your human race will live there. To be honest, as neighbors, if you elves don't bring enough gold coins, you can talk to us orcs, and we promise to lend them to you. If we really can't pay it back by then, the worst we can do is use the sacred forest to pay off the debt. Ha ha. Dosalon, they didn't bring enough gold coins. It should be because they didn't have so many gold coins in the first place.
Who couldn't hear the sarcasm in Dosalan's words? Since both sides were targeting the elves, Halton cooperated very cooperatively to squeeze the elves together. However, what outsiders don't know is that today's matter is actually a matter that Halton and Dosalan colluded in private. The reason why Dosalan appeared at this time to add fuel to the fire was to force the prince of the elves to take action. It is said that the recently returned elf prince is very powerful, which has hindered the orcs' plan against the elves. And as the elven prince becomes stronger and stronger, and the elves have a queen, when their queen grows up, it will be difficult for the orcs to invade the sacred forest. In this way, both sides sang along, belittling and provoking Alder in front of hundreds of Holy Alliance elites. They believed that Alder would never stand it. Sure enough, just as Halton and Dosalan expected, Alder's face became gloomy, and a long sword in his hand began to be slowly drawn out. As long as he pulls out this long sword, Aldo will either defeat a dozen Holy City Lords plus Dosalan at the same time, or he will die on the spot. Naturally, the Lords of the Holy City, who were watching, would not mind their own business. Instead, they were leisurely watching the show to see how effective the elf prince was in combat.
Father!
Although Alice didn't know that Halton had colluded with the orcs, she knew that her father might be in danger if he really took action. She immediately stepped forward and took Alder's arm, speaking anxiously. Until this moment, Alice regretted that she was too impatient and took it for granted. She shouldn't be in such a hurry to lead her people out of the sacred forest. Being weak in this world is the original sin. and she still views the holy continent based on the environment of Eurasia, which is totally wrong.
Duke Edward is here. Wow. The one behind him must be the god of death. The god of death is here. How dare he come? Aren't you afraid that the city lords will cause trouble for him? Now that the god of death has become Miss Adela's guardian knight, who dares to touch him openly? That is, not to mention this identity. Even if the god of death saved the heirs of the city lords that night, the city lords should politely say thank you when they see him. Hey, Miss Adela from Castle in the Sky actually held the arm of the god of death. Could it be that the two of them? Maybe it's true. Anyway, there is no rule in the Holy Continent that says a guardian knight and a guardian cannot get married. Yes, I remember that several books recorded that several princesses married their own guardian knights. That's right. If the god of death were not so cruel, he would still be quite handsome. He really matches Miss Adela very well. Hey! It's true when you say that. This god of death and Miss Adela look really good together.
As exclamations came one after another, everyone's eyes temporarily moved away from Halton and the others. Because Edward and the god of death were coming. Many city lords had to pay attention, since the god of death was carried away in a coma that day. They have never seen the god of death again. They only know that the god of death has become Adela's guardian knight. And Edward is personally responsible for the coronation ceremony of the guardian knight. At this time, Edward, who was walking at the front, finally walked out of the stairs and arrived at the third-floor platform of the arena.
Duke Edward! Duke Edward!
As Edward walked forward, one by one the city lords greeted him, and Edward responded in kind one by one. Just after Edward took a few steps, he suddenly realized that something was wrong in front of him and immediately asked,
"How is this going?"
Edward naturally asked the lords of the holy city around him. He had just cut off two of Halton's fingers the day before yesterday and was not prepared to talk to him.
Halton had a dispute with the queen of the elf tribe, and then the prince of the elf tribe came forward. Finally, Halton and Dosalon of the orc tribe came together to squeeze in.
Within a moment, a city lord smiled and relayed the matter to Edward. After hearing this, Edward frowned slightly, glanced ahead, and immediately said,
"Her Majesty the Elf Queen, this is the City of Hope. You'd better not argue with him."
Edward naturally had nothing to do with Halton, but he knew without thinking that this must be Halton's plot. Such is the wine. So although his words sounded like a warning to Alice, they were actually telling her that she would get no benefit from this. After saying this, Edward had already done his best, so naturally he wouldn't say anything more.
"Father!"
After hearing what Edward said, Alice immediately held her father's hand again. She was really worried that her father was in danger.
"Yes, this is the City of Hope. You better go back to the sacred forest. Otherwise, even the queen will be captured and used as a slave."
Clang. This was said by Halton. This was really a slap in the face. He actually said in front of the elves that the elf queen was captured as a slave. If Alder and others can still tolerate this incident today, then the elves will really become a joke to the entire continent in the future. As the sound of clang clang continued to be heard, Alder, Halton, and Dosalon all drew their weapons. There were even more than a dozen holy city lords approaching behind Halton. They were all allies of the Golden Shield family, and had already received Halton's notification. In this way, Alder was instantly surrounded by more than a dozen strong men. Halton sneered and prepared to attack Alder first.
"Oh, this stand is a bit tired on the third floor. Thank you very much, Adela."
Gervais finally climbed up the 3 floors of stairs with Adela's help.
"God of Death, thank you very much for saving my heir that day. If you are free, you can come to our holy city of Sophies as a guest. We will treat you warmly. God of Death, thank you very much."
However, just when Halton was about to take action, another greeting came from behind. At this time, Gervais, who had not yet fully recovered, walked out of the corridor with the support of Adela. After seeing Gervais, the lords of the holy city smiled and greeted him, just like they greeted Edward before. Gervais rescued their heir that day. Whether it was sincere gratitude or superficial work, they had to express it. After all, it was just a few words for the occasion. Those who can become city lords are all human beings. Who would really be stingy with such courtesy? However, no one knew Gervais's real name, so he could only be called the God of Death.
"Okay. Thank you, city lords, for the invitation. Thank you very much. I will definitely visit you in the future."
Gervais also responded politely to the warm greetings of these city lords. As the saying goes, people in sedan chairs carry people. If you support me, I will support you, and everyone will be happy. It was precisely because of the appearance of Gervais that Halton did not take action immediately. Instead, after hearing the word "kill God," he looked behind him with malicious eyes. He carried out a sneak attack when Gervais was injured that day, but failed to kill Gervais. Instead, Edward cut off 2 fingers. This matter of stealing chicken, but not losing rice, has spread throughout the streets and alleys of the City of Hope. Even if it takes a long time, it can spread throughout the entire Holy Alliance. Now he, the city lord of the top holy city, is really embarrassed. So even on the eve of the war, he couldn't bear to turn his head and glare at Gervais resentfully. And of course, Gervais also sensed his extremely malicious gaze. Immediately before the smile disappeared completely, he looked towards Halton. "You bastard! Sooner or later, I will chop you up and feed you to the dogs." Gervais also immediately set his sights on Halton, looked at Halton with a sneer on his face, and cursed in a low voice. After cursing, Gervais saw that Halton was holding an unsheathed sword in his hand, and there were many people surrounding him. It was obvious that he was preparing to fight with someone. So, Gervais curiously looked in front of the city lords. Through the gaps between the dozen holy city lords, Gervais immediately saw Aldo. "It turns out it's an elf. And it's this middle-aged elf with a bad temper. I hope I can chop off Halton's other hand later." After Gervais saw the elf with a bad temper, he silently blessed him and chopped off Halton's other hand, so that Halton could no longer hold a 2-handed sword. But just when Gervais was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly saw another beautiful face through the gap. When he saw that peerless face, Gervais was stunned for a moment. He seemed to have seen Alice in a startled glance. "Alice." Immediately Gervais was in disbelief and tentatively shouted with a trembling voice, because he couldn't believe that he could see the cheap wife he had been dreaming about here, and he was afraid that it was all his imagination, because Alder was taller than Alice. He also saw Gervais out of the corner of his eye when Halton turned his head. However, he only had a one-time relationship with Gervais. At this time, a life-and-death battle was about to break out, so naturally he would not pay more attention to a human race playboy. But what he didn't expect was that the next moment the heir to Sky City, who was so weak that he needed the support of his wife to walk, actually called out his daughter's name. "Aw, father!" When Alice heard the voice, she didn't notice Gervais and thought it was Alder calling her, so she responded immediately. But when Alice looked up, she saw that Alder didn't look at her at all, nor did he speak. "Alice!" The trance only lasted for a moment, and it took only a moment for Gervais to finally confirm that he was not hallucinating, but actually seeing Alice. He immediately used all his strength and roared forward. Gervais's roar shocked everyone, and everyone felt baffled. Why is this murderous god so crazy? Even the city lords, who had been surrounding Alder just now, couldn't help but turn their heads slightly and look behind. "Gervais, what's wrong?" Adela held Gervais's arm tightly, a little worried about him, and Gervais's roar finally let Alice know that it was not her father who was calling her, but someone else. So, Alice slowly looked forward. In an instant, Alice saw the person she thought about day and night, the man who had already lived in her heart. "Grogwis?" Seeing Gervais holding Adela's arm, the corners of Alice's eyes were a little moist, and she felt unreal. So she tentatively shouted, "It's me!" Gervais smiled and nodded. "My king!" When Alice heard the words, "It's me," tears burst out of her eyes. She shouted, "My king," in surprise, and then her whole body softened. Fortunately, Anna behind her had quick eyesight and quick hands, and caught Alice, so that Alice did not fall. Seeing Alice almost falling, Gervais was nervous for a moment, but after she was hugged by the little maid Anna, Gervais relaxed. After relaxing, Gervais turned his attention to the group of people surrounding Alice. "Halton, are you the one who wants to bully my wife today? Hack you, Halton. I will chop you down today." Seeing Alice's pointed ears protruding from her golden hair and the golden crown on her head, as well as being surrounded by Halton and others along with the bad-tempered elf, if Gervais still couldn't guess whatever happened, then he is no longer worthy of being a time traveler. At that moment, without saying a word, Gervais took out the crimson moon from the space ring, shouted through gritted teeth, and quickly walked towards Halton step by step. Adela was instantly shocked, and quickly held Gervais's arm and trotted forward with him. "Gervais, what's wrong with you?" Adela didn't know why Gervais was acting like this, so she asked anxiously while trotting. And Gervais has no time to answer Adela now. She is chewing the 50-fold strength fruit in her mouth. However, the 50-time strength enhancement effect had not yet taken effect at this time, and he could not get rid of Adela. Otherwise, If you move forward so fast, you might fall down hard.
What happened?
Edward naturally noticed the changes in the field. He suddenly stood up in surprise, and then chased Gervais with fighting energy flowing from his body.
What's going on? I don't know. It should be that the god of death knows the queen of the elves. What did the elf queen just shout? Did she shout my king? It seems so. But she is the queen herself.
In an instant, all the people eating melons were confused and didn't know what happened today. Not to mention them. Even Halden was confused. He was just preparing to deal with the elves. But this murderous god actually wanted to get involved, and rushed towards him with gnashing teeth as if he wanted to eat people. However, Halton was naturally not afraid of Gervais. When Gervais scolded him like this, he naturally couldn't help it and said immediately,
God of death, do you really think that I am afraid of you because Edward is protecting me? Am I fooling you? Then don't run away later.
At this time, the black kiwi fruit that increases the strength by 50 times has been eaten. And next is the damage immunity fruit. After a while, the damage immunity fruit was also consumed. And at this time Gervais also felt the power returning in his body. So Gervais turned his head and gently opened Adela's hand.
I have business now. Be good.
After saying that, Gervais gave another gentle push and pushed Adela directly towards Edward, who was speeding over.
Kill! Critical strike and slash with one sword.
After pushing Adela away, Gervais shouted violently, and he quickly attacked Halton. The Crimson Man with flashing cold light and endless killing intent struck at Halton. Wow! Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The god of death, who was so sick a moment ago that he could be knocked down by a gust of wind and needed Adela's support to walk, was actually full of blood at this moment. That momentum cannot be exuded without Black Flag's peak strength.
God of death, you are seeking death.
When Halton saw Gervais coming to kill him, he naturally would not be in a daze. He was immediately filled with murderous intent, and he immediately raised his sword to strike at Gervais. Ding 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 ding. The field instantly erupted with the harsh sound of iron weapons clashing, and both sides had flashes of inspiration and terrifying aura. Seeing the two men's swords with murderous intent, the dozen or so city lords who were standing around looked at each other, not knowing what to do about this matter. If it was okay to kill the elf prince, they would naturally have no obligation to do so. Anyway, Halton had promised them a lot of benefits. However, they were unable to take action against this god of death, because their heirs had all been saved by this god of death. In front of everyone, no one wanted to become the second shameless city lord to be reviled by the common people. What's more, even if they want to take action, they still have to pass the test of Edward and others. At this time, Edward, Johnson and others were watching eagerly from more than 10 meters away. Puff! Puff! Just when they didn't know what to do, they suddenly heard two pops from the field. Someone must have been hit. And with these two pops, the two intertwined figures finally separated. When everyone took a closer look at the situation, they discovered that it was Halton who took the initiative to retreat from the killing god's attack circle.
How can this be?
Everyone was in disbelief. Although this god of death had the peak strength of Black Flag, he was definitely not as good as Halton. How could it be that Halton seemed to be avoiding the god of death? But the next moment, everyone knew the reason. And after knowing this reason, everyone is a little confused.
Look! There's a sword wound on Halton's arm.
Wow!
Really? There was a lot of blood. How could this happen? The clothes under the god of death's ribs seemed to have been scratched, but no blood was seen.
At this time, Halton, who had the upper hand in everyone's eyes, was actually injured, and the wound on his arm was oozing blood. But the god of death did not have any injuries, but his clothes had a big tear. Chapter 689 Turtle SH. L. While everyone was extremely surprised, Halton was also horrified. This god of death came up to fight with him, and his moves were extremely cruel, thinking of exchanging injuries for injuries with him. Halton was also a veteran battlefield expert. In the end, he fulfilled the god of death's wish and found an opportunity to trade injuries with him where he could sustain minimal damage, but directly inflict heavy damage to the god of death. But to Halton's disbelief, he was indeed injured. His arm was slashed with a sword, and the wound was so deep that the bones were visible. However, his sword, which was bound to severely damage the god of death, had no effect. Halton could clearly feel the long sword in his hand striking the god of death's body. The soft backlash could not be faked, nor could he. We'll get it wrong. However, after the shock, I didn't feel the feeling of the sword penetrating into my flesh like before. Instead, it felt like it was cutting on something tough and soft leather, passing by in one stroke. What could stop the full force slashing of this legendary high-quality sword in his hand? Could it be soft armor made of dragon leather?
This is completely impossible.
Surprised and confused, Halton immediately broke away from the battle circle when he realized that something was strange, and temporarily stopped fighting Gervais.
Gervais!
After seeing Gervais and Halton temporarily separated, Alice finally dared to speak out and shouted again. Previously, she was afraid that Gervais would be distracted, but she did not dare to say it again.
Well, Alice, don't worry. I'm here.
Gervais did not look back, staring at Halton intently, and just answered Alice softly. Previously, because Alice and others were right in front, for fear of accidentally injuring Alice, Anna, and others, Gervais did not dare to launch the Blood Moon Death Slash. Instead, he relied on the powerful damage immunity effect and Halton to get close and exchange injuries. Hurt. Halton must be aware of the problem now, and it is probably impossible to exchange injuries for injuries. Moreover, Halton was several times stronger than himself. As time went by, the damage immunity effect gradually weakened, and he would be injured sooner or later. Fortunately, Halton had changed his position at this time, and Gervais could try to see if he could hit him hard with Crimson Moon's ultimate move. Thinking of this, Gervais no longer hesitated. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Gervais slowly raised the Crimson Moon above his head, and the fighting energy in his body was driven to the extreme, and he continued to inject it towards the Crimson Moon. And with the continuous injection of fighting energy, the Crimson Moon slowly began to glow with blood-red light. This light is not dazzling, but as the light slowly gathers, everyone feels that the temperature around them is dropping a bit, and this light reflects a little blood red around them.
It was that move that day. I saw it at the Golden Shield family's residence that night.
A person not far away had the privilege of watching Gervais perform this terrifying killing move, but at this time, he suddenly screamed in surprise.
What? Is it just a blow that severely injured dozens of White Flag Knights and Black Flag Knights?
Yes. Stay away. As those screams came out, the surrounding crowd instinctively ran away, and even some city lords couldn't help but retreat slightly. And Edward also carried Adela out of Gervais's attack range. Seeing the actions of the people around him, Halton's expression became serious. The last location was at the Golden Shield family's manor, so he naturally understood the power of the killing god's sword. However, other people can escape, but Halton will not escape. Halton immediately shouted towards Dosalon.
Dosalon, let's work together to kill him.
Halton was not afraid of the god of death, but he really wanted to take this opportunity to kill Gervais. It's a pity that he forgot that Alder, the prince of the elves, was here.
Boy, don't worry and kill that human. I will deal with this ugly orc.
With that said, Alder brandished his sword and charged towards Dosalon. Seeing this situation, Halton could only curse secretly and stare at Gervais intently. As for the dozen or so city lords beside him, they had already retreated to the side. They believed that Halton would not lose, so they did not want to be a treacherous person in public.
Halton, go to H.L. Blood Moon Death God Slash.
The Crimson Moon's red light in Gervais's hand finally gathered to the extreme, and with Gervais roaring, the long sword struck directly at Halton, who was several meters away. The moment Gervais slashed out the long sword, the silence in the field reached the extreme. Everyone's movements became sluggish, and the bloody red light that originally filled the surroundings suddenly retracted, and all of it was retracted into the Crimson Moon. Boom! The silence was extremely vivid, and then there was a deafening roar like an airplane breaking the sound barrier, accompanied by the explosion. There was a bloody sword light more than 10 meters long that formed in front of Gervais and slashed towards Halton. Halton's expression changed drastically at this moment. A moment ago, he wanted to fight with his own strength and use his most powerful secret skills to fight against Gervais. But at this moment, he felt that the red light ahead was full of danger, heading towards him like a savage beast. Halton immediately changed his mind and took out a golden-pointed shield from the storage space without any further thought. Boom! The moment Halton took out the golden shield to protect him, the red light had already struck in front of him. Then Halton felt that the sharp shield in his hand seemed to have been hit by a giant dragon. And there was a sound. A huge force directly flew him away. Quiet! The light disappeared. And when the terrifying red sword light receded, the huge arena that had accommodated tens of thousands of people fell into silence. Although there were conflicts on the third floor before, the movement was not too big, and it was nothing compared to the noise of the crowd below. Therefore, except for the people on the third floor, people on the first and second floors rarely paid attention to the developments here.
But Gervais's sword light was like a bolt from the blue, causing tens of thousands of people to pay attention to this place instantly. No one knew what was happening. They just looked up at the third-floor platform in shock. At this time, the city lords on the third floor were also horrified. They did not expect that the god of death could have such power with a blood-red sword. This blow was enough to hit them hard without being able to guard against it. You can see its power just by looking at the sword marks dozens of centimeters deep on the hard bluestone ground. You must know that for the sake of safety and solidity, this arena was equipped with a magic circle at the beginning of its construction to ensure that the arena would not be destroyed due to violence. At this time, not even the magic circle could block the killing god's attack. When all the holy city lords recovered from their surprise, they immediately turned their attention to Halton. At this time, Halton was slowly standing up from the ground, his head covered with stone chips and dust, and he was in an indescribable embarrassment. However, apart from being a little embarrassed, Halton seemed to be fine.
Look quickly! Is there a sword mark on the golden shield?
At this moment, someone pointed at the golden shield in Halton's hand and exclaimed, "Uh-huh." After hearing these words, everyone looked at the golden shield in Halton's hand.
There is actually a sword mark here. Could it be the blow just now? How is this possible? In all these years, I have never heard of anyone leaving scars on the shield of the Golden Shield family.
When everyone saw the appearance on the golden shield, they explained again, because at this time, there was a very, very shallow scratch in the center of the golden shield, just like the white mark left by scratching ordinary pig iron with a short blade. If you stand too far away and are not careful, you may not be able to spot this trace. But it was such an insignificant scratch that made all the lords of the holy city look passionately at the crimson moon in Gervais's hand. There is certainly a reason why the Golden Shield family can be named after this golden shield. Outsiders have long speculated that the golden shield obtained from the descendants of the god servants is likely to be a piece of equipment of immortal quality. Immortal quality. These are already the top weapons and equipment in the holy continent, and they are all legendary items. If there is a higher level, it is an artifact. But this immortal quality is a legend. But the artifact is a myth, a godlike existence. If one day people can see the artifact, it might be exactly like seeing the gods. Generally speaking, artifacts are illusory and will only exist in people's imaginations, and are as incomprehensible as gods. But this legendary immortal quality is very likely to really exist in the hands of some people. For example, this golden shield, no matter which city lord it is in awe of it, because it also has a brilliant record. The Golden Shield family once used it to kill several strong men in the land of God's fall, and the golden shield has not been damaged at all. It's just that I'm afraid that this undamaged record will be broken today, and it will be broken by a young man who only has the peak strength of Black Flag. Although it only left an insignificant scratch, it was enough to shock everyone, whether it's this killing god or the sword in his hand.
It's okay.
The city lords were shocked, and Gervais also had a look of disbelief in his eyes. He did not expect that his blow, which could instantly kill several Black Flag knights, did not cause any harm to Halton.
Since you can hide with a turtle SHL, let's see how long you can hide.
Although Gervais was surprised, he was not worried. There was an energy spirit fruit in his system panel, and he spent a full hour with Halton. In addition, if he were not worried about exploding his own chi, Gervais would have wanted to attack Pope Longfellow regardless of compressing all his strength to deliver the most powerful blow like he did against Pope Longfellow last time, outside the City of Glory. I believe such a blow should be able to hurt Halton. However, it was too dangerous to do so. He would kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 to himself. If his life was not in danger, Gervais would not dare to walk on the tightrope. Last time, he was still recovering from his injuries for several months. So now Gervais can only choose to spend more than an hour with Halton. He does not believe that Halton can block water for an hour with a shield. So, Gervais raised the crimson moon in his hand again. However, he didn't take out the energy spirit fruit immediately. He still had a lot of fighting energy in his body. He could chop as many times as he wanted, but he couldn't waste it.
Blood Moon Death God /
As Gervais shouted angrily, the explosion sounded again on the spot, and the blood-red sword light slashed towards Halton again. Boom! The sword light struck the golden shield in Halton's hand, and once again lifted Halton several meters away and fell to the ground.
God of Death, you deserve to die!
Although Halton was embarrassed, the resentment in his eyes became more intense. He is waiting for the opportunity. When the killing god runs out of fighting spirit, he will be able to fight back. Such a powerful sword slash. Even if it was achieved with that weird long sword.
must have consumed a huge amount of fighting energy. Of course, this is just Halton's own assumption. How did he know that Gervais was still an appetizer? And he hadn't even used the energy fruit yet.
Blood Moon Death God /
Gervais naturally refused to talk nonsense with Halton and struck out with another chop after he cursed harshly. Boom! Halton was once again thrown several meters away. But now a trace of blood finally spilled from the corner of his mouth. Although the golden shield is indestructible, Halton needs to bear the huge impact and countershock force caused by the sword light.
Well, old turtle, no matter how hard your turtle L is, you can't stand it anymore.
Seeing a trace of blood spilling from the corner of Halton's mouth, Gervais's spirit surged, and he immediately raised the Crimson Moon again to launch the Blood Moon Death /
Waste.
However, at this moment, a cold snort came from the sky. The moment the cold snort came, Edward immediately frowned. Then everyone looked at the cold snort. Chapter 690 More Than People? When everyone looked towards the sky, they saw an old man about the same age as Duke Edward coming through the air.
Father!
When Halton saw this coming, he actually called out the word father. After hearing this, Gervais immediately narrowed his eyes and looked at the old man carefully. Although this old man was old and his hair was gray, his aura was as unfathomable as Duke Edward's.
It's old Duke Batman of the Golden Shield family.
This person is none other than Duke Batman, the former lord of the Golden Shield family. However, his title has been passed to Halton at this time, so outsiders call him the Old Duke. Batman is one of the 12 strong men of the Holy Alliance human race, who is as famous as Duke Edward.
Trash. Even a boy can't deal with it.
Halton's call, father, did not receive a peaceful response. Instead, when Bartman landed on the 3rd floor of the arena, he was mercilessly scolded by Bartman again. It was obvious that even the trash call earlier was also aimed at Halton, the current lord of the Golden Shield Holy City. Bartman scolded Halton angrily, and then stopped looking at the embarrassed Halton, but looked directly at Gervais with his cold eyes. Immediately, Gervais felt waves of chill coming over him.
Boy, did you kill my second son and the next heir of my Golden Shield family?
Batman's tone was cold and murderous.
So what?
Gervais held the Crimson Moon in both hands, feeling the tremendous pressure coming from Batman. His back was soaked, but he showed no fear. The more you fear in such a situation, the sooner you will die. What's more, the two sides already have a big hatred, and it is impossible for them to be reconciled. It is better to fight to the death.
Very good. If that's the case, then go die. Batman, if you want to kill him, do you want to ask me first?
Just when Batman was about to attack Gervais, Edward was very fast and arrived in front of Gervais almost instantly, blocking the middle of the two of them.
Edward, you want to stop me? If you chop off 2 of my son's fingers, I can treat it as nothing happened. After all, this kid saved your granddaughter that day, but you have already repaid the favor. If you stop me from killing him again, you will be enmity with my Golden Shield family.
Batman didn't get angry when faced with Edward's obstruction, but his tone was cold, and he stared at Edward. The two of them are both among the 12 strong men of the human race. Naturally, they both know that the other is not easy to mess with, so there is no use in using harsh words.
Batman, 2 fingers are not enough to buy my granddaughter's life. If Halton commits suicide on the spot to apologize, then I won't care about this matter today.
Edward replied calmly. But the moment Edward finished these words, Batman's eyes over there turned completely cold, and his aura began to slowly spread. These two powerful human beings were on the verge of breaking out at this moment. In an instant, all the lords of the Holy City felt the terrifying coercion emanating from the two men. They all felt their hearts suffocating, but even breathing was a little difficult.
Edward, since you really want to enmity with my Golden Shield family for that boy, then don't blame me. Even if you want to stop him today, do you think you can stop him?
After Batman was silent for a while, those gloomy words came again. As he finished speaking, more than 10 people walked out of the stairs behind him. These dozen people had tattoos on their faces, and they looked similar to human beings. But what was a little weird was their skin. The skin all over their bodies was chapped and red, as if they were being burned by fire, and only relying on pieces of flesh.
Descendants of God's servants.
In an instant, the city lords in the field recognized the origins of these people. These people are the descendants of the servants of the gods in the land where the gods fell. And the Golden Shield family once won the favor of the descendants of the servants of the gods, with statues and objects that were stained with the aura of the gods. Not only did they obtain various precious resources from them, such as the golden shield in Halton's hand, moreover, The descendant of the god servant even sent dozens of people to the Golden Shield family to serve the Golden Shield family, so that the Golden Shield family could achieve its current power. Now Batman actually brought more than 10 such strong men here. These 10 people are all powerful and powerful. Not much different from the other city lords. Seeing this situation, Johnson and others immediately came to Edward's side. It was obvious that they were on Edward's side. Under such circumstances, the fight that was originally just a few individuals actually spread to the entire Holy Alliance. And one careless move could cause great changes in the human race. Because when the two Johnsons made a move, more than a dozen people from the Holy City took the initiative and came behind Edward one after another. Seeing this, Batman was not in a hurry and looked at the city lords, who had previously helped Halden prepare to surround and kill the elves. The city lords immediately understood and ran behind Batman. Suddenly, nearly 30 city owners from Holy Alliance 108 Holy City participated in the confrontation. But judging from the current situation, the situation on Duke Edward's side seems not to be optimistic. Because Batman came directly from the Golden Shield Holy City and brought more than 10 descendants of the servants of God with him. Edward had not expected what would happen now. So among the subordinates he brought, only Waddington was considered strong. As for the other Griffin Knights or guards, they are all White Flag Knights or Black Flag Knights. For these city lords, at least the Purple Flag Knights can no longer participate in the battle.
Edward, are you still ready to help this kid now?
Although Edward cut off 2 of Halton's fingers, Batman could not retaliate with his own treatment. But he was also preparing to attack Edward in other ways to avenge him. For example, the status of Sky City and Edward's face. Batman had long predicted that Edward would definitely protect the God of Death. So he quietly brought more than a dozen strongmen over, directly outnumbering Edward by a dozen masters. If the two sides really start fighting now, Edward's side will definitely suffer heavy losses. Even if they couldn't hurt Edward today, Edward's allies would definitely be seriously injured. A seriously injured strongman cannot recover in a day or two. After losing so many allies at once, and being defeated by the Golden Shield family in public, even if the foundation of the Sky City itself is still there, it will no longer be called the Holy Alliance. First, another situation is that even if Edward wisely abandons the car to protect the commander, and no longer cares about the murderous boy, this will still make Edward and Sky City lose face as the League's #1. At the same time, the Golden Shield family can also take away the murderer and prepare it properly. Not only can they get revenge, but they can also get information about the mysterious pharmacist. No matter what happens, the Golden Shield family has the upper hand in today's situation. Not only can they gain fame, but they can also get huge benefits. The enemy was outnumbered in front of us, and Gervais also saw all this in his eyes. It was immediately clear that this was a close calculation by Batman. The real purpose of his coming this time is probably to snipe the Golden Shield family. No matter what decision Edward makes today, losses cannot be avoided. And he was just incidentally. If his plan was completed successfully, he would not be able to escape anyway. At this time, the Golden Shield family had more than 10 City Lord level powerhouses than Edward's side, which was one-sided. Even if it is a group of ordinary soldiers fighting, once one side has more than 10 soldiers of equal strength, who is stronger and who is weaker? Even if Edward is half a point stronger than Batman, it is of no use at this time. Because as long as Batman holds Edward back for a short period of time, and lets the city lords and descendants of the servants of God deal with Johnson and others, Edward will definitely suffer heavy losses. Now there is only one possibility to overpower the Golden Shield family, and that is to have more powerful people on Edward's side.
More than people?
While thinking, Gervais turned his attention to the city lords who were watching. In the dispute between the Golden Shield family and Sky City, those unrelated city lords will naturally not participate. Even if the two sides really fight, it will not affect their interests.
The only way to get them to die is to have enough benefits. But if I have such benefits, can I ask them to do it?
Thinking of this, Gervais felt furious, and then came directly to Edward and said to Batman with a smile,
"Do you think now that you have more people, you will win? You dare to speak harshly even when you are about to die. I hope you can still laugh when you are caught."
Although Batman did not admit it, this was already an obvious fact.
"Gervais, go to the back."
When Edward saw Gervais coming to the front, he was worried that Gervais would be the first to be attacked when the battle broke out.
"Ha ha, Duke Edward. Since he is more numerous than others, let's compete with him."
Gervais waved his hand to tell Edward not to worry, then turned to look at the city lords, who continued to watch.
"Now I have some news for you."
Gervais's voice was so loud that almost everyone on the third floor could hear it. After hearing Gervais's words, All the city lords looked at him, wondering what the god of death wanted to do at this time.
Actually, I am the mysterious pharmacist you are looking for. I prepared all the potions auctioned by the Holy Trading Company.
What?
He just said that he was the mysterious pharmacist? Did he prepare those magical potions? How is this possible? It must be a lie.
The city lords could hear Gervais's words clearly, but no one dared to believe them. Gervais didn't care whether they believed it or not, and immediately continued to speak.
If anyone is willing to come forward and help now, each city lord will be rewarded with 10 potions. It's up to you to choose whether to increase mental potion or strengthen physical potion.
Wow.
10 potions? Really? One potion can be auctioned for at least 35,000 gold coins. If there are 10 pills, wouldn't it be equivalent to 350,000 gold coins? This potion has a price but no market. If the auction doesn't start, you won't be able to buy it even if you want to.
Gervais's words can be said to have stirred up 1,000 waves with one stone. In an instant, most of the previous doubts were suppressed, and the eyes of the onlookers city lord flashed with hot light. But not every holy city is as wealthy as top holy cities such as Sky City and Golden Shield Holy City. For example, in the Lucky family's holy city of Hika, his father only used 20,000 gold coins as bidding funds. But in the end, it was only the starting price of the potion auction. Although there is also a reason for his father's misjudgment. It can also be seen from the side that the financial resources of Hika Holy City are very different from the Sky City. At this time, 10 potions are enough to make these holy city lords jealous. After all, isn't there Edward taking the lead? Gervais's words made Batman stunned. Seeing that the city lords who were originally watching and would not intervene were eager to try, he immediately sneered and said,
God-killing boy. Do you think you can escape today with your smooth talk? Do you think everyone is an idiot? The one who prepares magic potions is a magician. You tell everyone how you, a titled knight, prepare potions. Ha ha. Also, even if you have channels to get the magical potion, how many city lords are here? Will they finally get the promise you made? That's right. How can a titled knight prepare potions, since he can't configure it himself? Can he really take out hundreds of potions at once? This is impossible. This god of death is so abominable. He still wants to play tricks on us at this time.
Batman thought he had exposed the loophole in Gervais's panic words. And the city lords who were about to take action also glared at Gervais. No one likes to be tricked, especially when they thought they were getting something out of the sky just now. But now they find out it was all in vain.
Edward, let me ask you one last question. Do you still protect this kid?
After exposing this killer boy's lies, Batman was no longer prepared to delay. Immediately, he slowly pulled out the long sword, stared at Edward and issued an ultimatum. It would be best if we could hit Edward without any weapon and then capture this murderous god. After all, there are so many city lords sitting on the mountain watching the fight between the tigers and the tigers. If Edward refuses to retreat, it doesn't matter. At most, he will pay some casualties. When the time comes, he will be careful to guard against the other holy cities and escape intact. Clang. Edward's response was very simple and clear, and he pulled out the long sword from his waist with a clang.
Duke Batman. Duke Edward. Please wait.
Just as the killing intent on both sides was getting stronger and stronger, a voice was heard coming from the corridor again. Dean Palmer of the Magic Academy had arrived.
Duke Batman, can you please take my face into account and let us sit down and talk about today's matters?
Palmer is not only the Dean of the Alliance College of Higher Education, but also a 6-star Grand Mage himself. So his status is really no worse than any other city lord. So when I arrived at this time, I exported as soon as I could to bring the two parties together.
Palmer, today's matter does not concern your Alliance College of Higher Education. This murderer killed 2 members of my Golden Shield family. I will take revenge no matter what.
The arrow was on the string and had to be fired. After finally calculating it, if he let it go, he would not only offend Sky City to death, but also get no benefits at all. How could Batman give up just like that?
If any damage occurs to the City of Hope, I will come to you to take responsibility.
After listening to Bartman's words, Palmer nodded silently. Their alliance's colleges are neutral, and it is precisely because they do not participate in any internal disputes within the alliance that they have developed to this point. So it is not appropriate for him to say more at this time. Casting an apologetic look at Edward, Dean Palmer walked away with dozens of students and several elders. At this time, Batman turned his gaze back to Edward, and the city lords behind them also drew their long swords.
Fireball!
But at this moment, Gervais, who was still standing next to Edward, shouted, Then a fireball the size of a bowl appeared in front of Gervais. And this is just the beginning. In the astonished eyes of all the city lords.
Fireball technique. Fire meteor technique. Fire shield technique. Summoning.
Gervais kept mouthing and released magic more than 10 times in a row. In an instant, fireballs continued to fire around Gervais. And flaming meteors also formed in the field. After the fire magic ended, hundreds of fully armed skeleton soldiers appeared next to Gervais.
I said, I am the mysterious pharmacist. Now, whoever is willing to come and help. My previous promise is still valid. 10 magical potions.
Gervais's words resounded throughout the entire audience. And he spoke them while everyone was stunned.
He is really a magician. How is this possible? Is he really the mysterious pharmacist?
The city lords, who just felt that they had been deceived, became passionate again. Even if they doubted whether they had seen it wrong. They hoped that it was all true. Because only in this way can they have a chance to obtain those 10 potions. And Batman was horrified after seeing all this. He didn't expect that this god of death could actually use magic.
Isn't he a human race? But if he is not a human race, he cannot prepare magic potions.
Such thoughts flashed through Batman's mind. But the next moment he knew that he must kill this god of murder immediately. Otherwise, it will be too late when those city lords really turn to each other.
Die!
Immediately, Batman rushed towards Gervais with a sinister face, wanting to deal with Gervais in an instant. So naturally his previous promise would not count. When? It's a pity that Edward had been on guard against him for a long time. So how could Batman succeed in a sneak attack?
Gervais, back away!
After Edward blocked Bardman's blow, he immediately gave an order to Gervais, and then fought with Bardman.
Kill!
When Johnson, Bruno and others saw the two sides starting to fight, they immediately shouted and charged forward with their fighting spirit.
Holy shit! Why are you still hanging around? If you want 10 potions, hurry up. I only need 20 helpers now. And the extra people can't even get a single potion.
The city lords, who were watching, were still in shock. When Gervais saw Edward and others already fighting together, he immediately cursed secretly and continued to shout at the city lords at the top of his lungs.
Ah? God of Death. I'm here to help you. I'm here to help you. I want 10 potions. God of Death. I'll help too. 10 potions.
And I.
Hurry up then. If Duke Edward and others are harmed, I won't admit it.
When Gervais saw the city lords finally waking up and looking at their eager looks, he immediately rolled his eyes and warned. Then, in an instant, the city lords of the Holy City rushed into the battle circle and fought with Batman's people. The rest of the city lords, who reacted a little too late, all looked disappointed and regretful. Chapter 691 Shura Field. With the addition of 20 Holy City lords, Batman's numerical advantage was instantly eliminated. Instead, Edward's side had 4 or 5 more people than his opponent.
Well, the advantage isn't big enough.
However, Gervais felt that there were only 4 or 5 more people, and he was not satisfied with this advantage. He thought that he would definitely not be able to defeat Bardman and others with an absolute advantage. Immediately, Gervais shouted to the city lords who were watching.
10 more people. 10 more of them.
Whoosh whoosh. Before Gervais could finish his words, among the city lords, who originally had disappointed expressions on their faces, 10 people with slightly faster movements quickly rushed out to join the battle circle. As for the city lords whose movements were half a beat slower, their expressions of remorse returned. While they were remorseful, they looked at Gervais, hoping that he would shout out words that wanted to help others again. It's a pity that Gervais is not a fool. The current advantage is already crushed, so adding more people would be a waste. He immediately stopped looking at the city lords and turned his head to walk towards the back. And when Gervais turned his head, he realized that the Orc Dosalon had been retreating steadily. He was no match for Alder alone, especially after seeing Halton and others here trapped in a tight siege. He became even more confident. Insufficient. Gervais didn't care about that anymore, but looked at his cheap wife, Alice, who was looking at him with a pair of affectionate eyes. Gervais smiled slightly at Alice, and when he was about to take 2 steps forward, he suddenly felt a black shadow rushing towards him from the side. Gervais was startled, thinking that someone took the opportunity to sneak attack him, and immediately punched the black shadow. Boom! As a result, Gervais felt like he was hit by a wooden board, and a dull sound came from his ears. Just when Gervais was about to draw his sword and attack again, he heard a message coming from his ears.
God of Death. I am Winton. I mean no harm.
It turned out that the person coming was none other than Master Welton. Only then did Gervais give up the idea of drawing his sword and look intently. Winton was seen standing beside him in a black mage robe, with a huge wooden shield in front of him, which should be the magic that had just been released. At this time, Winton removed the wooden shield and looked at Gervais with strange eyes.
Cough! Cough! Master Winton, what's the matter with you?
Gervais knew full well that Winton was looking for him, but he still pretended to be confused. After all, Halton is still his apprentice at such an old age. Isn't this disrespectful to him?
Are you really the mysterious pharmacist? Did you really configure the potions that permanently increase mental power and strengthen the body?
Winton looked at Gervais for a long time, with a slight disbelief in his eyes.
Well, these 2 potions were indeed prepared by me.
Gervais nodded in recognition.
Then we set up the building in the college. It's me too. But I just changed my identity. I didn't go to be certified as a junior magician. So I bribed the student with gold coins, and then prepared the medicine in the number 1 configuration room.
Gervais knew that Winton still didn't believe it. But now he had to prove his identity. Otherwise he would be used by Batman and others. And if the city lords turned against him, they would be in trouble. Moreover, now that the identities of the pharmacist and the god of death have been exposed and there is no danger, Harry's identity is actually irrelevant.
Really are.
After hearing what Gervais said, Master Winton no longer had any doubts. Because only he and the dean knew about his apprentice's acceptance of bribes. But the murderer was able to tell it, which is enough to prove that he was the one who did that day. Of the parties, Winton immediately became a little more solemn, and then said seriously to Gervais,
Mentor, I finally found you.
Gervais immediately raised his forehead.
Master Winton, what are you doing? I don't dare to be your mentor. Teacher, what I said at the Sacred Trading Company auction last time was from the bottom of my heart. And I, Winton, also mean what I say. Unless you disown me, I will already be your apprentice.
Gervais was speechless after hearing this. He was about to say,
I don't recognize it.
But he heard Winton say again,
Even if you don't recognize me this time, then I will come back tomorrow to become your master. Preparing magic potions is my life, and I will not give up, no matter what. What does it have to do with you arranging the medicine pipe and worshipping me as your mentor?
Gervais suddenly had a big head, and if Winton was willing to make friends with him, he would naturally be very happy. After all, there is a magician and a master of medicine. No matter which force is trying to win over such a person, there are many benefits to being friends with him. But the problem is that you want to accept someone 3 or 4 times your age as an apprentice. What kind of thing is this?
But I didn't accept beatings from apprentices. Teacher, don't worry. I will keep my word. I will do whatever the apprentice can do.
Winton looked at Gervais with hope in his eyes.
Ahem. Master Winton, we can discuss our matters later. I have to go see my wife first.
Gervais had a headache and didn't want to talk to Winton anymore. He immediately made an excuse and fled towards Alice.
Teacher, walk slowly. You are busy first.
However, Winton was not in any hurry. He bowed respectfully to Gervais and did not pursue him again. This scene was caught by many city lords with their peripheral vision, and they were all stunned.
Gervais!
Alice kept watching Gervais, fearing that Gervais would disappear in the blink of an eye. Before Gervais could get closer, he took off Anna's hand and ran towards Gervais.
Well, Alice.
Gervais was thrown into the arms by Alice, and he was extremely happy. He really didn't expect that Alice would appear in the City of Hope, and in the identity of the Elf Queen. The last time he heard from Lolita was only about Caroline. Gervais had been worried about Alice's safety, and now that Alice's identity is known, the relationship between Caroline and others and the elves can be understood.
How did you come to the Holy Continent? How did you become the Elf Queen?
The two hugged each other for dozens of seconds. Finally, Alice recovered her emotions and let go of Gervais with a slight blush. Gervais asked Alice curiously, Us?
Gervais!
Alice was about to start telling, and Gervais was also about to listen carefully. But at this moment, another crisp female voice came from behind him, and this voice was naturally very familiar to Gervais. It had been chirping in his ears non-stop in the past few days, which was both sweet and caring.
Adela!
Gervais turned around and greeted Adela with an unnatural expression.
Gervais, who is she?
In an instant, the inquiries of 2 women were heard in front of and behind Gervais. The tone of this question seemed normal, but Gervais felt that his back was sweating a little more than before. Chapter 692 Escape.
Alice, let me introduce to you. This is Adela, the granddaughter of Duke Edward of the Sky City. I am her guardian knight.
Gervais was still pounding in his heart, and he didn't know where this guilty conscience came from. Perhaps it was because he had entered the state in the past 2 days, and received so much care from Adela that the two of them got along somewhat intimately. Gervais felt this way. After speaking to Alice guiltily, Gervais quickly looked at Adela and then said,
Adela, this is my wife, Alice.
When Gervais finished his introduction, the two women immediately looked at Gervais in disbelief. Adela looked at Gervais and naturally couldn't believe that Gervais actually had a wife. She didn't know it before. In an instant, infinite grievance arose in my heart. Alice looked at Gervais in disbelief because Gervais was the guardian knight of Edward's granddaughter. Could it be that when I went to the Sky City the day before yesterday, Gervais accepted the coronation ceremony of the guardian knight in that manner? Thinking of this, Alice was naturally a little angry. It was a shame that she had to run around and visit the city lords after being so angry. In an instant, Gervais felt like he was going to explode. A look of grievance coupled with a cold look told him what to do.
Brother Rongwang, please save me!
As the saying goes, it is most difficult to accept the kindness of a beauty. Gervais can be ruthless and decisive against his enemies, but he can't pull these two women together and beat them up.
Adela, nice to meet you.
In the end, the Rongwang boss didn't give Gervais any inspiration. On the contrary, Alice, the cold goddess, became considerate. Alice has been an earl and queen one after another. She is mentally more mature than Adela, and she is even more famous with Gervais. Therefore, as a real wife, she can only suppress her emotions and show a friendly smile on her face. Say hello to Adela.
Hello, Her Majesty Queen Alice. Nice to meet you too.
Hearing Alice's greeting, Adela was also a well-educated daughter. She immediately put away her aggrieved eyes and responded to Alice with a forced smile.
Call!
After hearing the two people's words, Gervais finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Alice, Adela, let's go sit over there first. We shouldn't need to participate here.
After Gervais relaxed, he immediately spoke softly to the two of them, preparing to let them sit down in the seats in front to talk.
Ah! Snort!
However, as soon as Gervais opened his mouth, Adela and Alice's faces instantly turned aside, and their eyes glanced at him unkindly. Well, Gervais's smile froze, and he felt like he had been splashed with ice water, and he stood there blankly.
Adela, let's go sit over there for a while.
Seeing Gervais's reaction, the two of them looked away, and then Alice took Adela's hand affectionately and headed in the direction Gervais pointed previously. Adela was also very cooperative. She immediately smiled and said yes, and walked away with Alice. Only Gervais stood there dumbfounded.
What the hell? It seems like this is the first time you're meeting each other. Right. You just knew each other's name a moment ago. Right. Why are you like best friends at this moment?
Gervais really couldn't understand a woman's brain circuit, so he complained in his heart. However, judging from the current situation, if he followed them, he would be stabbed alive by the looks of the two men, so he was not ready to continue following them.
Your Majesty the King!
But Anna didn't follow Alice immediately. After seeing Gervais's expression, she first shouted softly, then covered her mouth, blinked her eyes, and quickly chased after Alice.
This little maid actually dares to laugh at you. Let's see how I deal with you when I get back.
The corners of Gervais's lips curled up slightly. Anyway, it was a blessing to finally see Alice today. So let's resolve this turmoil first. When Gervais turned his attention to the battle on the field again, the battle was actually coming to an end. 4 or 5 Holy City lords on Halton and Batman's side were seriously injured and fell to the ground, and 8 descendants of the servants of God were killed on the spot. The situation on the field has become one-sided, and I believe that the Golden Shield family will be defeated soon. It is worth noting that the reason why Edward only killed those descendants of the servants of God, but only seriously injured the lords of the Holy City, was completely the unspoken rule within the Holy Alliance. Just like the nobles on the Eurasian continent, they can let their soldiers and subordinates fight to death, but few people will actually kill the enemy's nobles. In most cases, they capture the opponent and then use them in exchange for ransom. And this is even more true in this sacred continent, because the Holy Continent not only has human races, but also beast races, elves and other alien races. If the city lords really kill each other, the situation will inevitably become uncontrollable. So just stop there is the best solution. No matter how many subordinates die, as long as the city lord and other powerful people do not die, the Holy Alliance will not be in chaos. Batman had the same idea before. He was only prepared to severely damage Edward and his allies, so that Sky City's reputation as the #1 in the Holy Continent would fall. As for Gervais, he is just a guardian knight with no background.
To put it bluntly, if he is really dead, he will die. How much trouble can he cause? Even if Edward really wants to avenge him, he still needs to consider the impact on Sky City. I believe Edward will not lose the entire Sky City for Gervais. Gervais didn't care about the lives of those city lords. But Halton, the vicious bastard Gervais, was not going to let go. So he quietly approached the battlefield. Halton, Batman and others were still resisting the siege of Edward and others, and had no time to pay attention to Gervais. Gervais concealed his aura, specifically looking for the blind spot in Halton's sight, and slowly touched forward. 10 meters, 9 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. It's now! When Gervais approached Halton 3 meters away, Halton still did not notice him, but concentrated on dealing with the siege of Johnson and Bruno. At this moment, the golden shield in his hand was raised forward to resist the slashes of Johnson and Bruno. At this time, Halton's side was completely exposed. Gervais was not willing to let go of such an opportunity, and immediately rushed forward to Halton's side. Critical strike and slash with one sword. Then he heard Gervais yelling angrily, and the crimson moon in his hand had already struck Halton's neck. Boy! How dare you! It was too late for Halton to dodge or defend. Just when he was about to die, Batman, who was a few meters away, saw Gervais's sword about to be chopped down and roared angrily. Without any hesitation, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and rushed directly towards Halton, even ignoring Edward's attack. Puff! Puff! Then, there were two sounds of swords piercing flesh. A sword came from Batman's back. When he was fighting with Edward, he turned around regardless. But Edward naturally seized the opportunity and slashed his back with the long sword. Another sound came from Halton. At this time, Halton's right arm was empty, and he was chopped directly to the ground by Gervais. If Batman hadn't ignored him and risked being struck by Edward's sword to come to the rescue, maybe it would have been Halton's head that fell to the ground at this time. Ah! Walk! A moment later, Halton, who was rescued by Batman, realized what he was doing. He saw his right arm holding the sword being cut off, and the shrill scream finally came from his mouth. And Batman also knew that he would definitely lose today. So he immediately stopped caring about his allies and the descendants of the servants of God he had brought. He just yelled and left. Then picked up Halton and flew directly out of the arena. And go! Don't let them go! Stay, all of them! Gervais was helpless as he watched Halton being rescued. But fortunately, his entire right arm has been cut off, and Halton would be a useless person even if he could survive. There should be many opportunities to take his life in the future, so Gervais will no longer be entangled. And Edward didn't chase Batman. If Batman really wanted to escape, he might not be able to catch him even if he chased him. So it is better to simply deal with the remaining 6 or 7 descendants of the servants of the gods in the field. Having lost more than a dozen descendants of the servants of God, whose strength was comparable to that of the city lord, the Golden Shield family had suffered a heavy loss this time, and it had reached the point where their muscles and bones were broken. Puff! 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 As Edward joined in, there was a popping sound in the field, all coming from the descendants of the servants of God. In just a few minutes, none of these descendants of the servants of God were left, and they all fell into a pool of blood. Finally, Edward set his sights on the few city lords who were still resisting. We surrender! Duke Edward! We surrender! When several holy city lords saw Edward's gaze, they were finally defeated and immediately dropped their weapons and surrendered. Rather than being seriously injured and then being held for ransom, it would be better to surrender directly and be held for ransom. Chapter 693, The Queen's Husband. Ah! As the surrender of the city lords came out, Docelin, who had been retreating steadily under Alder's attack, finally became unstable. His arm was directly cut by the long sword in Alder's hand, and he screamed. But Duo Aldo obviously had no intention of stopping, and continued to chase Docelin with a long sword, who had already had one of his arms chopped off. Duke Edward, please stop him. This time, I come to your holy alliance in the name of a mission. You are obliged to protect my safety. Docelin shouted loudly. He finally felt the threat of death, and no longer had the arrogance of the previous days. Gervais, this Docelin is the biological brother of the Beast King of the Beast tribe. If something happens to him here, he will definitely start a war. Now that the Land of God's Fall is about to open, we need to focus on dealing with the people in the Land of God's Fall first. Those descendants of God's servants. Edward did not answer Docelin immediately, but whispered to Gervais. Obviously, Edward was seeking Gervais's opinion. After all, Gervais obviously had a close relationship with the Elf Queen. Duke Edward. Although he paid the price of an arm, such a small price is definitely not enough.
Gervais understood what Edward meant and spoke immediately.
Then talk to him.
Edward heard that Gervais wanted to relent, but he wanted to make a deal to let Dosalon go. So he immediately let Gervais talk directly without any concern. Anyway, they don't need to pay. And I believe that Dosalon should be willing to pay a lot of compensation in order to save his life. Gervais nodded silently after listening to Edward's words, and then turned towards Dosalon, who was being chased and running away.
Prince Dosalon, your affairs with the elves have nothing to do with the humans, and the humans have nothing to do with the elves. But I have a good relationship with the elves. As long as you are willing to pay a certain amount of compensation, I will help you persuade the elf queen. Compensate?
Dosalon's face instantly turned pale. However, he had seen Gervais and the elf queen being intimate before, so he did not doubt whether Gervais could make Alder stop. When he heard the sound of a long sword slashing behind him again, he immediately spoke.
I am willing to pay 5,000 gold coins as compensation. Prince Dosalon, is your life worth 5,000 gold coins? I'm afraid I won't be able to speak for you.
Gervais asked immediately.
Then how much do you say?
Dosalon's face was as dark as water. But now that his life was at stake, he had to compromise.
150,000 gold coins. I think this price is worthy of your status as Prince of Dosalon. And with such a price, the elf queen will not refuse.
Gervais has also heard a lot about the elves in the past 2 days, especially since most of the people in the elf mission live in the outer city. Even the elf queen rents a small manor. From this, we can see how poor the elves are. And the original poverty of the elves has nothing to do with Gervais. But now the queen of the elf tribe turns out to be his cheap wife. So that has a big relationship. Gervais is definitely going to take a break from Dosalon now. Otherwise, neither killing him nor making a deal would be possible. Even Gervais himself would not be able to bear this tone.
150,000 gold coins? Impossible.
But when Dosalon heard Gervais's offer, he almost staggered. This is so dark. Even in the human race, 150,000 gold coins is a huge sum of money, let alone in the beast race. Although he is a prince, there is no difference between taking out 150,000 gold coins and cutting his flesh.
Prince Dosalon, if this is the case, then there is nothing I can do about it. You should talk to the elven prince who is chasing you.
When Gervais saw Dosalon's refusal, he immediately spread his hands and prepared to no longer care about this matter. When Alder heard Dosalon's rejection, he cooperated very well with Gervais. He immediately increased his momentum by 3 points and started attacking Dosalon even more fiercely. One of Dosalon's arms has been disabled. Facing such a fierce attack at this time is really dangerous. When he was about to die, Dosalon gritted his teeth and shouted to Gervais, who was watching the show.
I am willing to pay 100,000 gold coins. If there is more, I will have none. If he really kills me, the elves and you will, it won't be easy for the human race. 100,000 gold coins?
Gervais knew that this should be the limit of this Dosalon, and immediately said to Alice,
Alice, what do you think?
Although Alice was chatting enthusiastically with Adela, after hearing Gervais's question, she immediately turned her head and said to Alder,
Father, since he is willing to pay 100,000 gold coins as compensation, let's stop for the time being.
100,000 gold coins is indeed a lot for Alice. Compared with the life of an orc prince, it is obviously not as important as these 150,000 gold coins. Clang. Alder over there heard Alice's words, and continued to pursue for 2 steps before stopping and taking back his sword.
Prince Dosalon, now that the elves have stopped, please pay compensation.
When Dosalon heard the sound of Alder's sword being sheathed, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, Gervais had already arrived in front of him. Without giving Dosalon any time to delay, he directly reached out and asked him for money. Although Dosalon looked ugly, he also knew that if he didn't pay, the elf prince who had just stopped would definitely start chasing him again. So he reluctantly began to take out treasure boxes one by one from the space ring. Then, wooden treasure boxes the size of a microwave oven were placed in front of Gervais. The total number of large treasure boxes totaled 10. Gervais opened each treasure box and checked it. After confirming that it was correct, he greeted the elves in the distance.
You guys, send all this treasure box to your queen.
Then, the young elves ran over quickly and carried the gold coin treasure chests to Alice one by one. As for Dosalon, after taking out the treasure box, they headed towards their place with a gloomy expression. After the matter between the elves and the orcs was settled, Gervais had no time to chat with his cheap wife, because there were 30 lords of the holy city beside Edward who were looking at him eagerly. Their eyes were both eager and defensive.
Dear City Lords, thank you very much for your help today. The promise I made before is absolutely valid, and I guarantee that you will not miss a single potion. It's just that there are too many of you now, and I definitely won't be able to get so many potions at once. So I need to wait for a while. But don't worry, I will have all the potions ready for you within a month at the latest.
30 city lords are 300 potions. Gervais currently has a total of only 7 potions that increase his mental power and strengthen his body. Naturally, it will take some time to prepare them and pay them to these city lords.
God of Death, we know that it will take a while to prepare so many potions. But how can we rest assured that you will actually prepare these potions for us?
Now that the battle is over, and because of the overwhelming numerical advantage, the battle is much easier than expected. However, precisely because of the large number of people, these city lords were worried about whether the killing god could produce so many potions. Don't let the murderer go into hiding again, and they will be in vain. After all, the entire Holy Alliance originally wanted this murderer, but even his shadow could not be found. If the god of death hadn't shown up at Adela's banquet a few days ago, they would have never seen the god of death with their own eyes.
I can vouch for him.
Before Gervais could speak, Edward spoke first. Today's incident seems to involve Edward being involved by Gervais. In fact, from the fact that Batman has brought so many descendants of the servants of God, it can be seen that the Sky City has long been included.
If you don't receive the potion by then, the Sky City, will compensate you with the equivalent gold coins.
Edward then added,
since Duke Edward is willing to guarantee it, then we can rest assured.
Edward came forward to vouch for it, and all the city lords were naturally relieved and nodded immediately.
In that case, then all the city lords can send the types of medicines you want to the Sky City station afterwards.
When Gervais saw the city lords agreeing to his payment time, he immediately explained,
Thank you, God of Death. Thank you, God of Death.
With such a generous reward, each city lord became extremely enthusiastic, which was completely different from the indifferent appearance at the beginning of the previous war. However, that's how human relationships are in the world, and there's nothing to say about it. But at this moment, a person suddenly ran up behind Gervais. It was Anna, the little maid. After Anna ran to Gervais, she whispered a few words in his ear. Gervais frowned slightly as he listened. However, the brow only furrowed for a moment before Gervais's expression returned to normal. Gervais immediately looked at the city lords present again and said,
Dear city lords, I have 2 things I want to mention here. I hope you can agree for my sake. Say the God of Death?
Potions worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins were about to be obtained. All the city lords now treated Gervais with more respect than gods. Several city lords immediately spoke out.
My name is Gervais Gale. You city lords can call me Gervais from now on.
After all, the name,
God of Death,
is not official. Gervais simply announced his name. Now he definitely doesn't have to hide around. There is no use hiding his name anymore. After saying his name, Gervais immediately mentioned the 2 things he wanted to say.
The first thing I want to mention to you city lords is that the humans in the sacred forest are actually my subjects. We are from an overseas island. Now we have arrived in the sacred continent and want to build a city outside the sacred forest. It's called Stormwind City. I hope all the city lords can agree to my Stormwind City joining the Holy Alliance and getting the Holy Alliance's approval.
After Gervais finished speaking, the city lords were stunned for a moment. They really didn't expect that the God of Death would have such an origin. The 30 city lords, who had received generous rewards, naturally would not refute Gervais's face. And after reacting, they expressed their opinions one after another.
We agree that Stormwind City will join the Holy Alliance.
However, the consent of these 30 city lords plus the dozen or so city lords, like Edward, is definitely not enough. Because such a thing must be approved by more than half of the city owners before it can be truly implemented. So Gervais looked at the city lords in the stands.
We agree too.
When Gervais looked over, at least 50 city lords raised an arm to their face, like a vote to express their agreement with this matter. Although they did not receive benefits from Gervais, Gervais's identity is now a mysterious pharmacist. If they still want to get that potion or be on good terms with Gervais in the future, they must take a stand today. Naturally, no one would refuse such a favor. After receiving the consent of so many holy city lords, Gervais immediately turned his attention to Edward. Edward understood what Gervais meant and immediately said to the city lords,
Although we are not in the conference hall of the Alliance headquarters at this moment, all the city lords are present. And you also made a vote? So this matter is settled. I will let someone make an announcement when I get back.
Edward's words indicated that this matter was truly settled, and there would be no more surprises. When the city lords heard Edward's words, no one expressed any objection. From then on, Edward turned to Gervais and said,
Gervais, although Stormwind City has joined the Holy Alliance, because there is no holy tree in Stormwind City, it cannot be called a holy city, and it does not enjoy the discussion rights of the Alliance, Holy City. I hope you understand this. Okay, Duke Edward.
Regarding the right to discuss matters, Gervais does not have extravagant expectations for the time being. After all, where is the strength? Even if you have the right to discuss matters, who will listen to you without the strength to back you up? Of course, this matter is not urgent. He has the seeds of the holy tree himself. In the future, he will figure out how to cultivate the holy tree and strengthen the strength of Stormwind City. Then he will naturally have the right to discuss matters. After nodding in response to Edward, Gervais smiled and looked at the city lords and said the second thing.
Thank you all city lords for agreeing to Stormwind City joining the Holy Alliance. Now I will talk to all the city lords about the second thing. This second thing is actually related to the elves. To be honest with you city lords, the Queen of the Elves is actually my wife.
Wow. Gervais originally wanted to mention his relationship with Alice first, and then start talking about the age limit in this competition for quotas. But who would have thought that the moment he revealed his relationship with Alice, all the city lords exploded, directly drowning out his words.
What? This Queen of the Elves is the wife of the killing god? Did I hear that right? The Queen of the Elves married a human? This is too crazy. I'm afraid this is something that hasn't happened in the Holy Continent for tens of millions of years. Right. No wonder the Elf Queen was so excited when she met the God of Death just now.
It's no wonder that the city lords made such a fuss. After all, the elves not only hate the human race very much, but are also extremely proud. Even after their decline, the lords of the Holy City are well informed, but they have never heard of the elven royal family intermarrying with humans. What's more, it's not just the elf royal family, but the Queen of the Elf tribe marrying the God of Death as his wife, which is even more incredible. Even Edward on the side looked at Gervais with wide eyes, full of questions. Previously, Gervais and Alice showed that everyone could see that the two had a close relationship, but no one could have imagined that the two would be husband and wife. Even the statement that the two were once lovers would be easier to accept. After all, in this world, husband and wife are husband and wife, and lovers are lovers, but they are all clearly distinguished. And if the two are really husband and wife, how could the elf royal family not object? Of course, the city lords didn't know that. In fact, even the elf royal family didn't object, because what Alice told them was that she and Gervais had already cooked rice. Moreover, she is the only female descendant of the elf royal family. Even Aldo, the father, has to hold his nose and recognize Gervais. Otherwise Alice will not be willing to be the queen. Chapter 694 Relaxing Restrictions.
I am indeed the husband of the Elf Queen. City lords don't have to doubt this. Now let me talk about the second thing.
Gervais was also helpless. Are he and Alice so incompatible? It was just when he was chosen by Alice to marry him as a second son. At that time, he was really lucky to be chosen by her, and it was understandable for others to comment on him. But now that he is the king's man after all, isn't it enough for the king to match the king? However, he had no way to say anything, so he could only interrupt everyone's discussion immediately and say what he wanted to say.
This time the elves come to compete for the places for the passage to the land of the gods. I hope that the city lords can return the age limit to the previous practice and relax the age limit for the elves to participate in the competition by 10 years.
This is exactly what Alice ordered Anna to tell Gervais. If you want to develop, you must compete for this channel quota. So I hope Gervais can take this opportunity to persuade the city lords to change the rules that are unfair to the elves. But when Gervais finished speaking, all the city lords were silent and looked around without saying a word. Previously, it was admitted that Stormwind City had no conflict of interest for everyone and was just a favor. But the competition for channel quota was different. The elves are still very strong in terms of individual strength, but the youth of the elves will grow slower than the humans and orcs before the age of 50. This is also considered a fair principle of the creator. But if the age limit for lending money to the elves is set according to the previous management, there will be no gap between the two. Wouldn't it be an additional enemy? And the city lords will naturally be unwilling to do so. Gervais saw that all the city lords were silent. Even the city lords, who had been extremely enthusiastic before, were looking around in embarrassment. So he looked directly at Duke Edward.
Duke Edward.
This matter. When Edward heard Gervais speaking, he immediately waved his hand to indicate that he understood. Then I saw Edward saying to all the city lords,
Everyone, the rules of this competition have been set. and it is not appropriate to change them. However, since Gervais has a close relationship with the Elf Queen, I hope all the city lords will give it another thought. The rules we set a few days ago did make it impossible for the elves to win. But that was before. The situation now is completely different. Do you city lords still remember that more than 100 years ago, the goblin tribe spent a lot of money to invite a strong dwarf to participate in the competition? That time we were also competing for the passage spot. And that dwarf was really strong and almost took away the spot. And if Gervais represents the elves this time...
Wow! Before Edward finished speaking, all the city lords suddenly realized that this competition for quotas does not limit the race of the participants. As long as you can invite foreign aid. The Bees tribe invaded the Goblin tribe and took away the place where they established the passage to the land of God's fall. Later, due to the mediation between the humans and elves, the orcs and goblins finally settled the matter through a competition. At that time, the goblins actually invited foreign aid, a powerful dwarf warrior. Because of this dwarf foreign aid, the goblins almost took back the land. But in the end, the orcs plotted to secretly make the dwarf warrior drunk with fine wine, causing the dwarf to fall asleep at the beginning of the final competition, which directly caused the goblin to lose the competition. Although the dwarf later did not accept the reward from the goblins because of shame, the goblins lost one of the two original passages. The loss of this passage and the land became the last straw for the goblins. Now even the last passage, the quota, is no longer guaranteed. After that competition, both the orcs and the humans proposed to stipulate that foreign aid could not be invited to participate in such a competition. However, regarding such matters, the elves and goblins at that time still had some weight in their words. The two tribes did not agree to change this rule. So the matter was settled. After decades, people had long forgotten about this incident, because later there were no more conflicts between several races regarding the passage to the land of God's fall. Now that Edward suddenly mentioned it, they immediately thought of a terrible possibility. If this killing god participated in the battle on behalf of the elves, wouldn't there be no need to compete? Which young man can compete with him? In an instant, the city lords began to discuss, and Edward came to Gervais and whispered,
"Although the elves can invite foreign aid, you'd better not play unless absolutely necessary, because you only join the human race on behalf of Stormwind City. If you participate in the competition for the elves this time, the city lords may secretly isolate Stormwind City in the future. This will be very detrimental to your future establishment of Stormwind City. Okay, Duke Edward."
Gervais had already thought about it when he heard that he could hire foreign aid. However, after listening to Edward's words, he frowned and thought for a moment before nodding silently. If it is really secretly isolated by these city lords, it will be really detrimental to the development of Stormwind City. By then, Stormwind City's trade caravans may not be able to enter the Holy Alliance. This alone will slow down the development of Stormwind City. Of course, Gervais didn't want to give up this channel quota, but he seemed to have thought of a better way. It will not cause the isolation of a group of city lords, but it can also successfully obtain this channel quota.
How about it? Have you city lords thought about it?
When Edward saw Gervais nodding, he continued to ask the lords of the Holy City.
I can agree, but we have one condition that we hope Gervais can agree to. City lords, please speak. That's because for the sake of fairness, Gervais cannot participate in this competition.
After saying that, all the city lords looked at Gervais nervously, fearing that he would not agree.
Okay, as long as the rule restrictions are changed, I will not come off the field to participate in this competition.
Gervais smiled slightly without any hesitation. When the city lords saw Gervais agreeing so easily, they were stunned for a moment and felt it was unreal. It took a moment to react, and someone immediately responded.
In that case, Sir Gervais must keep his word. Of course, I do what I say.
Gervais is still calm and calm.
Very good. Since everyone has chosen to agree, then our human race has a unified opinion. Prince Dosalon, do you orcs have any objections?
After Edward got the approval of the city lords, he looked at Dosalon, who still had a gloomy face.
Humph. I have no objection.
Dosalon wanted to say he disagreed, but if the god of death participated in the competition, his son might not have any chance of winning. Moreover, Alder was still eyeing him. He had just paid 100,000 gold coins to save his life. Naturally, he would not be able to win at this moment. He would be foolish. So he immediately snorted and expressed his stance.
Very good. If that's the case, then let's return the age limit to the previous rules for this competition. The elves can increase the age limit by 10 years. Okay, it's not too early now. Let's start the competition.
After Edward confirmed that the orcs also agreed to this matter, he announced that he was ready to start the competition. The previous battle had delayed a lot of time.
Dean Palmer. Then the next thing will be left to you.
Edward told Palmer to host the competition.
Okay. Duke Edward.
The young people competing on the human race's side are basically selected from the Alliance College of Higher Education, because the outstanding descendants of each holy city are still studying in the college. After several rounds of competition, the 10 strongest young people have been selected from them. As the Dean of the Union College of Higher Education, Palmer is the most suitable person to preside over this competition. Then Palmer stood in front of the stage and began to arrange the game. Edward, on the other hand, began to work with Johnson and others to deal with the city lords, who were seriously injured and surrendered voluntarily.
Gervis, Johnson and I will escort these city lords back to their base first, and then let their men redeem them. You can stay here and help me take care of Adela. Okay, Duke Edward. I will keep an eye on Adela.
Gervais naturally had no objection and immediately agreed. Then Johnson and others happily escorted the city lords towards the outside of the arena. This battle not only saved their group's position in the Holy Alliance, but also obtained a large ransom. The city lords were naturally very happy. After Edward and others left, Gervais walked directly to where Alice and Adela were. But when Gervais came to the two women, he found that the two women still ignored his meaning, but whispered to themselves and laughed from time to time. Gervais didn't know what the two people who met for the first time had anything to talk about, so he could only sit aside with one interest. Chapter 695, a move that women know how to do. But at this moment, a palm patted Gervais's shoulder. Gervais turned around and saw that Alder was sitting next to him.
Boy, you are very good. Ha ha. Thank you, Prince Alder, for the compliment. However, I am very satisfied with your ability. But you already have Alice as your wife. Why do you seem to be very close to Duke Edward's granddaughter?
Gervais already knew at this time that this bad-tempered elf was actually Alice's father, the old earl. When she first heard his compliment, she thought that the father-in-law was here to comfort her. But unexpectedly, he changed the subject and actually came to defend his daughter.
Ahem. Prince Alder, there must be some misunderstanding.
Gervais, of course, denied it. But Alder frowned and immediately raised his voice.
That day in the manor of Sky City, I saw that you and the girl named Adela were very close. She kept holding your hand. You two walked arm in arm together. It was really a perfect match. At that time, I thought you were a couple.
When Alder saw Gervais for the first time, he indeed praised the two of them as a good match in his heart. But he really didn't expect that this boy turned out to be the second son of Gandalf, who kidnapped his daughter. It stands to reason that Gandalf has been with him for many years. Although he is a rough man, he is very devoted in relationships. His wife has not remarried for more than 10 years since his death. But the second son he gave birth to is so different.
Ahem. That's because I'm injured. I need help.
Gervais was embarrassed. The old count seemed very resentful.
Well, injured? Let's not talk about whether the injury is real or not. As you were able to use that blood-red sword today to make Halden passively defensive. Even if you were really injured, why didn't you let those servants help you? The daughter of the majestic Sky City actually helped you walk?
Alder squinted his eyes, obviously not believing what Gervais said. After all, whoever was a sick Gervais one moment could tear a tiger apart with his hands the next. No one would believe it, and would only feel that there must be something fishy in it. Well, Gervais was speechless and didn't know what to say for a moment. You can't say that you have kiwi fruit. Right now you can only smile awkwardly.
Elves?
But at this moment, Dean Palmer in front of him shouted in this direction. It turns out that the drawing of lots before the competition has already begun. There are 3 races participating in this competition, so opponents need to be selected according to drawing lots. This is the fairest way. At this time, the young people from the human race and the beast race have arrived at Palmer's side. But the elves here have not yet gone.
I'll take those young people to draw lots.
Alder didn't wait for Gervais to answer. He stood up and smiled strangely at him, and then led the elf youth towards Palmer. Gervais breathed a sigh of relief. This Alder was his father-in-law. He really couldn't do anything to him. But his last weird smile was nothing. In doubt, Gervais looked towards Alice and Adela on the left, wanting to see if the chat between the two was over. But when Gervais turned his head, he was stunned. He saw that both Adela and Alice were looking at him, and they were no longer talking as before. Alice's face looked frosty at this time, and her eyes flashed with danger. Adela's face was slightly red, with a slight joy in her eyes. It was obvious that Alice and Adela had heard Alder's previous questioning, So Alice was naturally extremely dissatisfied and jealous. And Adela thought that Gervais was so powerful just now. Could the injury 2 days ago be fake? Then he deliberately allowed himself to be supported. Doesn't this mean that Gervais is also interested in her? Which is why her face is ashamed and her eyes are full of excitement. As soon as Gervais saw this situation, he knew that he was being plotted. The questions he just asked must be a hole dug by Alder for him. In fact, he really wanted to tell Alice. Poisonous old count! Gervais cursed inwardly. And this is indeed the case. During this period of time, Alder has been secretly resenting Alice for always protecting Gervais. Previously, he deliberately asked loudly, and told the scene he saw that day. Just to let Alice hear. Let this kid also have a taste of the pain, which can alleviate the unfair treatment he has suffered in the past few months. Alice! Adela! Why are you looking at me like this? Gervais was furious, but he still pretended to be stupid and asked questions knowingly. Hiss! Alice didn't speak, but took action directly. Her slender arms were stretched out under Gervais's ribs, and then she twisted. Gervais suddenly took a breath, wondering how Alice could do this. Is she also a time traveler? Or should I say that every woman will do this? Adela also saw Gervais' appearance at this time, and her pretty face suddenly turned redder, and she couldn't hold back her smile. Adela, let's continue talking and leave him alone. After Alice screwed Gervais, she didn't bother Gervais. Instead, she gave Gervais a big white eye and turned away. While Alice and Adela were chatting, Gervais was sitting alone. He felt very uncomfortable in his heart. He was obviously well when he came, but now no one cares about him. The morning passed by so quickly. This morning's competition was carried out in an orderly manner until noon. There were a total of 10 competitions in the morning. Among them, 6 young people from the elf tribe participated. 4 of them were defeated and eliminated by their opponents, and only 2 emerged victorious. The human race and the beast race each had 7 people, but 4 people won regardless of top or bottom. Judging from the results of this morning's game, although the elves have obtained relaxed age restrictions, these young elves have not fought in many years, and are still lacking in experience compared to the humans and orcs. When Palmer announced the end of the morning competition, Alice became a little depressed and obviously worried. Let's go! Let's go have lunch first. Gervais knew that Alice was worried, but he had already had a plan in mind. So he greeted Alice and others nonchalantly. Alice stopped arguing with Gervais at this time, nodded and stood up with Adela. Gervais smiled when he saw this and stood up immediately. It was only Gervais who stood up, but suddenly felt his body go limp, and he fell down without standing firm. Yeah! Be careful! Gervais! Fortunately, Alice and Adela, who were standing in front of Gervais, noticed it at the same time and instantly helped him up. After the 2 women supported Gervais, they asked anxiously and concernedly, Gervais, are you okay? What's wrong with you, Gervais? The 2 women asked while carefully examining Gervais's body from top to bottom, but found nothing abnormal. It's okay. It's just that the injury hasn't healed yet. I just finished a big battle, and now I'm a little weaker. Even Gervais himself almost forgot that his injury had not fully recovered, and he had taken the kiwi fruit that increased his strength by 50 times. Now he was suffering from the sequelae, and his body was even weaker than in the morning. Maybe it was because his body was already a little numb. He didn't feel any particular sensation while leaning on the seat before. He even forgot about himself for a moment. But as soon as he stood up, he immediately felt helpless. Boy, Gervais, let me help you. But at this time, Alder, who had just gathered the elven youths, walked up to Gervais and said something to Gervais. Alder looked at Gervais with a little suspicion, especially when he saw that Gervais's left and right arms were held by Alice and Adela respectively. Not to mention how unhappy he felt. After all, his daughter is the queen of elves. But this kid is not satisfied with getting one, and he even indulges in philandering. What's even more annoying is that my daughter is not angry at all. Father! After hearing Alder's words, Alice didn't think much and complained directly. She was worried that there was something wrong with Gervais's health. At this time, Master Winton, who was not far away, happened to run over here. Welton had been preparing to come over and continued to get close to Gervais, and when he saw this situation, he ran even faster. Teacher, what's going on with you? After Winton came to Gervais, he immediately asked with concern. Tutor? Alice's eyes widened when she heard this title. This man with a white beard actually asked Gervais to be his mentor. A battle broke out earlier, and there was a lot of shouting and shouting. So she only saw Kerwin running and saying a few words to Gervais. But she didn't know the content of their conversation. In addition to Alice's surprise, Alder was also surprised because he didn't even see Kerwin talking to Gervais. On the contrary, Adela knew the reason, but her expression was a little strange at this time, and she didn't say anything.
Ahem. Master Winton. You can just call me Gervais. I'm fine. It's just that the injury from last time hasn't healed yet.
Gervais did not immediately explain to Alice and Alder. Instead, he looked at Winton rather awkwardly. No one would feel comfortable meeting an old man with a beard running over to him calling him a mentor.
That's it. Tutor. Wait a moment. I'll check it for you.
When Winton heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. This was not the time to get closer to Gervais. After saying that, without waiting for Gervais's consent, Welton silently closed his eyes. And then his mental power led the wood magic power to begin to explore Gervais' body. After a while, Winton opened his eyes, but the expression on his face had become more serious.
Teacher, your body needs a good rest. You can't fight again for at least half a month. Otherwise you may leave the root of the disease. Master Winton, is it really so serious?
Adela understood the weight of Winton's wizard best, and immediately tightened Gervais's arm a little, and asked Welton nervously.
Yes. The mentor's body has suffered a lot. However, as long as there is no fighting within half a month and I use powerful healing techniques on the mentor, it will not be a serious problem. From now on, I will come here to help the tutor with treatment every day, which should also speed up the recovery of the injury. Thank you so much. Master Winton. Thank you, Master Winton.
When Alice and Adela heard this, they immediately said words of thanks to Winton. However, Gervais's attention was not on Winton's words at this time, and he was absent-minded for a moment, because the moment Adela held his arm tightly, he felt a soft feeling on his arm.
Well, this little girl, she really deserves to be called a rich lady.
Afterwards, Welton cast an advanced powerful healing technique on Gervais, and green light spots appeared around Gervais for a moment before slowly disappearing. And as the green light spot disappeared, Gervais did feel that his body became a little lighter.
Thank you, Master Winton.
Gervais then retracted his previous random thoughts and thanked Winton.
Teacher, this is what I should do. Then I will return to the academy and come back to you in the afternoon.
After saying that, Welton immediately left with Dean Palmer and others without waiting for Gervais to refuse.
Let's go too.
Gervais was helpless.
Boy, Gervais, this Master Winton is at least a magician. Why would he ask you to be his mentor?
Alder already knew about Winton's strength from the previous advanced healing skills, so he was very curious and asked Gervais while walking. Now he found that the kid who kidnapped his daughter was becoming more and more incredible. It was really beyond his expectation.
Prince Alder, I know this.
Just when Gervais was about to make a long story short, it was Adela who was supporting Gervais with Alice on the left and right, and spoke first. Needless to say, Gervais's status in her heart was not allowed to be discussed in the past due to the need for confidentiality. But now that Gervais's identity has been revealed, she wants to show off her fierce knight. And he also saw that Alice's father seemed to be somewhat hostile to Gervais, and she was also prepared to help Gervais prove his strength and not be underestimated.
Prince Alder, do you know about the potion that increases mental power and the potion that strengthens the body?
Adela spoke immediately.
I know this. Alice also went to the Holy Trading Company to take a picture of one. Right. Gervais just seemed to have mentioned that he is a mysterious pharmacist. Could it be that he is the pharmacist who prepared the enhanced potion?
At this time, Alder finally reacted. He had been concentrating on fighting Doselin and vaguely heard something. But because there were a lot of things going on today, he didn't react for a while. At this time, Adela reminded me and immediately remembered it. His eyes widened in disbelief.
Gervais is the mysterious pharmacist. Yeah. Alice, did you go to the auction?
On the contrary, Adela looked at Alice in surprise. It was obviously the potion prepared by Gervais. But Alice, as Gervais's wife, went to auction the potion.
Not only did I participate, I also spent 35,500 gold coins to buy one, of which 30,000 gold coins were temporarily borrowed from the Holy Trading Company.
Alder was unable to complain and added helplessly from the side.
Ah!
Adela was even more surprised when she heard this. At the same time, there was still a slight joy in my heart, because she thought of herself. The potion seemed to be given to her by Gervais, and she didn't have to spend money to bid.
His!
Just when Adela was secretly happy, Gervais immediately felt that his ribs were being attacked. He suddenly took a breath of air, and then looked at Alice innocently.
It's okay, Alice. It's okay if you took the photo. Anyway, the gold coin was given to me in the end. I'll pay it back to you then.
But Alice did not speak, sulking in her heart. Adela's secret joy could not be hidden from her. She immediately thought of the reason. So she took action and pinched Gervaise's waist again. Alice then put on an "I don't know what you are talking about" expression.
The daughter of the Sky City. What happened next? What happened to Master Winton?
When Alder saw his daughter's attack, he immediately felt relieved and continued to question Adela.
Master Winton is not only a magician, but also a top pharmacist in the Holy Alliance. When the spiritual potion prepared by Gervais appeared, he was very shocked. At that time, no one knew the pharmacist who prepared this potion. It was Gervais. So once at an auction site, Master Winton publicly stated that he wanted the person who prepared this potion to be his mentor. That's why Master Winton knew Gervais's identity today. So he called Gervais his mentor.
Adela slowly told the whole story about Winton Bigwith being her mentor.
There is such a thing.
Even Alder, the prince of the elves who had lived for more than 300 years, couldn't help but lament the bizarreness of this incident. Of course, he knew what the title of Holy Alliance's top pharmacy master meant. Of course, the most incredible thing among them is that Gervais can actually prepare a potion that even such a potion master is amazed by.
Boy, Gervais, you are really that powerful.
Only now did Alder have to face up to Gandalf's second son. At the same time, he also remembered what Alice said last time. As long as Gervais is found, he will definitely help the elves regain their glory. At this time Alder felt that this might not be impossible.
Ha ha. Prince Alder. This is nothing. It was just configured by accident.
Although Gervais was very humble in his words, he said in his heart that Adela was a very good girl. It greatly helped him gain face in front of his cheap wife, and also effectively beat Alder.
That's nothing. One potion of yours costs more than 35,000 gold coins.
Alder knew that Gervais was being modest, so he replied a little sourly.
Prince Alder, Gervais auctioned a potion last month and obtained a total of more than 200,000 gold coins. Yesterday's auction of gold coins has not been settled yet, but at least it will not be less than 300,000 gold coins.
Adela continues to elevate Gervais' status.
His!
Alder gasped. With such a speed of making money, he actually earned the Jones family's original wealth in just 2 months.
Ha ha! Let's not talk about it for now. Let's not talk about it for now. Let's go to Lungjade Manor for lunch first.
When Gervais heard the sound of Alder breathing in, he felt secretly happy and immediately spoke humbly. Chapter 696 500 people. When everyone walked out of the arena, the entrance and exit of the arena was extremely empty because the people on the first and second floors were still left in the arena. Only after the big shots on the third floor have left, the audience on the first and second floors will be allowed to leave. When Gervais slowly walked out with the support of Alice and Adela, he soon saw a familiar figure. It was Nadine, the commander-in-chief of the Knights of the Rose.
His Majesty King Gergives?
Nadine was still confused at first as to how her queen could help a man out. But when a few people approached, Nadine was so shocked that she was a little incoherent. Why didn't I see him when he went in? But when he came out, Gervais had already appeared. This surprised Nadine even more than seeing a ghost.
Commander Nadine.
In response to Nadine's shocked expression, Gervais responded with a faint smile.
His Majesty the King has finally found you. His Majesty Nadine. I have met His Majesty the King. Meet His Majesty the King.
At this time, Nadine finally reacted and immediately knelt down solemnly on the ground to salute Gervais. At that time, Gervais was so powerful that he saved the entire Eurasian continent. After Nadine half-kneeled to salute, the dozens of guards behind him also reacted and immediately knelt on the ground to salute Gervais. Suddenly, the place where the carriages were parked in the arena was filled with greetings. At this time, there are still many city lords who have not left here, and they are looking here curiously. After seeing that it was Gervais present, everyone suddenly realized that they got on the carriage and left.
Get up! Nadine! Let's go have lunch!
Gervais was quite friendly when he saw these soldiers of the Knights of the Rose, and immediately smiled and asked everyone to stand up.
Thank you, Your Majesty the King!
Nadine and others all responded, and then slowly stood up.
By the way, Alice, how many people are here this time? I heard that many of them live outside the city.
Gervais remembered the rumor from the past 2 days, and immediately looked at Alice.
Well, we have a total of more than 500 people here. More than 400 people live outside the city. And we are the only one with more than 100 people living in the inner city.
Alice nodded, since she heard Winton's words before, and knew that Gervais was seriously injured. Her tone towards Gervais was a little softer. Her coldness didn't disappear, but she stopped being cold when facing Gervais. After all, being cold is just a personality. Who can be cold to their relatives and loved ones?
Well, Commander Nadine, you go and bring them all to the inner city, and then go directly to Ling Jade Manor to find us.
After hearing this, Gervais immediately gave the order to Nadine.
Yes, Your Majesty the King.
Nadine and others didn't know where Ling Jade Manor was. Since Gervais had orders, they would naturally obey. The same was true for Alice. She didn't know that Ling Jade Manor was the most upscale restaurant in the City of Hope. So she didn't object. After Nadine responded, Gervais and others boarded the carriage. This carriage is Alice's luxurious carriage. Although the elves are very poor now, there are still some things left over from their past glory. For example, Adela's spacious carriage has 6 colorful deers responsible for pulling it. The carriage compartment is more than 2 meters wide and 3 meters long. In addition to being luxuriously decorated, the carriage is even engraved with magic runes. It is not only comfortable and spacious, but also has great security. When Gervais sat in it with Alice and Adela, it didn't feel crowded at all. After getting on the carriage, the 2 women carefully placed Gervais in the center, while they sat on the left and right respectively. Adela sat so close and natural. Alice didn't say anything, but she felt that her hand could not help but want to reach under Gervais' ribs. But when she thought that Gervais was still injured, she could only keep it in her heart silently.
Alice, how did you come to the Holy Continent? How did you become the queen of the elf tribe?
Gervais didn't realize that his old waist had been taken care of. And when Wawaran began to ask Alice, he was really curious about what happened to Eurasia after he came to the Holy Continent. There are only 3 people in the carriage now. And Adela, the rich lady Gervais, is naturally trustworthy. And she is very strict with her words. She did not tell her grandfather about her identity information and the source of the medicine.
After you disappeared, Pope Longfellow began to attack the city with all his strength. They had many golden knights and magicians. And soon the City of Glory was attacked by them. Just when our army was about to be defeated, my father and the elven warriors arrived just in time. Only then did they defeat the church's army and kill Longfellow.
Having said this, Alice paused and continued.
Later I found out that my father was the prince of the elves, and I was the only female of the elven royal family. So we took some of the people by boat to the sacred continent. And after I arrived in the sacred forest, I passed the goddess recognized and became the queen of the elves.
Alice carefully told what happened after Gervais disappeared. Only then did Gervais know that so many things happened later. At the same time, he was also glad that his father-in-law arrived in time. Otherwise, if anything happened to Alice and others, he would regret it. Adela on the side listened to Alice's words, but there was something strange in her eyes. This was the first time she knew about the location of King Gervais.
Alice, I'm sorry. I didn't expect the church to have such a thing as a teleportation scroll. They teleported me directly to this holy continent,
Gervais said to Alice slightly apologetically.
It's okay. As long as you're safe, I'll be relieved.
Alice's eyes sparkled, and she spoke the truth in her heart. Since Gervais disappeared, she thought about it day and night to find Gervais, and prayed to the goddess of life for Gervais's safety every day in the sacred forest. Although she suffered a lot of grievances in the process of searching for Gervais, she felt that it was all worth it.
Gervais, how have you been since you came to the Holy Continent?
After talking about her own affairs, Alice remembered that Gervais was seriously injured, and Alice couldn't help but want to know the situation after Gervais disappeared. Although Gervais seems to be very prosperous now, judging from the serious injury Gervais suffered a few days ago, Alice knows that her husband must have suffered a lot to achieve what he is today.
It's nothing. I'm very lucky. After I came here, I met Adela and a friend named Lucky as Harry. After going on an adventure together, we came to the City of Hope.
Gervais naturally reported good news, but not bad news. Alice must have suffered a lot after his disappearance. Speaking out now will only increase Alice's psychological burden. While Gervais didn't want to say it, Adela on the side was different. Although she knew Gervais was Harry just after Gervais summoned the skeleton in the arena. Now that Gervais had admitted it in person, she was even more excited. She was even more moved because she thought of how many dangers Gervais, Harry, had experienced, and how many times he had helped him from the time he was in the Magician's Tower until now.
Sister Alice, Gervais has experienced several dangers since coming to the Holy Continent. The first time Gervais and we went to the Magician's Tower.
At that moment, Adela told everything that happened to Gervais from the beginning of his adventure to the City of Hope. Moreover, Adela specializes in finding nice things to say. For example, the one that highlights Gervais's hardships is that Gervais clearly has the talent to practice necromancy. but gave up studying because of lack of money. In addition, Adela also deliberately concealed the little secrets between Gervais and herself, such as peeking at her bathing in the holy city of Hika, and breaking into her bedroom and hiding under her quilt. Because these were little secrets between her and Gervais, she naturally did not dare to let Alice, the head wife, know about them. Alice had been listening quietly to Adela's story, but as Adela told more and more of the dangers and hardships Gervais encountered, her originally soft eyes could not help but turn slightly red, especially when she heard that Gervais was wanted by the entire continent. She realized how lucky she was to see Gervais today.
Ha ha. How can Adela say it's so thrilling? Okay, we've arrived at Ling Jade Manor. Let's get off the car.
Although it was very satisfying to hear from others the various things he had done to save himself from danger, when Gervais saw Alice's demeanor, he was worried that his cheap wife would really increase his psychological burden. So he quickly offered words of comfort. At this time, the carriage happened to be parked in the square in Ling Jade Manor. That day, Gervais showed off his might at Ling Jade Manor and killed more than a dozen new temple powerhouses. So now he no longer has to change carriages at the door when he comes to Ling Jade Manor. Instead, she rode her carriage directly into the manor just like Lolita did. After hearing Gervais's consolation and seeing that the carriage had stopped, Alice put away her thoughts and stabilized her mind for a moment. Then, she and Adela helped Gervais get up and walk carefully. Get off the carriage.
Hello, the distinguished Lord Gervais and the two ladies. Welcome to Ling Jade Manor.
Today, Ling Jade Manor has regained its luxury. The steward here received the news and knew that Gervais would come, so he had been waiting in the square for a long time. When Gervais and the others got off the carriage, they immediately came up with a group of attendants and greeted them respectfully.
Well, take us to the 3rd floor. By the way, 400 people will come later. Today, there will be a total of more than 500 people. You should hurry up and prepare to be responsible for entertaining.
Gervais gave instructions to the enthusiastic steward.
500 people.
Even the manager of the manor was stunned by the amount Gervais reported. He was preparing to greet Wang Yui's and others, and then arranged for the guards to rest in a place specially prepared for the guards. Now it sounds like Gervais means to let these people enjoy dinner together in this manner.
Well, what's wrong? There are too many people?
Gervais thought there were too many people, and Ling Jade Manor could not prepare.
No. Mr. Gervais, please come in, and I will make arrangements immediately to ensure that the guests will not be neglected.
The steward reacted immediately, and responded enthusiastically to Gervais. It was Gervais who spoke. And there was also the rich lady of the Sky City, and the queen of the elf race beside him. Of course, he would fully satisfy any request. And the more people there are, the more Ling Jade Manor will make. After receiving the steward's reply, Gervais nodded with satisfaction, and then entered the hall with Alice, Adela and others under the guidance of several attendants. When Alice arrived at the hall, she discovered that the luxury in the manor exceeded her imagination. Alice has become very familiar with the prices in the City of Hope in the past 2 days. She can naturally guess how high the consumption in such a luxurious place is. It would be fine if Gervais only brought a few of them to dine. But later there would be more than 500 people dining together. And Alice couldn't help but turn her head slightly to look at Gervais.
Gervais, just let Nadine and the others eat whatever they want. There's no need to waste it here.
Alice wouldn't care about this on the Eurasian continent. But since coming to the Holy Continent, she knows how important gold coins are to develop the elves in Stormwind City. So she feels that it is a bit of a waste.
It's okay, Alice. I'm rich now, so you don't have to worry as long as I'm here.
Gervais naturally knew that Alice wanted to save money to spend on the construction of Stormwind City. But now that she has met herself, how could she be wronged again? You must know that Alice was ridiculed by humans and beasts for several days when she lived in this small manor. Now that he has appeared, it is impossible to let such a thing continue. It is time for everyone to shut up. So Gervais shook his head at Alice without any hesitation. After thinking about it, Gervais was afraid that Alice still couldn't bear it. So he continued to say something to her.
Alice, look behind you.
When Alice heard this, she turned around and saw a group of elven young men and women looking around with wide eyes. Everyone covered their mouths with their hands, obviously seeing such a luxurious manor for the first time. After all, in terms of enjoyment, the Holy Continent human race dares to be second, but no other race dares to be first. When Alice saw this, she didn't say anything else, but her heart was filled with happiness at this moment, and she felt like she had found her backbone. So Alice tightened her arm by half a minute, and Gervais suddenly seemed to feel the softness on her arm. and was lost for a moment again. When the group of people arrived on the second floor, the elven youths were arranged to eat on the second floor, while Gervais and others were arranged to the third floor, arriving at the luxury box on the third floor. After several people took their seats, the menu of Lung Jade Manor was immediately delivered to Alice.
Alice, see if there's anything you like.
Gervais has never been a stingy person when it comes to his own people, especially his cheap wife. But when Alice opened the menu and saw the dishes and the amount on the menu, she was shocked again. This reaction was exactly the same as when Gervais first came to the Cold Emerald Manor for dinner. Alice held the menu for a moment. Seeing that she had not spoken yet, Gervais immediately spoke to Adela and Alder.
Adela, Prince Alder, please have some too. Whatever you want.
Yeah.
Gervais. Boy Gervais. Then I won't be polite.
Although Alder has not traveled to the Holy Continent for many years, he was the prince during the glorious moment of the elves. Therefore, Lung Faitsue's formation did not have any impact on him, but was very natural.
High-level snowy giant eagle. Mid-level deep-sea cod.
Afterwards, Alder read out the names one by one, choosing the most expensive food to order. Almost every single dish cost thousands of gold coins.
Father!
When Alder read out 5 dishes in one breath, Alice finally became dissatisfied after estimating the price. She felt that her father was wasting his money.
Alice, today is our reunion after a long absence. Don't worry about the gold coins. Don't you still believe in my ability?
Gervais immediately advised Alice.
Yes, Sister Alice. Gervais is rich.
As the rich daughter of the Sky City, Adela naturally had very little idea about gold coins. So she also helped to persuade Alice. Seeing that both Gervais and Adela had spoken, Alice stopped talking about Alder. Gervais understood very well that Alice did not have such a character back then. He must have picked up this habit after visiting the sacred forest. Gervais also felt heartbroken when he thought that his cheap wife was not only worried about the affairs of millions of elves, but also worried about his courtiers. So, Gervais next ordered the dishes himself, specially ordering a few expensive but very nourishing recipes for women. He decided to make up for his cheap wife. Chapter 697 Vauden's Idea. After Gervais and others ordered the dishes, the waiters put the dishes on the table within a short time, and the nourishing dishes that Gervais specially ordered for Alice and Adela were also placed in front of him. In addition to high-end deep-sea fish, there were also many precious magic plant dishes. Then several people began to eat happily. Alder, the prince of the elves, had not tasted these human delicacies for more than 200 years, and they tasted extremely delicious. While Gervais and others were enjoying the delicious food, Nadine also arrived at the entrance of the Cold Jade Manor with a group of Rose Knights and more than 100 soldiers from the elves.
Welcome to Lung Jade Manor. Please come inside quickly.
When the attendants at the door saw that there were elves among the crowd, and the armors of these human guards were exactly the same as those that had gone in before, they immediately did not dare to neglect and quickly led the people inside. Nadine and others originally didn't know where Lung Jade Manor was, but when they followed the attendants to the manor, they were immediately attracted by the beautiful and exquisite surroundings. Along the way, Nadine and others looked around like country bumpkins.
This place is actually much more luxurious than the manor where Her Royal Highness the Queen lives.
While walking, a Rose Knight beside Nadine secretly exclaimed to Nadine,
"Shoo! Shut up!"
Although Nadine very much agreed with this statement, it was not only suspected of belittling the Queen, but also damaging the Queen's face if others heard it. So Nadine immediately stopped the Rose Knight's words. Then everyone followed the attendants and finally arrived at the gate of the Manor restaurant more than 10 minutes later.
Dear guests, please come in.
After the attendant led everyone to the gate, he saluted respectfully towards Nadine and others, and bent down to make a gesture of invitation.
All of us?
Although she was standing outside the door at this time. Through the door, Nadine had already seen the magnificent appearance inside. The smooth mirror-like tile floors, the spiral staircase dome inlaid with gold and silver, and the exquisite furnishings that can be seen everywhere all highlight the luxury and high-end quality of this building. Because of this, when he heard the attendant inviting them in, he still couldn't believe that there were more than 400 people here.
Yes, the distinguished Lord Gervais has already told you to come in and dine.
The attendant's smile was still bright, and his tone was still respectful.
His Majesty the King told us to let us dine inside?
When Nadine heard this, her eyes instantly lit up. Of course he also wanted to dine in such a high-end place, but he could imagine that such a luxurious meal would probably cost more than his year's salary. But now he has the king's instructions, so he doesn't have to worry.
Thank you,
Nadine responded to the attendant, and then walked in first. When the elves and Rose Knights saw Nadine entering the door of the restaurant, they all followed him in, with excitement.
Wow! What a luxury! You can actually dine here. His Majesty the King ordered it. Otherwise we would never have the chance to come in and dine.
As everyone entered the hall, they were led forward by the attendants while whispering. Even Nadine was secretly looking around. Finally, when everyone came to the restaurant on the first floor and sat down, the waiter gave the menus to order.
What? The cheapest one costs dozens of gold coins?
When Nadine and others saw the menu, they were all shocked. Let's not talk about the elf soldiers. After all, they all live in the jungle and are actually not very sensitive to gold coins. But Nadine and others had lived in Eurasia and knew the value of gold coins. Now that I see the menu with such prices, I don't know what to do. The attendant was also smart. After seeing such a situation, he immediately reported the situation to his steward.
Don't you dare?
When the steward heard this, he thought for a moment and said,
Let's do it at a price of 500 gold coins per table.
There are more than 400 guards, and each table has 20 people, which means there are more than 20 tables. In this way, these guards will need more than 10,000 gold coins. However, the manager knew that Gervais and Adela had a good relationship, and Adela was the daughter of Sky City and was certainly not short of money. So she was not worried about not receiving the money later.
Yes, Master Steward.
When the attendant heard this, he immediately responded, while Nadine and others were still looking at the menu in a daze. The waiter quickly brought out all the delicacies. Although there are only 500 gold coins per table, even the simplest dishes at Ling Jade Manor are not comparable to those outside, and they instantly make Nadine and others salivate.
Miss, the news just came. The identity of the mysterious pharmacist has been confirmed.
In the manner of the Holy Trading Company, Lolita was sitting in the large study room, looking at the account books. At this moment, Butler Petey hurried in to report.
What? Has the identity of the mysterious pharmacist been confirmed? Is this information accurate?
Lolita didn't ask who it was immediately, but she doubted the source of the news. After all, it was too sudden. As long as the identity of the mysterious pharmacist is exposed, he will definitely become the target of many large and small families. The mysterious pharmacist himself should not be so careless.
Miss, this news should be very accurate. And all the lords of the Holy City know it. All the city lords actually know who the mysterious pharmacist is.
Petey's answer surprised Lolita.
It's the God of Death. He is the mysterious pharmacist.
What?
The God of Death is a mysterious pharmacist. Ped, are you kidding me?
Lolita stood up and frowned slightly, wondering if Ped had taken the wrong medicine and wanted to tease her. Although the God of Death can take out the potion and give it to Adela, it cannot be said that he is the mysterious pharmacist, because it is known to everyone that the God of Death is a titled knight. How could he prepare a magic potion?
Miss, this is true. The identity of the mysterious pharmacist was revealed by the God of Death himself in public. In addition to using fighting spirit, he can also use fire magic and undead magic.
At that moment, Ped quickly told Adela what happened in the arena this morning. Everything is described in detail, from the beginning of the dispute between the Golden Shield family and the elves, to the later battle between the God of Death and Halden, and finally the fight between Batman and Edward.
Gervis, titled knight, magician, mysterious pharmacist, husband of the Elf Queen, finally defeated the Golden Shield family and their allies with the promised potion.
After listening to Petey's words, Lolita seemed to have heard a big joke. So many strange things happened to one person, and that person was the God of Death that he wanted to take a bite of. Boom, boom, boom. But at this moment, the door knocked.
Lolita, it's me.
Soon the voice of Lolita's second brother Vaudin came from outside the door.
Ped, you go out first.
When Lolita heard that her second brother was coming, she immediately gave an order to Ped.
Yes, miss.
After Ped left, Lolita sat back in her seat in a daze, and Vaudin also walked in at this time.
Little sister, this is incredible. That God of Death is actually a mysterious pharmacist.
After entering the door, Vaudin quickly closed the door. And then, he couldn't wait to run to Lolita and exclaimed. But when he finished exclaiming, he saw that his sister's brows were furrowed, and she didn't have any big reaction. He immediately knew that Lolita must have received the news.
Little sister, do you know everything?
Adela hummed a little out of sorts. Her current mood can be said to be very complicated. First of all, her hatred for Gervais is not as strong as before. But the problem is that if she doesn't want to marry Gervais, she has no choice but to kill him. But Adela finds that she can't do it anymore. After all, this god of death has saved her twice. But now that we know that Gervais is the mysterious pharmacist of the human race, from the perspective of the sea race, he should be killed.
Lolita, what are you thinking? Now that we know that this murderer is the mysterious pharmacist, we should find a way to catch him.
Seeing that his sister was in a bad state, Vauden immediately sat down at the long table and said to Lolita,
Catch him?
Lolita didn't react. She knew Gervais was the mysterious pharmacist, so she shouldn't have gotten rid of him directly.
That's right. We are the Sea Clan if we catch this god of death. If he continues to stay in the human race, it will definitely be very detrimental to our Sea Clan and other races in the future. After all, humans are so cunning and greedy. If the human race rises, our races will be its dangerous. As long as we catch the god of death. If he cooperates, we will lock him up and let him configure it for us. Then we will sell a small amount of potions to earn gold coins. This will not allow the rise of the human race and will be beneficial to the Holy Trading Company.
Vauden only had a one-sided relationship with Gervais, although he found this murderous god very interesting. As the second prince of the Sea tribe, he naturally considered the interests of his people. The emergence of Gervais is likely to really lead to the rise of mankind. When the time comes, the human race will leave other races far behind. And neither the sea race nor the orc race will be easy in the future.
If he doesn't agree, then there is no choice but to kill him.
Vauden added another sentence.
Oh, second brother, please go make arrangements.
Lolita heard her second brother's idea and felt that this was feasible. The most important thing was that she didn't need to take action, so she didn't have to worry. And having Gervais in your hand would be very convenient if you really need to kill him one day. Unexpectedly, Lolita had just finished speaking, and Vauden immediately shook his head and said helplessly,
I would like to arrest the god of death, but the god of death is very powerful, and he spends all day with a wealthy lady from Sky City, so it's hard to do anything. The god of death himself is not weak. If you try to catch him by force, you will definitely attract attention. Then why did you come to me, second brother?
After Lolita heard Vauden's words, she immediately looked at Vauden suspiciously.
Ahem. Lolita, I heard that not only is the god of death not related to the daughter of Sky City, he is also the husband of the elf queen. I think he must be a pervert.
Vauden coughed dryly and slowly began to express his thoughts. After a pause, he continued,
So, I think Lolita, you can try to contact him, and then find an opportunity to catch him.
As Vauden spoke, he suddenly found that his sister's eyes were wide-eyed, bigger than the snails in the sea, so his voice became weaker and weaker.
You actually want me to seduce that god of death?
Lolita was so angry that she shouted out.
Lolita, I'm not trying to seduce you. I'm just asking you to make friends with him. With the virtue of the killing god, he will definitely not refuse. Then you find an opportunity to sneak him to the outside of the city or to the manor of the trading company. When the time comes, we will poison him and knock him out, and we can quietly kill him. He took it away.
Seeing Lolita's anger, Vauden felt a little guilty, but he still argued. After all, this is a very feasible solution, and this god of death really cannot be kept by humans. Chapter 698, Ways to Win the Competition. Gervais didn't know that he was being compared to a pervert by Lolita's second brother, and he wanted to use Lolita as a bait to kidnap him. After taking Alice and others for a delicious meal, Gervais paid more than 25,000 gold coins and prepared to leave Ling Jade Manor. Alder didn't feel much at all when he ate it, but when he saw Gervais taking out 3 large treasure boxes and paying the gold coins to Ling Jade Manor without even frowning, he really thought highly of Gervais. One glance. After all, this is just the price of a lunch meal. With so many gold coins, even hosting a grand dinner would be a mistake. Even Alder was like this. And Nadine, the Rose Knights, and the elves were naturally even more shocked. After enjoying the unprecedented food and seeing the amount of gold coins spent, everyone looked at Gervais with no other thoughts but wanting to worship. If this were in Eurasia, a Viscount Seignior's lifetime wealth would be solved by himself and others in just one lunch today.
Come on! Take me to your manor now to take a look.
After having enough wine and food, it was natural to go to where Alice lived. Then some more than 500 people left Lungfaitsue Manor and headed to the small manor on the edge of the inner city. More than half an hour later, when the team arrived at the door of the small manor, Gervais stepped out of the carriage with the support of Alice and Adela. When Gervais got off the carriage and looked around, he found that the scene here was different from that near the college. Although this place also belongs to the inner city, it is already on the edge of the inner city, and cannot be compared with the core location of the Holy Trading Company and Ling Jade Manor. You can tell something about it from the way pedestrians dress and travel around here. Although there are many carriages on the streets nearby, they are all ordinary carriages. You must know that the carriages on the streets near the college, whether the city lord is traveling or the representatives stationed in the City of Hope, are traveling in luxury carriages. Many of them also have magical inscriptions. Compared with this place, it is simply a comparison between Mercedes-Benz and Rolls-Royce. However, Alice's carriage is a top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce. But living in a place full of Mercedes-Benz and BMWs is extremely dazzling.
Nadine, please pack up the things in the manor and let's find another place to live.
Gervais was not ready to go to the manor to take a look at it, because the size of the manor could be seen from outside, and it was not much different from the medium-sized leisure villas in his previous life. In the previous life, it would have been nice for someone to own such a manor, but this was a different world. Lung Jade Manor and Sky City Station cover an area of more than 10 acres, and it takes half an hour to circle around. Alice is the queen after all, so living here is really unavoidable from gossips.
Yes, Your Majesty.
When Nadine heard Gervais's order, she didn't hesitate at all. She responded and headed towards the manor with many guards. Alice didn't stop him this time. She knew that stopping him would be useless. Anyway, now that Gervais has returned, it sounds to her like, after all, Gervais has always been a miracle worker, and she does not need to worry about expenses. Alice and others did not bring many things this time. So after a while, Nadine and others pulled 5 or 6 ordinary carriages out of the gate of the small manor.
Let's go back the way we came.
Gervais had stayed in the City of Hope for several months and knew that some manors in the City of Hope were specifically for rent, and there were several in the core area of the City of Hope. He immediately led the crowd and rushed over. About 10 minutes later, when the team passed a magic shop, Gervais suddenly called in the little maid Anna, who was sitting outside the carriage. Then Gervais whispered a few words in Anna's ear, and then handed a money bag to Anna. The little maid Anna took the money bag with a blushing face and responded quickly, then quickly got out of the carriage and headed towards the roadside. As for why Anna blushed, it wasn't because Gervais said anything frivolous, but when Gervais spoke and breathed out, all the hot breath hit Anna's little maid's ear, and it was still under the gaze of Alice and Adela. So Anna reacted like this.
Gervais, what did you ask Anna to do?
Alice had no idea because Gervais and Anna were so close. After all, this little maid used to be Gervais's personal maid. She was just curious about what Gervais had to say that he couldn't let herself know. Adela on the side also looked at Gervais with some curiosity with her dark beautiful eyes.
Ha ha. It's nothing. I asked Anna to buy some things.
However, Gervais was not prepared to tell Alice and Anna this time, so he just pretended to be careless. When Alice and Adela heard this, they did not ask further questions.
Parking.
After continuing to travel for 5 or 6 minutes, the carriage finally stopped under Gervais's shout. At this time, their team was in front of a large manor. Although the gate of this manor is closed, you can tell from the grand appearance of the gate that this manor is on the same level as the large manors of the Holy Trading Company.
Nadine, knock on the door. Yes, Your Majesty.
Nadine responded and quickly went to knock on the door of the manor. At this time, Gervais and others also got out of the carriage.
Everyone, do you want to rent this manor?
These vacant manors for rent are actually the property of the Alliance College of Higher Education. So when they saw Gervais and his party standing outside the gate, the manor guards on duty were not surprised.
Yes, I am Gervais. Now open the door and inform the people in the academy.
Gervais walked closer and spoke.
Okay, Sir Gervais. Wait a moment.
As soon as he heard that Gervais and others were indeed going to rent this large manor, the guard did not dare to neglect and immediately opened the door.
Sir Gervais, I will inform the people from the college to come now. You can go in first and wait.
The guard had already seen that there were elves in Gervais's team, so he was not worried about any problems. So he directly let Gervais and others enter first.
Well, go ahead.
Gervais nodded, and then the group drove directly into the manor. Although this manor is for rent, the layout inside is not inferior to those in the Holy City. Gervais was very satisfied after seeing the layout inside. After a while, everyone finally arrived in front of a magnificent building inside the manor. After Gervais got off the carriage, he looked around for a moment and then asked Alice.
Is Alice still satisfied? If so, will we live here?
After all, Alice is also from a Count family, and the environment she has been in the past has always been top-notch. Naturally, I would like to live in such a manner at this time. After all, no one would be willing to lower their quality of life if conditions permit. After receiving Alice's satisfactory answer, Gervais felt happy and immediately decided not to change places.
Commander Nadine, can we live in this manor next? That's for sure. His Majesty brought us in just to stay here. It's such a blessing to follow His Majesty.
The carriage that Gervais and Alice Adela were riding in was already at the front. Nadine and others followed not far behind. When everyone saw that the appearance and layout of this manor was not at all different from the previous luxurious manor, they immediately started whispering. Most of them lived in the courtyard of the outer city in the past few days. Although there were more than 50 people living in one courtyard, it still seemed slightly crowded. Seeing this picturesque manor at this time, I was naturally full of joy. Half an hour later, inside this magnificent building.
Teacher, I didn't expect you to plan to live in this manor. I'm so honored.
Gervais and Winton sat opposite each other, and Winton was smiling all over his face.
Ha ha. I didn't expect this manor to be Master Winton's property.
Gervais did not expect such a coincidence. It turned out that this manor was given to him by the college to live in after Winton became the elder of the college. It was regarded as Winton's private property. However, Winton was obsessed with magic, and he was not married. He also lived in the tutor's dormitory area of the college all day long to study magic and potions. So the manor became idle, and he simply entrusted the college to rent it out. When he heard that a man named Gervais wanted to rent the manor, and there were elves in the team, Winton immediately knew it was Gervais. So he rushed over in a hurry.
Master Winton, how much is the monthly rent for this manor?
Gervais and Winton were polite for a moment, and then asked directly,
Teacher, what are you talking about? It's my honor for you to live here. How can I still charge you for it?
Naturally, it is impossible for Winton to accept Gervais' rent. He really wants Gervais as his mentor, and it is too late to curry favor with Gervais now.
Master Winton, to be honest, I really have nothing to teach you.
Gervais had a headache. He had actually expected this result as soon as he saw Winton arriving. He could make friends with Winton, but he really never thought of accepting such an old master who was well known in the Holy Alliance as his disciple. Moreover, the reason why he prepared those magical potions was entirely because of the kiwi fruit, and there was no way he could tell about it.
Teacher, whether you teach me or not, I will voluntarily follow you. I have already mentioned it to Dean Palmer today.
However, Winton seemed not to have heard what Gervais said and still persisted. After saying that, seeing Gervais about to continue speaking, Winton said,
Teacher, I will definitely not charge for this manor today. I will go back to the academy first. You can stay here with peace of mind, no matter how long it takes.
With that said, Winton actually stood up and left the hall quickly. But Gervais is unable to stop him even if he wants to because of his limited mobility.
What a headache. But after I get the channel quota, I will definitely leave. I will make up for it when the time comes.
After Winton left, Gervais shook his head helplessly and did not continue to call Winton, thinking that he would leave a potion for him when he left, as a way to repay the favor. Boom, boom, boom. After Winton left, the door of the hall was knocked again. Gervais looked up and saw Anna, the little maid, standing at the door happily.
His Majesty!
Little maid Anna quickly saluted Gervais and said Hello.
Anna, come in!
After receiving permission, the little maid Anna quickly came to Gervais and handed a wooden box in her hand to Gervais.
Your Majesty, this is what you just asked me to buy.
Because she had not been in contact with Gervais for a long time, and because Gervais had now become a king, the little maid Anna became a lot more cautious and felt uneasy.
Anna, you are still my personal maid. You don't have to be so restrained.
Gervais saw Anna's appearance and immediately understood Anna's thoughts. But he explained to her softly. This little maid had been by her side to serve and help him when he was very poor. Naturally, Gervais would not treat her as an outsider.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Anna's little face turned red immediately, and she was obviously a little excited when she heard Gervais's words. She was really worried that Gervais would no longer like her as a personal maid because of the changes around her.
Well, Anna, you go find Alice and the others first. I have something to do now. By the way, close the door for me.
Seeing Anna's reaction, Gervais confirmed his thoughts. He smiled slightly, held the wooden box in his hand, and gave Anna's little maid instructions again.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Anna, the little maid, seemed to realize that her little thoughts were seen through by Gervais. She responded inaudibly, then ran out of the hall as if running away. and then gently closed the door of the hall. After Anna's little maid left, Gervais opened the wooden box in his hand. This wooden box contained more than 10 fighting spirit recovery potions, all of which were of the lowest quality. Gervais had previously ordered Anna to purchase these potions. Judging from the situation in the morning, only 2 of the 6 elves in the group won. It will definitely be a bit difficult to win in the afternoon. Gervais has already promised those city lords that he cannot play, so he needs to find another way to help the elves win the competition. In fact, the method is very simple. That is, add black kiwi fruit that increases the strength 50 times to the potion. Therefore, he did not tell Alice and Adela about this matter. And Gervais also told Anna not to mention to anyone that he had ordered her to buy the potion. Because with the intelligence of Alice and Adela, it is inevitable that they will connect the purchased potions. This is not because Gervais is wary of Alice and Adela, but because he is worried that if they guess something, it will cause system restrictions, which is not good. For things like this, it's best for everyone to think that they relied on the formula to prepare the magical potion. Gervais took out each potion from the wooden box and placed it on the long table beside him. In fact, Gervais is still a little worried. If the black kiwi fruit has no effect, then this afternoon's competition will be troublesome. However, it is actually easy to verify whether this black kiwi fruit can be used with the potion. You only need to look at the color of the potion later to identify it. Gervais immediately stopped delaying and took out one of the only 2 50-fold enhancement fruits from the system mall. Then he used a short blade to cut off a thumb-sized piece from the black kiwi fruit and put it into a slightly turbid low-grade fighting spirit recovery potion. After finishing everything, Gervais stared at the potion in his hand and waited.
Ha ha! It works!
This time the competition is stable. After adding the pulp of the black kiwi fruit, it only took a moment for the originally turbid golden potion to slowly become clear. In the end, it turned directly into a beautiful and transparent dark gold color. Since then, Gervais finally learned that black kiwi fruits can also be effective when put into potions. However, it is not yet known how effective this potion is, and it should be greatly weakened. But Gervais does not need this potion to achieve 50 times the effect. Even if it is only increased by 2 or 3 times, it is enough for the elves to win today's competition. Immediately, Gervais continued to add the pulp of the black kiwi fruit to the remaining fighting spirit recovery potions. Chapter 699, People in the Same Boat. After the preparation of the black kiwi fruit potion was completed, Gervais continued to stay in the hall for a while, and Alice and Adela returned to help him get into the carriage, because it was already time for the afternoon competition. There were still only 100 or so of them going to the arena this time, while the rest were all left behind in the manor. When they arrived at the entrance of the arena, they had an unimpeded journey to the 3rd floor stands. At this time, many city owners were already present on these 3 floors.
Lord Gervais! Lord Gervais!
When Gervais walked through the aisles of the stands, the city lords greeted him warmly when they saw him. After all, Gervais now has the coveted identity of the mysterious pharmacist in addition to his identity as the god of killing. At the same time, their name for Gervais has also changed, becoming City Lord. After all, they have admitted that Stormwind City has joined the Holy Alliance. So even if Stormwind City is not a holy city, if they want to make good friends with Gervais, they must call him Lord Gervais. Otherwise, based on Stormwind City's status in the Holy Alliance, Gervais's title at this time should be Marquis, below the other lords of the Holy City. Gervais was also very polite and greeted these city lords one by one. After greeting all the city lords, Gervais quickly arrived at the location of the elves with the support of Alice and Adela.
Adela! Gervais! Her Majesty the Elf Queen!
5 or 6 minutes later, just as Gervais was sitting between Adela and Alice, thinking how great it would be if Alice could be so reasonable in the future, Edward also came to the competition field. When Edward approached, he took the first step to say hello to the 3 of them.
Grandfather! Duke Edward!
The 3 people responded quickly.
Duke Edward, why are you here? Will there be any problem with those city lords?
After saying hello, Adela took the initiative to change seats and gave up her original seat to Edward. It was obvious that Adela knew that her grandfather must have something serious to discuss with Gervais when he came over. Edward patted Adela lovingly on the shoulder, then sat down and spoke slowly to Gervais.
Those city lords have all been redeemed.
Edward had a smile on his face. It was obvious that he had gained a lot today.
So fast?
Gervais thought that the 2 parties would have to argue about the ransom for 10.5 days before the exchange could be completed. But he did not expect that it would be completed in 1 noon.
Ha ha. It must be fast. These city lords are the highest authorities in the Holy City. Some of them are still seriously injured. When their subordinates at the station knew that they were captured, they came to redeem them as soon as possible. And the ransom we ask for this time is not too much. 100,000 gold coins.
The smile on Edward's face remained, and his words were taken as a matter of course. Gervais did not know that things like today would occasionally happen within the Holy Alliance. So there were many precedents to follow. However, the previous battles were for 1 or 2 holy cities, and it would not be like this time. More than 30 city lords from both sides participated. And in this Holy Alliance, the city lords are the highest authority, and no one above them can control them. So when it comes to their own lives and safety, these city lords are naturally very happy to give money. Although many residences in the Holy City do not have so many gold coins at the moment, whether they are borrowing or selling things, they are guaranteed to pay the ransom as soon as possible.
It's a pity that Halton escaped this time. Otherwise it would have been worth at least 300,000 gold coins.
Edward continued to sigh, and then took out more than 10 large treasure chests from the space ring with a thought.
Duke Edward, what are you? This time it was because you used the magical potion as a reward to let the 30 city lords participate in the battle. So we were allowed to defeat the Golden Shield family. There are 150,000 gold coins here, which are part of the ransom. Keep it. Although these 150,000 gold coins are not much compared to the 300 potions, you have also won the recognition of Johnson and Bruno this time. They will stand with you in Stormwind City in the future.
Edward knew that Gervais was extremely smart and regarded him as one of his own. So he did not be polite and hypocritical with him, but directly pointed out his words. Gervais's move this time has almost been labeled as Edward's ally. So from now on he will be in the same boat as Johnson, Bruno and others. Although Gervais's Stormwind City has not yet been built, and there is no holy tree, the personal strength he has shown now is enough for city lords such as Johnson and Bruno to take him seriously.
Then I'll accept it. Thank you, Duke Edward.
Gervais nodded without being polite, and immediately turned back to Alice.
Alice, help me put these gold coins away first. Okay, Gervais.
Alice didn't hesitate after hearing Gervais's words, and immediately raised her hand to put away more than 10 large treasure boxes.
Gervais, the competition is about to begin, so I'll go there first.
Seeing Gervais accepting the gold coins readily, Edward smiled approvingly at Gervais, and then prepared to leave. This is the area where the elves are located. As a human being, he naturally cannot stay for a long time.
Okay, Duke Edward.
Gervais responded respectfully.
Adela, let's go with grandfather.
After saying H, low to Gervais, Edward turned his attention to his granddaughter again. Because I had something to do in the morning, I entrusted Adela to Gervais, the guardian knight. At this point, the matter is considered over, and Edward will naturally take Adela away.
Grandpa, I want to sit here.
Adela was unwilling to leave, so she immediately replied aggrievedly. Edward's expression froze, but he glanced at Gervais and Alice with complicated eyes, and continued to say to Adela,
Adela, be good. This is the seat of the elves. You will disturb them if you sit here.
If Gervais and Alice were not husband and wife, then Edward would certainly not object to Adela getting along with Gervais at this time. But now that Gervais has a wife, Edward naturally does not want his precious granddaughter to get too close to Gervais, because he has clearly seen his granddaughter's thoughts towards Gervais.
Duke Edward, Miss Adela and I get along very well. How about letting her stay with me here? Anyway,
we will return to the sacred forest in a while.
At this moment, Alice spoke.
Okay, now that Her Majesty the Elf Queen has said so, there will be a lot of trouble.
Edward heard the implication of Alice's words, relaxed a little, nodded and left. But Gervais had a strange expression on his face, and thought to himself.
It turns out that the cheap wife still cares about her, but she plans to leave after all, so she doesn't have an attack now.
The meaning of Alice's words is to reassure Edward that they will leave after a while. Now that she is here, it doesn't matter if Adela and Gervais get closer. And Adela obviously heard the meaning of Alice's words, and understood that Gervais might have to leave the City of Hope for a long time this time. And her expression immediately became disappointed. Seeing this, Gervais was about to say something, but Alice stood up first and sat on his right side, which was the position Adela had previously given up. Then Alice gently took Adela's hand and began to whisper with Adela. After a while, the two started chatting again, talking and laughing, and Adela had forgotten what happened before.
Women, what strange creatures.
Seeing this, Gervais could only sigh alone. When Gervais became lonely again, the audience of the arena and the 3 races participating in the competition had all arrived. Then, under the auspices of Dean Palmer, the competition officially began this afternoon. At this time, the people on stage were all those who had already drawn their opponents in the morning but had not had time to compete. After about an hour, the test personnel from the 3 parties came on stage one after another to complete the first round of competition. The original competition team of 30 people only had 15 people left, and among these 15 people, there were only 3 elves. The 6 people sent in the morning won 2 people, but the 4 people sent in the afternoon only won 1 person. As for the human race, they won by 5 people, and the orc race was the biggest winner, with a total of 7 people. From this situation, the winning rate of the orcs is very high. After all, with almost the same strength, the orc's physique has a great advantage. And although Duoluo, the son of Doselin, is arrogant, he does have the capital to be arrogant. He punched his opponent away in just a few seconds after taking the field. The most puzzling thing is the orc princess Ari, who also participated in the competition. Even though she looks so cute, I feel pity for her. But she seemed to know some illusion. The human youth she was competing with didn't even move after he came on stage. He just stayed on the stage for a moment, and finally jumped off the high platform by himself, shouting, "I surrender." Of course, the human race is not without talented young people. One of the young fire magicians has already reached the level of an intermediate magician at a young age. There was also a knight with the title of Golden Peak, who only used 1 sword to lift an elf youth away. Generally speaking, the human race and the orc race are evenly matched, but the elves will definitely lose if there are no accidents. Let's proceed to the second round of competition. In this second round of competition, there is no need to draw lots to decide the opponent, because the numbers of the 3 parties are different, and it is no longer possible to continue drawing lots. But this round of competition turned directly into a challenge, with each of the 3 parties sending 1 person to the stage in order to compete. The order of playing will also be determined by the results of the morning's test. The first one to send people on the field is the orcs, because they are the side with the most winners. The second one is the human race. The third one is the elves, and so on until all the enemies are completely defeated. And, if they wish, the winner can continue on stage to accept the next challenge. For example, if the orcs defeat their human opponents, they can choose to take a rest and wait until the next round when it is the orcs' turn to play again. Or they can choose to stay on the stage and continue to challenge the elf opponents. Everything was ready for the second round. Following Palmer's announcement, the orcs first sent out a young orc. When the humans saw this, they immediately sent a young man to the stage. The 2 sides fought on the stage for less than half a minute. In the end, the half-orc defeated the human youth with his physical advantage. "Ha ha! Weak humans, you will definitely lose this time." The half-orc in the field immediately burst into laughter after defeating the human youth. Moreover, he did not plan to take a break, but continued to stand on the stage to challenge the elves. Immediately, the half-orc looked at the elves, and then shouted, "Below are you elves who claim to be noble. Come up! Let me not teach you how to fight. Be careful not to let him get close to you later. Just remember to use your bow and arrow to shoot him. Don't get into close combat. Do you understand?" Hearing the clamor of the half-orc young man, each of these elven youths showed anger, but Alder ignored the half-orc's words and was softly explaining to the elven young man who was about to take the stage. This elf young man is a petite female elf. Although she is about 1.7 meters tall, she does look very petite for the orcs in that scene. "Yes, Prince Alder." There was still a little nervousness on the female elf's face. The half-orc's ugly face and huge body made this female elf, who didn't have much practical experience, feel a little unsure. However, he still responded solemnly to Alder, then raised his feet and prepared to go to the court. "Wait a minute!" But at this moment, Gervais suddenly called out to her, "Your Majesty, what are your orders?" When the female elf heard Gervais greeting her, she immediately stopped and respectfully asked Gervais. Gervais is the husband of the Queen of the Elves, and they cannot call Gervais the Queen, so they can only call Gervais the Prince. And this is what the elves have called the Queen's husband since ancient times. Although Gervais was the first human to become the Queen's husband. "It's nothing. You can drink this glass of juice before you go. I'm afraid you'll be thirsty when we start fighting." Gervais smiled and said to the female elf, and then saw Anna on the side immediately handing the silver cup that had been prepared to the female elf. "Thank you, Your Majesty the Prince." Although Gervais is a human race, these elves have seen Alice's attitude towards Gervais with their own eyes. Moreover,
Gervais not only showed off his power this morning and beat away the people who bullied the elves, but also treated them to delicious food at noon, and stayed in a luxurious manner. So at this time, Gervais had already gained the recognition of these simple elves. The female elf took the cup from Anna without any hesitation and drank the dark golden juice in it.
Well, go ahead. Have a good competition.
Seeing the female elf drink the potion he prepared, Gervais gave the order and stopped talking. But the female elf didn't notice anything strange about the juice. She just felt that the juice tasted a little sweet, and immediately entered the field quickly through the internal passage on the 3rd floor. Chapter 700, The Goddess's Favor?
Ha ha! It's actually a female elf. Don't be afraid. Nuck will be very gentle later.
As the female elf ended, the half-orc Nuck laughed arrogantly and started to provoke. After passing the first round of drawing competition, everyone knew that the elves would definitely lose today.
Ugly!
The female elf's face turned red when she heard the orc's provocative words, and she wanted to retaliate with a harsh word. But she obviously had never scolded anyone before. And after thinking for a moment, she came up with such an ugly curse. Win! Win! At this moment, the game bell also rang, and the battle officially began.
You actually call me ugly? You better run faster, little elf. Otherwise, I will let you know who is the real god's favored one.
The half-orc Nook heard the female elf's words and immediately became furious. Although the orcs think that they are not ugly, the faces of humans and elves are similar, and they all use words such as ugly to describe the orcs. So over time, the orcs are extremely disgusted with such descriptions, and many times they will say that the face of the orcs is what the gods really want to create, and that humans and elves are just failures created by the gods. After saying that, the half-orc Nook stopped delaying, shouted loudly, and rushed towards the female elf with bulging veins all over his body. This half-orc Nook looks huge, but he was selected from thousands of orcs. He has agility that is rare among other orcs, and speed is his specialty. There was only a fighting area of more than 30 meters long and wide. Nook charged more than 20 meters in almost 2 or 3 seconds with all his strength. When the female elf saw this situation, she became so nervous that her face turned slightly pale. Fortunately, she still remembered Alder's previous instructions at this time, and immediately jumped to the side to hide. And while leaping up, the female elf didn't forget to draw her bow and shoot an arrow at the orc Nook.
How could this happen?
But when the female elf completed this set of movements with an extremely smooth and perfect level, she was immediately surprised and noticed something different, because she found that the speed and strength of her bouncing at this time were more than 3 or 4 times faster than in the morning. Moreover, it would have taken a lot of effort to pull the long bow in her hand. But at that moment, she was like plucking a string. With just a slight pull, the long bow in her hand was already full. Swish, swish, swish. Although the female elf was dazed for a moment, her instinct for archery was still there. After shooting the first arrow, she continued to draw her bow and knock the arrow. In the past, she only had time to shoot 2 arrows at the enemy. But at this moment, she shot 4 arrows in succession. If she hadn't been about to jump off the edge of the competition venue, the female elf felt that she could even shoot 1 more arrow. However, she was about to reach the sidelines at this time. So she turned around deftly, changed her body shape, and landed directly on the edge of the field. Puff! Puff! Roar! The female elf here just landed, and the half-orc Nook over there let out a roar, because not only did he miss, but the female elf unexpectedly shot 4 consecutive arrows at the same time. Each of these arrow feathers carries huge power. After blocking the first 2, Nook finally had no time to continue to defend the next 2, and was directly shot by 2 arrow feathers. Although these 2 arrow feathers were not enough to severely damage Nook's huge body, they also made Nook feel extremely embarrassed. The performance of the elves this time is obvious to all, and can almost be described as weak. But he himself was shot twice by the weak female elf in an instant. But he didn't even touch the corner of her clothes. This made Nook unbearable.
I'm going to tear you apart!
Nook continued to roar violently and charged towards the female elf again. At this time, the female elf saw that she had actually hit the orc, and she was hit with 2 arrows in a row, and her eyes immediately shone with excitement. Seeing that the orcs continued to rush towards her rapidly, the female elf became calm, controlled her strength, and jumped into the distance again. And he drew his bow and arrow again. Swish, swish, swish. This time, the female elf was mentally prepared and shot 5 consecutive beads during this leap. Each arrow flew toward different parts of the orc's body at extremely fast speeds. Puff, puff.
Oh! Damn it! I'm going to catch you! I'm going to tear you apart!
There were 3 more arrow feathers on his arms and shoulders, and they were buried in his body. Nuck finally went crazy and roared again and again.
This female elf is very powerful. Although Nuck has only broken through the Golden Peak not long ago, his speed is very fast, even 3 points faster than the previous human race. But now, he has not even touched the corner of this female elf's clothes.
In the orc team, Duoluo frowned and looked at the field, very surprised that this female elf had such strong strength.
Hey, do you want Nuck to admit defeat now?
Ari, the orc princess sitting next to Duoluo, also frowned and looked at the field.
No need. Nuke is a loser who refuses to step down because of his own efforts. Now it's time to consume the female elf's fighting power. What's going on? Why did Aya suddenly become so powerful?
Outsiders thought that the female elf had such strength. But Alder and others knew that Aya did not have such ability. Especially Alder, who has been forced by Alice to train Aya and others these days. Alder knows exactly what level they have. This Ava is only above average among the 10 young people of the elf tribe. In normal archery, being able to hit 3 arrows in a row is considered a super level performance. And 2 arrows in a row is considered a normal level. But now they shot 4 consecutive beads in a hurry at the beginning. And then even 5 consecutive beads. You must know that this is simply impossible for them to do at this stage. This situation made Alder find it incredible.
Roar!
While people outside the stadium were amazed, the half-orc named Nuck let out another violent roar. Because he once again had a few arrow feathers that were submerged in his flesh. At this time, there were more than 10 arrows shot in Nuck's body. No matter how strong the orc's body was, he could not bear to be shot into a hedgehog-like state.
Oddly thing. Why don't you admit defeat?
Although there is a rule in this competition that no one can kill. After all, the sword has no eyes. If the enemy does not surrender, he can only continue to fight. In those previous battles, people would choose to surrender as long as they knew they could no longer fight. But this Nuck is now furious. Although he is panting like an ox, he is still charging towards Aya with scarlet eyes.
Roar!
Faced with Aya's inquiry, Nuck had no words. All he could say was an angry roar. Aya didn't dare to neglect when she saw this. She immediately drew her bow and arrow again, and shot towards Nuck, who was charging towards him. Whoosh whoosh. Puff puff. The 5-shot orc Nuck shot out this time only had time to block 1. And the remaining 4 shot hard on his body. And one of them shot directly into Nuck's throat. Boom! Nuck, who was like a hedgehog with arrows on his body, finally fell unwillingly.
Good!
Alder couldn't help but cheer when he saw the Nuck fall. The situation that was originally destined to be defeated today actually had a slight turn for the better.
The elves win this round. Female elf, are you going to continue the fight or leave the field to rest first?
After the battle ended, Palmer spoke immediately. After listening to Palmer's words, Aya started to think. In fact, it is safe to say that it is best for her to get off the field and rest first. After all, although this battle is short, it still consumes a little bit. But Aya was worried about whether she would be in the same state again after the game. So she didn't make an immediate decision, because she was very clear about how much strength she had before.
Maybe this is the blessing of the goddess of life to me. The goddess of life cannot pay attention to me all the time, so I can't rest.
Thinking of this, Aya had already made a decision and immediately raised her head and said to Palmer,
I want to continue fighting.